Evening. Welcome to the City Council study session of Tuesday, July 17th, 2018. We have two items on our agenda for tonight's study session. The first item is a discussion regarding obligations and process for ending the University North Park Tax Increment Finance District number 2. And we have a presentation. First, Anthony Francisco, our finance chair, or finance director.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Norman Tax Increment Finance Authority. I am Anthony Francisco, the treasurer of the Norman Tax Increment Finance Authority. Putting on different hats this evening, gentlemen.
In addition to being chair and finance director.
That's right.
Okay.
I was asked to make this presentation related to the remaining obligations and the process for the potential ending of the University North Park Tax Increment Finance District. Just a little bit of history, looking back to where we were in 2005 or 2006. The TIF project plan was approved in May of 2006 with the principal objectives of creating a lifestyle center, creating Legacy Park, constructing a conference center, attracting quality jobs, stimulating private investment, and preserving and enhancing the tax base with economic growth that would not otherwise happen without the project. And looking back at this project plan over the last week or so, we've actually done pretty well. You can check off quite a few of those things, and that's something to be proud of. To get there, we've spent about $28 million plus interest and debt issuance costs. So these are the project costs that we've spent, and I won't try to read them to you. The print's kind of small, but the major things are Legacy Park itself, which is a little over $7 million, $5 million for the Rock Creek overpass, $4 million for economic development, and about $4 million for Interstate Drive East Side Extension. And the major other expenditures are for other road improvements, particularly for those intersection improvements that are listed. Where the money has come from, we've collected a little over $42 million now from those tax apportionments. We've actually made a deposit since these numbers were prepared. So it's over $42 million, and about 76% of that has come from sales tax apportionments, and about 23%, 24% from property tax apportionments. Sales tax obviously comes from apportionments from the city's general fund and capital fund, but I wanted to spend a little bit of time on where the property tax apportionments have come from. The major one of those obviously is from the Norman Public Schools, who is the major millage in Norman. So most of the $1.2 million that was apportioned in 2017 came from Norman Public Schools and then from those other taxing jurisdictions. So for the question that I got from Councilmember Wilson, which was, if there were no TIF, where would the money go? It's kind of the reverse of where the money came from. So the sales tax of about $4.2 million in this year would go back to the city. The property tax would go back to these taxing jurisdictions. Now, one thing that I would point out is for the city of Norman and for the Norman Public Schools, it's not a dollar for dollar thing coming back. The city of Norman, those property taxes can only be used for general obligation bond repayments and repayments on claims and judgments against the city. So it's not as if that money would go back to the general fund. The Norman Public Schools gets money back from the state's equalization formula, and it's not dollar for dollar. Again, they actually get more money than they pay into the TIF fund. So I just want to point out that this is where the property tax money would go to, but it's not dollar for dollar. I want to turn our attention now to the outstanding debt that we have to pay for those projects. We issued debt originally in 2009, which was refunded in 2013. So the outstanding notes that we have were issued in 2013. They were taxable bonds with an interest rate of 3.41%, $14.2 million originally, and we've paid that down to about $10.8 million now. We have another principal payment that is due on September 1st, and we have what's called a call provision in those notes, which means that we can recall them. We can pay off all the outstanding principal on September the 1st. In order to do that, we have to give notice, or the trustee has to give notice by August the 1st. So time is getting short between the time that we would call those bonds and now. We would recommend that we call those bonds. One of the principal points of the city's debt policy is that we try not to issue debt when we have money to pay for the projects on hand. And in this case, as you see here, we have more than enough money on hand to get ourselves out of this particular debt. We have about $20.7 million to repay that $10.8 million that is outstanding. And then we'd have about $10 million left over now, and we're continuing to deposit about $400,000 per month. So we still have a sufficient amount of money to do those projects that we still might want to do in the University North Park TIF project plan after we repay the notes. So that's one thing that we would recommend that you do tonight, is that you would give direction about what you would choose for us to take the actions necessary to repay those notes. I'll turn it over now to Catherine Walker. She wants to talk. Yes, ma'am.
Councilmember Castleberry.
Yeah, just a clarification for you. On the third slide, you talked about the UNP expenditures to date. There's about 27.9, one more back. So there's like 27.9 here of expenditures to date. Now, I want to be clear on the difference between expenditures and investments. These, like Legacy Park, let's use that one. That's $7 million. That's an asset. We booked that as an asset on our financials, right?
Yes.
Okay. So most of these are actually assets on the city's books.
Yes.
So
it's a part of our street inventory.
we have something of value. This is not expenditures.
Well, no, this is the money that we actually, this cash.
I know we spent, I spent money to buy my house, but I have an asset. I have a house.
Yes.
So cash flow, yes, I understand that. But I just make sure some of these are expenditures. But as we go through the improvements, I want to make sure we actually capitalize those as public improvements.
On the general governmental statement.
Yes. Okay.
Councilmember Wilson.
Okay, I'm processing that. Sorry, back to the schools, the dollar for schools. Do you know, and maybe I'm getting ahead of the game here. You said $600,000-ish would go back into that equalization fund. They're currently getting about, if I remember correctly, $800,000.
Yeah, there's a multiplier.
That actually hits their budget from being out of that equalization formula. Do we know what the actual dollars would be? Is that coming up?
I don't.
Okay, that'd be something.
I do know that there is a multiplier. I do know that there's more coming in from the state than they would pay out to the TIF fund.
Okay, and then calling the bond itself does not end the TIF, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Calling the bond means that we don't pay any more interest.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Bierman.
Councilmember Wilson asked one of my questions about the interest on our bonds. But my second smaller question, who is our trustee bank?
For the Norman Tax Increment Finance Authority, the trustee is Bank of Oklahoma.
Thanks. That's it.
Councilmember Scott.
Hey, Anthony. So I'm new to all this, as you know, and I thought that Councilmember Castleberry's question was interesting. And so as Legacy Park being an asset, I'm wondering, I have two questions actually. So this is part one. Do we make money off of those investments or assets? And what other are there that we would make money off of on this list?
No, ma'am. It's
So we
just
don't-
like any other park in the city, any other
So
street
it
in the
is
city.
basically an expenditure. Okay.
But what's listed is what we spent out, yes.
Okay. And then part two of my question, I just want to be totally clear on the last part, where it's Norman tax increment, finance authority tax increment, or talking about the principal and the redemption call, to pay the note. So you're recommending that we call the bonds by August 1st and we pay them off.
We
'cause
have to give notice by
we have
August
to give
1st.
notice. And so we can pay them off and we can finish the projects that are left.
We would have about $10 million left to pay remaining authorized projects.
So we could, okay, sorry. So we could pay it off and finish projects that are left in it.
Yes,
Okay.
not all the projects, no.
Okay.
We-
There's not enough money left in the TIF after you pay up, well, there wouldn't be enough money to pay off everything else yet.
But
But
remember, the tax apportionments continue.
There's a lot
we
of,
would-
there are some things, now I'm getting confused. So we can pay off the TIF and then also fund some
We could-
projects
We can pay off the notes
or the notes, I'm sorry.
and still pay, have about $10 million in the bank towards other projects that are authorized.
Okay.
Now, tax apportionments would continue. So as we build up more funds for more projects that are authorized under the project plan, we can do those projects on a pay-as-you-go basis.
Wonderful. Thank you.
I think the next slide will help, I think, maybe.
Hi, Catherine Walker with the Legal Department. We had some questions from Councilmember Carter, and if you'll allow me, I'd like to go ahead and try and answer those. The questions dealt with these different areas, and so I'll try and go through each area pretty quickly. They tie in rather well with each component of the project plan. There was a question on almost all the components, so we'll go through those pretty quickly. So on the conference center and cultural facility, I have up there the project plan objective. It was to construct a conference center and accompanying museums and other cultural facilities in order to secure a first-class hotel. The allocation originally was $16 million. There's been 4 development agreements that council has approved that impact that component of the project plan. The first one was in 2007 when the city agreed to purchase the conference center. John Q. Hammonds would construct the hotel and conference center, city would purchase. Then in development agreement number 4, the city agreed to a waiver of that obligation to purchase the conference center. And instead, some of that funding was shifted to the Rock Creek Overpass project, which was a project we had recently found out would be approved and allowed by ODOT. Up to the chair.
Let's see how we can do this. Yes, you can ask questions.
Can you elaborate just a little bit on item 2 there where JQH waives the city obligation to purchase the conference center? What's the history behind that and what exactly were the parameters of that agreement?
Early on in the project, even before the project plan was adopted, there was a push to get ODOT to allow Rock Creek Overpass to be built, and they said, no, we're not going to do that. In 2008, ODOT said that they had changed their thinking on that, and they would allow an overpass, not a total interchange, but an overpass. And so hearing of that opportunity, Mr. Hammonds said, you know what, you don't need to buy my conference center, but this development's going to need that overpass. And so the city agreed, and the city amended the project plan at that time to shift some of those dollars from the conference center component to the Rock Creek Overpass project. And that's what funded a large portion of the overpass.
Were there any considerations given to Mr. Hammonds in regard to the catering and restaurant business at the conventions from that point afterwards?
No, when we were going to purchase the conference center, we had some agreements in place for reservations of the conference center, things like that. But with the development agreement number 4, that was no longer necessary because we were no longer going to own it.
So basically, when the city reversed their desire to purchase the convention center, they lost, Mr. Hammond's gained exclusivity of the food business at the conventions.
I don't think we had any say-so over the food portion. It would have depended on if we purchased the conference center, how we chose to operate that, whether we would have hired in-house catering staff or contracted that out, and that decision had not been made. Most of the things that were in development agreement number 2 had to do with reserving the conference center and the hotel for events. And I think for the most part, those have been at least somewhat followed by Embassy Suites, even though it's not part of an agreement.
Thank you.
And then in 2012, we had development agreement number 5. So at this point, we had some money left over in this component after the Rock Creek Overpass project. UTC, the developer for the south half, agreed to donate 2 acres of land for a cultural facility, which was the other component of this portion of the project plan. And so the land identified at that time was south of Embassy Suites, south and east, abutting the airport property. And they agreed to sell additional adjacent land if we needed it at $5 a square foot. We had public meetings about what could a cultural facility be, but that really never moved forward, and that obligation expired in 2015. In 2016, we executed Amendment 1 to Development Agreement number 5, and UTC said, well, we'll continue with the donation obligation for 2 acres for a cultural facility. But at that point, everyone was thinking it needed to be north of Embassy Suites just to better serve the area. And so they identified land north of Embassy Suites, agreed to donate that land, and agreed to sell additional land at $5 a square foot. And that doesn't expire until June 30th, 2026.
That doesn't move forward, because I understood it was to expire in 2023 unless there was some kind of a firm kind of agreement of some sort that would extend it another 3 years. Is that true?
I think what you're referring to is the Regional Draw Entertainment Venue, which was in the same amendment. And
Okay.
I've got some information on that in just a minute.
Okay.
I'll just remind, since we're not in the study session room and people aren't holding up their hands, if you'll press your button, because that will then Brenda knows to turn your mic on.
Another important component to the project plan was traffic and roadway improvements. This was to stimulate private commitments to invest in the project area. The allocation was about $11.55 million. We have about $430,000 remaining in that allocation. The remaining projects that have been identified are estimated to cost around $2.5 million. We had development agreement number 1 in 2006, where council approved an agreement that identified and set preliminary budget for planned traffic improvements. And then that's the agreement that you've heard about before that set the developer's obligation to pay for any required traffic improvements over that allocation. And then in 2012, we had development agreement number 5 that looked at what improvements were remaining, updated those budgets, and set forth the sequencing for those.
Councilmember Castleberry.
On the traffic and roadway improvements. Now, this includes also the Robinson Street overpass, I guess, bridge and Crossroads Boulevard, correct?
That's right. One of the big things for the city when the project plan was adopted was to draw the district large enough so that we could include an improvement on the west side of I-35 that was much needed, and it's that Robinson and Interstate Drive and Robinson and Crossroads Boulevards.
And this may be for Sean. That's scheduled to start 2 years, not next fall, but the fall after this. And so this funding help is part of this. So the TIF is paying for our portion of this city deal. One other follow-up. Any additional traffic and roadway improvements that are created because of congestion out there are on the developer, correct?
That's right. There's a requirement that all traffic movement and the intersections have to meet service level D. So anything that's proposed that changes that and the service level can't be met, those improvements that would be required for that service level are the developer's responsibility.
So that original 11.5 we allocated, that was our cap. We weren't
Right.
going to spend any more than that. Then going forward, everything would be upon the developer as long as the TIF is in place.
That's correct.
So if we dissolve the TIF, how does that clause work?
If we dissolve the TIF and other portions get developed, it would be developed as any other development under our ordinances. So if there were traffic deferrals that needed to be paid, they would have to pay those. If there were traffic improvements, there would have to be some contribution to those. I don't know that we've ever required a developer to pay for an interchange improvement, but
If we had to redo the intersection of Robinson and 24th, currently, the developer would pay for that.
yes, if it was required because of
The service level dropped down there and they'd meet the
and
requirement.
it would probably be a new development that would trigger that. It wouldn't be existing.
But if there was no TIF, that would be on the cities, just like we would any other road project
Yeah, unless there was a new development that
that we could do a recoupment on or
some-
something like that.
yeah, get some contribution from.
Okay.
Councilmember Wilson.
I'm going to ask, get more clarification, kind of a tail end of what Councilmember Castleberry was saying. So are there other options for funding that interchange, the Robinson and Crossroads and all of that? What I'm seeing is there's not enough money in the TIF as it sits right now. It would have to accumulate more funds, but there's not enough room in the project plan. for it.
This amount, and I should have said that, I apologize, includes the city's anticipated contribution or the TIF's anticipated contribution to the Robinson and Crossroads
Okay.
State Drive.
So
project.
if we were to end the TIF, then that money would be there already for that project still.
It would go,
We'd have to allocate it.
right, it would go back to the general fund, not the capital fund. So there would be some things that would have to happen, but.
Okay.
Councilmember Bierman and then Scott.
So if we were to end TIF number 2 and start a new one, would that cover upgrades or changes to the overpass, or as an example, like the Tecumseh 24th intersection?
If those were
Potentially.
included as projects in the new TIF, certainly.
But they would have to be actually listed as
Mhm.
project
They would have to
costs.
be included as a project cost allocation for traffic and roadway.
Councilmember Scott.
So what exactly would have to happen to make sure that Robinson, and I call it Robinson Crossing, the Robinson and Crossroads Boulevard interchange, if we were to, go forth in the TIF or in the pay off these notes and stuff, what would have to happen to guarantee that that money went to redeveloping or doing that whole section? And also, that whole stretch between Robinson Crossing and 24th and Robinson is just miserable. And so is there any grant writing that we could do with ODOT? Because it's going to be on the list. They've done Lindsay, they've done Maine, they're doing in Indian Hills. It's going to be on the list within probably, the 8-year plan. So if this is set to start in 2 years, what is the plan currently? And what do we have to do to make sure that the funds are allocated toward that area?
Right now, our TIF funds are being leveraged with ACOG funds to pay for those improvements in 2 years. And so that's the plan right now. If we didn't have those TIF funds set aside for that, you all would have to budget the money in the capital budget to pay for the project. The plan right now, Sean can speak in much greater detail than I can about it, but I think it's to distance Crossroads and Interstate Drive better.
What does that mean?
Make them further apart so you don't have two lights, one right after the other. My understanding is the Robinson Street Bridge is not that old in the scheme of things with ODOT. And so right now, I don't know that there's a plan to replace the bridge anytime soon.
Okay, so just to clarify for me, you say that we would have to make sure that it's in the capital fund to make sure that that money goes with ACOG to do that interchange?
Yeah, we'd have
Or
to
not
budget
interchange,
some
but-
funding in the capital fund instead of using TIF funds.
Okay, is that guaranteed?
It's up to you all when you adopt your budget, how that gets applied to the projects.
That's all I got for now.
Okay.
Councilmember Carter. Okay,
I don't have anything.
then you're next.
That was,
You're going to go before.
okay.
Councilmember Carter.
Is
What?
My button's not going on.
that going up?
Well, I had you. Okay.
Okay. So I guess that's really more of an Anthony question. We can't guarantee anything in the capital fund. I mean, it's an annual budget. I mean, we could budget for it, but there's nothing to prevent a new council from taking those monies and put it towards a senior center or another road project or a higher priority deal. I mean, since it's 2 or 3 years out.
In the example at hand, council has already budgeted for that project.
I know,
It's actually
but that's
budgeted
as
for
is, but we're
last
talking about changing everything.
Well, you could. I mean, you could reallocate those funds, but right now those funds are allocated in the TIF fund toward that project. We'll get to that.
But if there was no TIF fund and it still went to the capital fund.
No, it goes to the general fund.
If you took the funds that you have allocated in the TIF fund out,
Mhm.
then yes, you'd have to find another source, probably the capital fund.
Yeah. So it's not guaranteed if you shut down the TIF. Because the TIF wouldn't be there. There's no money in the TIF to do it.
But the funds for that particular project has already been allocated. It's part of the $10 million, if you will. If you look at your budget document, you'll see that there's actually last year a project to complete that, and it's funded already.
But we can amend a budget. I know it's allocated out there, but we can change budgets. I think her question was, is it guaranteed? And my response is, it's not guaranteed.
It's no more or less guaranteed than any project that's in the capital
Right.
fund or in the water fund or in the general fund.
But if we, as long as the TIF is out there, it is guaranteed because it's allocated in the TIF. It can't be used for anything else.
That's correct. It's in the TIF fund.
Okay,
now.
that's what I want. So my protection is for us to get a major project for our wards is it being the TIFs.
It's being, I would say it's to not change the allocation that you already have.
Inside the TIF.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Carter.
Still no question.
I don't have a question.
Okay. Think you can proceed.
Okay. Economic development, there were a lot of questions about this component, and so I've got more than one slide on this one. The objective set forth in the project plan was there were actually two. It was to attract quality jobs through economic development activities in order to recruit businesses not currently located in Norman and to provide quality opportunities in Norman, and to reverse a longstanding condition of arrested and economic development to serve as a catalyst for expanding employment and to attract major investment in the area. The allocation in the project plan is $8.25 million. Of that, we have about $4 million remaining. It's funded from 10% of the sales tax generated within UNP, 50% of the ad valorem taxes generated by the economic development tract, and that's the 60 acres that NEDC owns. And then the economic development sales tax increment, which has not been utilized thus far, but it would be sales taxes generated by new quality jobs payroll. And the implementing entity for that is the Norman Economic Development Coalition. That's a local group that's made up of representatives from the City of Norman, Chamber of Commerce, University of Oklahoma, and the More Norman Technology Center, who all contribute to the funding of that group. So the council actions so far to move forward this economic development piece, it began in the master operating agreement, which was the first agreement done after the project plan in 2006. It just basically said the economic development fund would be used to provide and foster new quality employment opportunities meeting state quality jobs criteria. And then it set forth the terms for the transfer of the economic development property, which is up to 100 acres in the north half of University North Park, to the city or its designee. In the economic development agreement in 2010, as I said, NEDC was designated as the entity to administer the economic development components of the plan. UNP, the developer for the north half, agreed to sell land to NEDC. And then the city and NTIFA, which is you all, the Norman Tax Increment Finance Authority, authorized the issuance of notes up to $16.5 million to finance project costs for economic development. And those are supported by those economic development revenues I mentioned in the previous slide. Development agreement number 6 was approved in 2014, and that committed economic development revenues up to $770,000 for new quality jobs created by EMI, a local company that was growing over the next 10 years. And at your last meeting, I believe you approved the appropriation, or you at least received the memo that outlined the incentive earned for this year by Emmy. Other actions that we were not necessarily a party to, but that do impact this property, was the purchase and sell agreement between NEDC and University North Park. That was originally done in 2008, and it was amended in 2010 and 2013. And basically with those amendments, UNP was extending the obligation to sell to NEDC 60 acres for $1.25 a square foot, which is about 25% of market value. 40 acres are also available for NEDC at market value, and UNP has repurchase rights for those lots that are not developed by the end of 2023. The economic development revenues, I've talked about a little bit about what they've been used for, but this is more of the specifics. So the TIF authority in the city approved of a pledge of $1.3 million in economic development revenues as security for the land purchase and the infrastructure in loans funded by Republic Bank, and then later a consortium of 11 banks in our community.
Okay, Councilmember Hickman has a question.
Sure.
Your mic's going.
How many quality jobs have resulted under this project plan objective?
Maybe it's not working.
We have, so far, what they committed to was 100 new jobs, 50 new jobs, I'm sorry. 50 new jobs over 10 years, paying above the quality jobs minimum. The incentive is earned based on the salary and how many new jobs, and we figure that each year. So far, they've earned about $70,000 in incentives. I'd have to look to see how many employees they're up to. I don't recall off the top of my head.
Yeah, TIF meeting this afternoon. It's 41 new jobs.
41 new jobs, okay. So they've almost hit that target that was required in the development agreement. As I said, the city pledged economic development revenues as security for the land and infrastructure loans. NEDC was also able to get an economic development administration grant of $2.5 million, and then industrial access funding, which we joined in the application for. All in all, it was a little over, I think, $10 million for developing the 60 acres, purchasing and putting in the infrastructure for the 60 acres north of Rock Creek Road and east of 24th Avenue. We've had the incentive, and then back last year in April, you all approved $3 million in TIF economic development revenues to pay off the infrastructure loan. So that piece has been paid off, and all that remains is what's left of the land acquisition loan. Legacy Park was the next component we had some questions about. The project plan objective was to create the Legacy Park with appropriate memorials of substantial lake and water feature, destination restaurants, boutique shops, together with the extension of the Legacy Trail system, quality public art, trees, and extensive landscaping. That allocation under the project plan was $8.25 million, and so far, council's had a couple of development agreements that impacted Legacy Park. In 2007, we did development agreement number 3, and council approved that agreement in October of that year. It called for parkland to be donated to the city by the developer for the south half, which is University Town Center, UTC. Set the preliminary budget for Legacy Park, public art, enhanced landscaping, and development assistance for park maintenance. And then UNP agreed to serve as lender for the park construction. Then in development agreement number 5 in 2012, the money left over from the Rock Creek overpass, it ended up coming in under the budget. It was reallocated over to the Legacy Park construction, so that was about $1.5 million. And then UTC and UNP, so developer of the south half and the north half, committed to requests that a business improvement district be created for park maintenance in lieu of the development assistance that was outlined in development agreement number 3. That district was created in 2014. You all will actually have an item on your agenda at the second meeting in August for a public hearing on our, I think, 4th or 5th year of assessment for that business district, and I'll explain to you a little bit about how that works. The purpose of district is to pay for maintenance of Legacy Park and then enhance landscaping throughout, not including the enhanced landscaping in the project plan, but as funds allow. And so what happens each year when we do that assessment is we look at all the properties that have developed, and they all share proportionally in that assessment. And so the TIF funds are used to fund the full assessment in the beginning, and each year our contribution, the TIF fund contribution is reduced and the property owner contribution increases. So what you'll see in August is that we're asking the property owners through their assessments to pay $125,000 towards the maintenance of Legacy Park. The TIF's portion this year will be $75,000. And so we have a BID, Business Improvement District Advisory Board, set up. This was called for, I think, in the petition for the Business Improvement District. They assist in administering all aspects of the bid. The city still holds the money in the TIF fund, but this group looks at how the park's being operated, things that could be done to enhance the park, things like that, and make recommendations on how that money gets spent. You asked, I think, specifically about the representatives on this board, so I had them on the screen. We have 2 from hospitality, 2 from retail, 1 that's appointed by UNP, and then 4 that have been nominated by the mayor and confirmed by council. And so the chair there is Dan Quinn. Then we have Mike Thompson, Mandy Hawes, and Matt Klaus that have been confirmed by this council. Things they've done so far is those funds provide funding for the restroom maintenance and park maintenance contracts. They've made recommendations on holiday lighting, seasonal plantings and park enhancements, and then they've reviewed the Legacy Park usage policies and things like that. And so those recommendations come to you when money is proposed to be spent out of that bid fund. They last met in June of this year.
Councilmember Bierman.
Just had a quick question before we moved away from Legacy Park. How many boutique shops are currently around Legacy Park, or what is the plan to get them in the foreseeable future?
I know, of course, they have Red Rock. They've been working on a restaurant, from what I understand, for the north side. I know some restaurants have not been approved by the developer just because they wouldn't be appropriate. I think Chewy's at one point wanted to be there. Some other restaurants. I don't know of plans for boutique shops. That's really the developers.
Okay, just seems like, since that's enumerated specifically in the project plan objective, that should be something that we should be aiming for, or holding the developer to.
Well, and in the master plan, there's a call for some other out parcels and other development right around the entrance to Legacy Park. So there's more to come, I think, in that area, but
okay.
Okay, moving on to the Lifestyle Center. The project plan objective for this component was to create the Lifestyle Center designed to foster the quality of development at University North Park and to facilitate the creation of a retail environment that will be a regional draw of retail customers to Norman. And so the allocation for this was $8.25 million. Nothing's been spent. No proposals have been brought forward to spend that money at this time. The first development agreement really dealing with the Lifestyle Center was in 2006. That was development agreement number 1. And that's where we put in the clawbacks that are mentioned a lot. 250,000 square feet of shell construction of the Lifestyle Center must be done by January 1st, 2016, or they would reimburse for the frontage road costs, which is $2.4 million. Again, that same standard was brought in development agreement number 3 in 2007, but at this time it was to reimburse for Legacy Park construction, so $5.9 million. In 2012, council approved development agreement number 5, which gave the developer credit for crest towards the square footage. So there's about 150,000 square feet remaining, and that has to be done under development agreement number 5 by January 1st, 2018, or we would be reimbursed for those costs. Then in 2016, council approved the amendment number 1 to development agreement number 5, which at that time, council was really talking about what would we want this Lifestyle Center to look like. Retail's changed. Our Lifestyle Center still viable, things like that. And so we affirmed the commitment to explore with the developer urban design, walkability, and mixed use for the Lifestyle Center. Those were priorities identified by council at that time. 250,000 square feet of Lifestyle Center has to be constructed by June 30th, 2023. It can be extended to 2026 if mutually agreeable design is utilized. And then we set new retail sales per square foot minimums for incentive consideration. What we were finding is that the previous minimums were pretty low compared to what was going on out there. And so we raised that. And UTC agreed to sell the land, as we mentioned earlier, for the regional draw entertainment venue. That's south of Rock Creek Road, but north of Embassy Suites. That was the area we identified. And this is University Town Center who agreed to do this at $5.50 a square foot. That expires in October, but it can be extended if we show some progress towards that end until 2026.
Okay, before you go on, we've got questions from Councilmember Carter and Councilmember Castleberry.
So I'm reading from Development Agreement 5. I would just like you to expand, give me a little history since I'm new, and I'll read that DA 5 acknowledges the Crest store, although not proposed to be located within the area understood to be the Lifestyle Center, would be recognized as qualifying towards the required 250,000 square feet of shell completion of Lifestyle Center retail space for the limited purpose of reducing the public infrastructure reimbursement provision set forth in Section 4.7. Can you give me a little history behind how we came to that agreement?
I can try. It's been a while. From what I recall, the developer had asked for credit for the Crest. Nothing we had in the project plan defined the Lifestyle Center, although we had some brochures, and I think the language there said we knew what we understood to be the Lifestyle Center proper. And so we gave credit for Crest in that agreement, and this, the city agreed to that. But at the same time, I think it was in that agreement where we defined where the Lifestyle Center was so that this wasn't an issue in the future. Again, in that agreement, a number of other things were done, not just impacting the Lifestyle Center, but that was just part of the negotiation and part of what council was willing to agree to at that time.
So if they were to not meet their 250,000 square foot requirement by the deadline, what would be their penalty in total dollars? Any idea?
It's $2.4 million for frontage road costs and $5.9 million for Legacy Park construction. So it's about $8.3 million.
And so by giving them this Crest exclusion, how much would that save them in penalties?
It doesn't save them anything if they don't reach the 250,000 square foot.
But if
goal.
they do,
If they do, then they don't have to pay any penalty.
any penalties?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Councilmember Castleberry.
I think you just answered. I was just going to clarify, although in 2012, we gave them credit for the Crest square footage, we took it away from them in 16 by bumping it back up to 250 and put the minimum square footage or sales per square foot in there.
250 is still the total. The credit still applies. So it's what they have left to do is about 145,000 square feet.
But they have to do it, but
change.
they've got that, but they've also got the square footage, the sales requirement in there.
Right. With the sales requirement, I think it was over 200 a square foot. It depends on the size of the store. It can vary. We raised it quite a bit, and then they would have to show that they met that for the first year of operation.
But my point is they can't just build a shell and meet the square footage requirement because there's a square footage requirement and there's a sales per square foot requirement.
Right. The sales per square foot requirement is defined for those stores that not only get the incentives, but that go towards the 250,000 square foot.
Okay.
Has Chris
Yeah.
meeting that sales requirement?
Sales has you.
I haven't looked at it recently, but I think they were meeting and exceeding last time we looked.
Councilmember Hickman.
Looking at your last bullet here, appears it was in April of 2016, which is before I was on council. I think before most of us were on council. It says something about UTC to sell land to city for a regional draw entertainment venue south of Rock Creek Road. We've heard a lot of discussion about a regional draw, and I assume this is not the arena that's been previously being discussed. Can you tell us a little history about what was this entertainment venue south of Rock Creek Road that this land was contemplated to be for?
I think at that time, it was before we had done any of the master planning with RTKL, but I think some ideas were being thrown around because of the changing face of retail. So I think everyone was just kind of recognizing that you're probably going to have some entertainment component to make to improve the whole district and be a regional draw. And
What were
so
some of the ideas thrown around? If you don't, do you remember?
I'll let
A
Jeff.
theater was one of them.
I think the theater was one, and Jeff may.
Yes, Mr. Bryant.
Yes, actually, it was an arena. At that time, the county had commissioned a study with CSNL, I think in 2015, where they had looked at doing an arena that was south of Rock Creek Road, but just north of Embassy Suites. So as we were negotiating this development agreement, not only did it make sense for us to move the 2-acre donation north of Embassy Suites, and also secure additional acreage for that cultural facility element. The UTC developers also agreed then to sell us additional land at $5.50 a square foot that was originally the conceptual spot for the arena. So it was the arena. It was that project that was looked at when the county did the CSNL study. As time went on, then this new proposal to move the arena north of Rock Creek is what took shape, and that's what we've been focusing on since then. And we didn't do it without talking with the UTC people. I know they do have representatives here tonight, and the UTC people were actually all in favor of the arena project moving north as well.
We didn't discuss, the council wasn't discussing that arena project. That was with the county.
Right. The study, the mayor was asking, the county was the ones doing the study, but certainly they shared that study with city staff. And as we were negotiating this development agreement, we did advise the council of why we had those placeholders in that development agreement number 5, not only for the cultural facility, but also the opportunity to buy additional land at $5 a square
Yes, I
foot.
remember all that.
And then additional land to buy at $5.50 a square foot. So yes, we discussed all that with council, and that formed the basis of that development agreement.
Councilmember Wilson.
That answered my question. Thank you.
Councilmember Bierman.
I just had a clarification about the square footage and sales requirements for the Lifestyle Center. The 250,000 square footage requirement, that is to avoid paying expenditures for Legacy Park and infrastructure, whereas the retail sales minimums are to achieve incentive payments, correct?
The original structure was just as you said, but with amendment number 1 to development agreement number 5, and I thank Councilmember Castleberry for reminding me of this, we did change that so that to qualify for credit towards your 250,000 square foot maximum or minimum requirement, it had to meet these retail sales per square foot.
Okay, so now it's kind of merged. You need the 250,000 square foot plus retail sales
Right.
to avoid paying, but you still need those retail sales in order to qualify for incentives.
Right.
Okay.
And that's the last slide I have. The one other question that Councilmember Carter had was about the makeup of the Statutory Review Committee, and I'll just briefly.
Councilmember Hickman.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Question.
Before you finish, Catherine, I'm sorry. I did have a question going back to the slide on the cultural facility.
Mhm.
Looking at the list here under council actions, the last action relating to the cultural facility was again before I was on council, and most of us were on council. So the question I have is, the one thing that we have done since I've been on council is we did a resolution to use these culture facility funds for a senior center. That resolution, as you know, passed unanimously by this council, but was soundly rejected by the UNP TIF statutory committee. So we're back, I guess, to square one. And the question I have is, what discussions have there been about what this money could be spent on for a culture facility? And is there any reason to accumulate these funds for a culture facility, considering that there does not appear to be any community consensus on what I'm aware of, at least, maybe some are aware of, what this culture facility money could be used for, since the unanimously approved resolution of this council was rejected?
We had one public meeting, I think, to discuss specifically ideas for the cultural facility, although I think we've heard from a number of citizens through the years of different ideas. The project we heard the most at that public meeting in 2012 was the Pisces project, which of course was part of Norman Forward. Other things that have been mentioned include the Weather Museum, a Gymnastics Hall of Fame, which I think is housed in Oklahoma City somewhere. But you're right, there's been no decision made. And so, whatever a cultural facility is determined to be will be up to this council and possibly the statutory TIF review committee.
Well, actually, just a clarification, it doesn't seem to me that it's really up to this council based on what I've seen occur in the last few months, considering that a unanimous resolution was passed by this council, but then rejected and therefore not going to be what happened. So I guess I'm unsure when you say up to this council, what do you mean by that?
Well, the project plan doesn't give a lot of definition to what a cultural facility is. There is some language talking about a cultural facility and tying it to a regional draw, I think. I don't recall the exact language, but and so my recollection is the statutory TIF committee didn't think the tie was made with a regional draw. And so it is up to this council, but it still would have to be consistent with the project plan, or it would require possibly a amendment by the statutory TIF committee.
The resolution that was passed unanimously by the council was to send that idea on to the statutory committee, and it also had to go to the oversight committee. That's what the resolution said, that we wanted it to go to them for consideration. That's what the resolution did. And that's what we did. And they came and they sent back their recommendation to us, and we haven't done anything with it. So it's still up to us. Councilmember Castleberry.
I would also clarify that this cultural facility money was meant to be spent inside the TIF, inside the increment area. And if I remember right, statutory review committee had some heartburn with it being outside the increment district and not being on those acres that were, we talked about this being south of Embassy or north of Embassy Suites, that it didn't necessarily, that was one of their concerns, I guess, was it wasn't where they said it was going to be and it wasn't being spent in the area. Is that?
The project area and increment district, I just wanted to distinguish between the two. The project area goes all the way over to flood.
Right.
And so it would be on the land that was proposed, be in the project area. So project costs can be spent there. I think the concern was that's not the increment district. So whatever is spent in that area does not generate money that helps pay the TIF project cost. The increment district is more narrow. It's just I-35 to the airport, generally Tecumseh to Robinson. And so that's where the TIF revenues are generated from. It doesn't include Southwest Wire and.
Right, statutory review committee is basically the taxing jurisdictions. Right. And as the actors say, one of their concerns were if we put that over in the project area, it would be a non-ad valorem tax generating project versus in the increment district, you would have the fee in lieu of.
Right. In the increment district, there's a covenant, and then it's required in some of the agreements that even if it's a tax exempt entity, it pays a fee in lieu of property tax. But that's only for the increment district. It doesn't apply to the project area. So that's correct. Right. If a senior center or any other project cost was spent in the project area, but not the increment district, it wouldn't necessarily have to pay any property taxes if it continues to be institutionally owned land.
Okay.
Councilmember Hickman. Councilmember Wilson.
So I know that it is legal to then direct funds from the increment area outside the project area into like the fairgrounds, which has been suggested. But I just want to get clarification that expo center or whatever it's called in the fairgrounds would not generate increment that would pay down any debt. Am I correct?
I'm going to let Jeff or Emily answer that because I haven't really been involved in those discussions.
Yeah, the suggestion from the county as we started working through this new proposal was that they had an interest in doing a multi-purpose facility at the Cleveland County Fairgrounds. And I'm understanding that would be owned by the county, so that would not generate any ad valorem revenue. They also had a draft study they had shared with us from CSNL also that did have a projection of what type of sales tax revenue would be generated by this facility. And it seemed like it was a couple of $100,000 a year or so. going in sales tax. But it was a draft and it had not been finalized. But certainly, as we've discussed that, if council at some point decided to amend the project plan to include that as a component, that would also be subject to a development agreement process. And it would be our recommendation that you would ask the county to finalize their economic development study and prove up their project, just like any other project, before we would allocate any increment towards such a project.
Would it be appropriate then for us to get a fee in lieu of for the increment?
That certainly would be something we could discuss as we were working through the amendment to the project plan, or even in a development agreement.
Thank you.
Just real quickly, I'll outline who's on the statutory review committee, since that was one of the specific questions. It's a representative from the Planning Commission, a county commissioner, someone representing the county, someone representing Norman Public Schools, the county health department, and the Moore Norman Technical Center, and the Pioneer Library System. And then the mayor chairs the meeting, and there are 3 at-large members. All of those other entities, with the exception of Planning Commission, are taxing jurisdictions that are impacted by TIFs if they impact ad valorem or apportion ad valorem revenues. And so that's why they are called to serve on that committee. And so that's who's represented on any statutory TIF committee. So with that, I will turn this back over to Anthony. Actually, no. If I can get to the next slide. Yes.
Okay, so I want to talk about what we have done versus what we might do in the future. And it's important to distinguish between authorizations and obligations. What I'm talking about here is what under the project plan is authorized to be done, the things that are remaining authorized to be done. So we've talked about, or Catherine talked about the $429,000 that's authorized left for traffic and roadway improvements. There are funds left authorized for Legacy Park and for public art and landscaping. And some of those funds came from leftover money from Rock Creek Overpass that, as was discussed, was moved in one of the development agreements from the authorization for Rock Creek Overpass to Legacy Park. There are remaining authorizations for that cultural facility that was talked about. There's remaining authorization for the Lifestyle Center incentives, and as you'll note, none of those funds have been used to date. And there's remaining authorization for economic development incentives. Totally speaking, there's $25 million left authorized to be spent. And it's just important to understand that if it's authorized, that does not mean that it has to be spent. It's just authorized under the project plan. This fly is killing me. It's following me around. So the things that we are obligated to do, as I understand it, are the first 2 bullets here. We are authorized and obligated to make the remaining $150,000 of payments to the bid district. We've made $750,000 of payments of the $900,000 that we were obligated to do in development agreement number 3. And we are obligated to spend another $150,000. We plan to do that over the next 3 fiscal years, $75,000 this year, $50,000 the next, and $25,000 the year after that. We are obligated to continue the project that is already in the works, and that's what I was trying to discuss earlier for the Robinson and Crossroad improvements. That is a project that is already in the books. $1,327,000 remains in that allocation that you've already made. It's just like any other street program that you do. Some of those funds are allocated for design. Some of those funds are allocated for right-of-way acquisition or for utility relocation. Some of those funds are for construction costs that will match the ACOG funds that we hope to get in the next 2 years. But that is an ongoing project. Council has already authorized a contract with Garver Engineering that is ongoing for the final design of those improvements. When that final design is presented, we will proceed with right-of-way acquisition if it's necessary and utility relocations if they're necessary, and the money's already in the bank to do that.
Anthony, do you remember how much the ODOT match is for that?
As I remember, the total project is about $4.2 million, and the city portion is about 1.2. Is that in the ballpark?
So it's whether 5.5 minus the 1.3.
Yeah, what is in the budget and what has been allocated already is the city's portion. So utility relocation, right-of-way acquisition, design, and the city's portion, the 80-20 match for construction. And you've already allocated those funds. Now, those are all of the obligations as I understand them, but there are some recommended expenditures that have been made to the council.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Bierman.
Hi, Anthony. Before you move on from the crossroads improvement. So just to clarify and make sure everyone understands, when you say in the books, that means this 1.3 million is already here. The city's obligation for that project has basically already been banked.
It's already been banked. It's already been budgeted. It's a capital project that's already sitting out there waiting for, you've done the design contract. You're going to do a utility relocation contract with some contractor. Then the state probably will do a construction contract with a contractor that city will match, just as you're going to do for the 12th Street East project. It's very similar.
So no matter what we do with the TIF, no matter what the future of the TIF is, that project is underway. That project's going to proceed. That project's going to be completed from the city's
Perspective, yes.
Great, thanks.
There's a recommendation that came from the TIF oversight.
Councilmember Hickman.
Sorry, Anthony. Just a quick follow-up on that point from Councilmember Bierman. Is the developer in the TIF, whatever, are they contributing any funds to this Robinson Street project that we've been discussing?
Not as currently planned. There's a recommendation that came from the TIF oversight.
Councilmember Wilson.
I'm sorry. It would help me if you raise your hand.
It's me. Okay, and back to that same topic. I'm sorry. I think that this is awesome, by the way, that we're doing this. We're getting a lot of good questions out here, a lot of good answers. If we ended the TIF, would the developer then be on the hook for some of those funds as well? Would that change her relationship? We'll call her her.
Probably so. Again, the developments on the other side of an interstate highway would not ordinarily be the requirement of the developer to make. Under the project plan, however, that became part of the TIF project. So my estimation would be that if there were no TIF project plan,
And that goes away too.
then that requirement would go away.
Cool, thank you.
Councilmember Bierman.
Just one more time, Anthony, on this
Yeah, I'm gonna-
improvements project. When you say the money is banked, that the money is already there. So if we ended the TIF tomorrow, no more funds coming in from the TIF. Is that money already there and that project would happen?
Yes, ma'am. I believe, again, just if we pay off the notes, there's $10 million left in the bank. Part of that $10 million is going to go to pay for these things that we are obligated to do. The number one of which is those Robinson Crossroads improvements.
Okay, so it wouldn't come out of the general fund. It would come out of what's already in the bank, in the TIF fund, and wouldn't have an impact on the general.
Unless council changed their minds on the plans that they've already made.
Thanks.
Councilmember Castleberry.
That's just what I want to clarify. We talked about if we ended the TIF, we could take that $10 million and it would all go to the general fund. Well, 8 million would go back to the county and stuff like this, but I think you just clarified that as the money, part of the $10 million, this is part of it.
Yes,
It's
ma'am.
not separated. It's
I
not
believe that these things have to be
done.
Yes.
So what's the difference between the 1.3 and the 429,000? Where's that difference come from?
The difference would either come from the council deciding to allocate it from available TIF revenues, or you could probably try to enforce development agreement number 1 and ask the developer to pay for it. But again, under your current plan, you've already allocated those funds, and I believe that they would come from the $10 million. You have a negative on the traffic and roadway allocation.
But we've only authorized 429,000. So where's the $1,000,003? It's unauthorized.
Council has the authority to, just as you did with the Rock Creek overpass, to use some of the funds from one of the other authorizations toward that.
So it would take council action.
Yes, it would take council action.
So it's not banked. It would take council action. Council could reject it.
At the same time that you would approve the design contract or the utility relocation contract or the construction matching contract, you would allocate those funds.
But then at that point in time, council will make the decision whether it came out of TIF revenues, if they were available, or would come out of the capital fund or general fund or.
That's one thing you could do, yes.
Okay.
In my estimation, council's plan right now has been for several years.
Sure. Yes. Well, okay. I'm sure it clarifies it, but.
Okay, he says no, so go ahead. I know it's hard since you're not seeing hands. Can we just have people hold up their hands and let me recognize them?
No, I'll wait. Just.
Okay, so let's do this for the speakers, since it's hard for them to tell. Let's go ahead and raise hands like we do in a study session, but just remember, I have to call on you before she'll still has to turn on your mic. So she has to know which person's been called on to next, but we'll do hands and that'll help. What do you think?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. It's harder for me to do it this way too.
Okay.
Oh, now no one wants to talk.
Okay, so those are the obligations. Within the remaining authorizations, you have an oversight committee recommendation to build a parking lot for Legacy Park. Now, remember, that was in the plans originally, and previous councils specifically did not want to put parking in Legacy Park. But you have an outstanding recommendation from the oversight committee to build that. It's about 35 spaces that would turn off of the frontage road to serve Legacy Park. You have an oversight committee recommendation to appoint the public art committee that was called for in development agreement number 1, and thereby move forward with that public art authorization. Again, that's not an obligation, it's an obligation, and it is a recommendation from your TIF oversight committee that you move forward.
1 point something.
The authorization is $1.5 million for public art and $750,000 for enhanced landscaping throughout Legacy Park. It does not, throughout University North Park. It does not necessarily have to be in Legacy Park. As has been mentioned, there was an oversight and statutory committee review recommendation that you add an additional project for a senior citizen center, that you not use the cultural facility authorization, but that you add a project. Again, that's not an obligation, that's a recommendation. And I think that is all of my presentation. And if there are no further questions, I'll turn it over to Ms. Pomeroy to talk about the specific steps that will be involved in ending University North Park TIF number 2.
Is this from Mr. Francisco? Okay, Councilmember Hickman.
Anthony, how much money
No.
do we have available to go towards outstanding remaining project costs? So like if I'm looking at your slide that has UNP TIF authorizations versus expenditures, and there's 25 million in theory remaining of authorized expenditures, if we netted everything else out, we have $10 million in the bank now towards that 25 million.
Yes, sir. And you're adding about $6 million a year. $4 million from sales tax, $2 million from property tax.
Okay, so then if I just make sure I understand this right. So if I was to subtract the 8.75 million for a culture facility from the 25 million, that would be the, then the remaining authorizations if that was no longer an authorized project cost.
Could you repeat that question?
let's say that the culture facility, that 8.75 million was no longer an authorized project cost because we don't know what we're going to do with that, obviously, as our community. So if I subtracted that amount from the 25 million, would that be the new balance of what's the remaining authorized project costs?
Yes, sir. Ms. Pomeroy will talk about the steps to do that, but yes, the target will now be 17 million roughly. And we'd have 10 million and adding about $6 million a year. So we'd have the money in the bank to do all of the authorized projects then in about a year.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Castleberry.
So to kind of follow up on that, the Weather Museum or something comes in and says they want to spend $20 million to build a facility. And they say, no, oh, by the way, we want our $8.7 million that you guys, then it would become an obligation? Or?
Okay, so if the timing of that was that the project plan had been amended such that there were no longer an authorization for cultural facility incentives,
then it wouldn't be out there.
it wouldn't be out.
But if somebody came forward in good faith saying, hey, we want to do this, and if I spent a couple of years working on this because I want to use this money, then as long as there hadn't been any major project plan change, we would be obligated to do that. Same thing with Legacy Park. I mean, the Legacy, the Lifestyle Center incentive.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
To consider
Sure.
it in good faith. Yes, sir.
Yeah. I guess this would be a question for legal. If, since we don't know what these things are, somebody comes out of the blue and says, hey, I want to build this cultural facility and it qualifies or like this. And then we said, oh, sorry, last month we took that out of there. Do we have any legal obligation on that? Or is it because we've already taken out the project plan, we're okay? Or
Yeah, that question
Be
is a
timing.
great segue into
Okay.
Ms. Pomeroy's presentation about what is actually contained in the contractual agreements that prior councils have approved over the years.
okay, she's going to address it. That's fine.
Before she
Okay.
does,
Okay.
I've had a request for a bathroom break, so we'll take 5 minutes, which always goes to 10 minutes. But we won't take 10 because it'll go 15. All right, Ms. Walker.
thank you. Okay. So just to summarize, these are the contractual agreements that still have some obligations that apply to the TIF authority. The print's a little small, I apologize. So as I said earlier, we have development agreement number 1 with the roadway improvements. There's a small portion remaining of the 11.55 million. And under that agreement, additional costs are the developer's responsibility. Under development agreement number 3, it obligated or called for 1.5 million, up to 1.5 million to be spent on public art and up to 750,000 to be spent on enhanced landscaping. Under development agreement number 5, this is the agreement dealing in part with the regional draw lifestyle center component. It reaffirmed the existence of possible incentives up to 8.25 million with the deadline of 2023 or 2026 if the design is walkable. The penalty for the frontage road and Legacy Park construction. There was a credit, and I should have mentioned this earlier, I apologize, against that for the cultural facility land donations. So if the city desires to move forward with that, they do get a credit against their penalty for that. And then, of course, the reduced rate on the purchase of additional acreage if needed. Development agreement number 6 is our quality jobs incentive with Emmy. So we've made some payments of around $70,000 in payments so far, and it's calls for payments through 2023 up to $770,000 max. And then we also, under that agreement, we capped Emmy's bid assessment payment, and NEDC pays the other portion of that. And then the Business Improvement District, of course, also has the maintenance obligations of, it's actually 150,000 remaining. And then finally, the Economic Development Agreement called for the NEDC purchase of 60 acres, which has been done, but it did also pledge accumulated economic development TIF revenues for debt service and carrying costs, and then made available TIF notes up to $16.5 million for economic development costs. The outstanding debt on the economic development land is about $3.2 million, excluding interest, and so that's still out there as well. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Emily Pomeroy to discuss the remainder of the presentation.
Hi, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm Emily Pomeroy. I am Development Legal Counsel to the City of Norman. I've been asked to talk about the statutory process of terminating the existing increment district number 2, if that's what council decides to do. As you know, tax increment financing in the state of Oklahoma is governed by the Local Development Act. That's what we've been talking about over the last several months, and that's still the framework that we're in. The Local Development Act states that a city ordinance that approves a project plan may be repealed, modified, or amended by subsequent action of the city. Just wanted to point out that it may not be repealed, modified, or amended if there are outstanding bonds, unless there's approval of those bondholders. So that relates to the issue that Anthony was talking about before, that I know you guys are very familiar with the outstanding bond. So if the increment district is terminated, then the county assessor ceases the apportionment of ad valorem taxes, and the city ceases the method of apportionment of the sales taxes. So there are kind of 2 options here under the statute in terms of termination. To terminate after the collection of an appropriate amount to pay all authorized project costs would simply require the passage of an ordinance by city council terminating the apportionment. So all authorized project costs currently is the $54,725,000. As you've heard in the previous part of the presentation, there's $25 million remaining in authorized project costs from the full $54 million. Also, as Anthony indicated, that is likely based on recent collections of increment that's likely to be collected in 2021, sometime in fiscal year 2021. Another method for termination would be considering terminating prior to the collection of the full amount to pay all authorized project costs. That would require an amendment to the project plan to decrease or remove remaining authorized project costs. By my estimation and reading the statute, that is a change in the character or purpose of the project plan. We've talked about the difference between a minor and a major amendment in previous council settings. A major amendment to the project plan requires consideration by the review committee and then consideration by this body in 2 public hearings. One reason council might choose not to pursue that method is because it would require the termination or renegotiation or some combination thereof of the outstanding contractual obligations that Catherine just discussed with you. We have outstanding development agreements to which the city is a party. So we would need to examine those to make sure that we can either renegotiate those or meet those obligations. As Anthony talked about, after repayment, after paying off the bonds, there would be approximately $10 million available to pay authorized project costs. There's $25 million remaining in authorized project costs. So we would need to figure out and address, there are potentially development agreements that are appropriate for renegotiation and or termination where some of those costs could be reduced. If we wait until 2021, when all of those, when enough increment is collected to pay authorized project costs, then that's a different scenario. Then it's in your hands to terminate without going back to the review committee for a major amendment. One other thing that I might mention there was a question about the cultural facility There would need to be a negotiated development agreement to provide any authorized project cost, the 8.75 million, for the cultural facility. Development agreement number 5, as Catherine reported to you, does provide for the donation of the land, but a development agreement would need to be entered into if someone came to the city with a proposal to say this museum or this facility, that would need to be in a development agreement that this body would approve before the 8.75 would be obligated contractually.
Councilmember Bierman.
Well, you just answered one of my 2 questions. My first question was, it's not like someone can come and build what they consider to be a cultural facility and say, where's my money?
Right, absolutely.
Okay. My second question is, does the TIF ordinance say must pay 54.725 million, or does it say up to 54.75 million? I don't have the language in front of me, but I feel like I saw the words up to.
Right, that's a cap. That's a cap. So we cannot allocate more than the $54 million in authorized project costs.
But it's not obligating us to pay
No,
explicitly 54.725 million.
no, that's correct. That's correct.
Thanks.
Councilmember Castleberry.
So you talked about this would be to amend the project plan. So walk me through that process again as far as amending the project plan. We would make an amendment to change it somehow. That would go back to the Statutory Review Committee for their input. They would approve it or deny it, and then we'd come back to council. If they denied it and we still want to do it, council can override them with a supermajority or regular majority.
Supermajority,
So that's 7 votes?
6 votes.
6 votes. Okay.
So if I might elaborate on that a little bit, I see 2 different paths
Right.
that I've tried to, but if the decision of council was to terminate prior to, let's just say 2021 for ease of conversation, prior to the collection of all the amounts necessary to pay authorized project costs, then it would require an amendment, which would go to the review committee and then back to council.
I mean, the first one is just an automatic deal. We don't do anything.
You
It
pass
just-
an
it just
ordinance.
happens.
You pass an ordinance.
Well, once we collect that money, we would just, we would pass an ordinance, but it's really more,
Right, it simply just ceases the apportionment.
right.
Yeah,
But
it's very.
we'd be required to, wouldn't we?
You,
I mean, we couldn't collect more than $54 million.
that's correct. You could not collect more than $54 million, right? And any expenditure of the $54 million, Councilwoman Bierman, this kind of goes to your question, has to be subject to a development agreement. And that's why we wanted to be sure to talk to you about the existing contractual obligations, because there's, authorized project costs in the project plan, and then contractual obligations in these development agreements that the city and the Tax Increment Financing Authority are parties to. So I just want the council to be aware of those, potential risks and need to potentially renegotiate the terms of those if we want to go with, option 2 here. I'm looking around because that's all I have. Anthony, do you want to wrap up? Unless there are more questions for me, then I'll.
Councilmember Carter.
Okay, I'm, new, so I'm trying to get up to speed a little bit on some of the players and things that are going on. So who is Rob Collette?
He is a owner of University Town Center, which is the developer in the southern portion of University North Park.
Okay.
I'm not sure if owner is the right term, but he's a member of University Town Center.
And then John Cheek.
I don't know.
Their legal counsel and their partners here in the audience, if you had questions of them.
Would that be Myrna Latham or Frank Hill? Who are that?
That's legal counsel for the OU Foundation or UNP.
Okay. How about Roy Oliver or Brad Goodwin?
Brad Goodwin is that gentleman sitting there, raised his hand.
Okay.
And Roy Oliver, I think, is a partner with the UTC group, along with Brad and
So
Rob.
Ms. Pomeroy, are you familiar with something Mr. Hill, who worked, Frank Hill, I guess he's attorney for the foundation? He's proposed what would be called the grand bargain, where the UTC would get a carried interest in the UNP, and where the city would release UTC from the $8.3 million penalty allow and be granted the covenant north, or releasing the covenant north of Rock Creek Road. Are you familiar with that at all?
We've been endeavoring to, in relationship to the proposed Callison RTKL master plan, endeavoring to analyze what would need to happen in order to pursue that project, if that's the will of council. So of course, University North Park, as owner of that property, is a key player. They're also the entity that is proposing the project, and the need to address the covenants that is north of Rock Creek Road would be something that would be part and parcel of the proposed development north of Rock Creek Road. So I don't know what all of the details of this grand bargain are, but we have absolutely been in conversations with this entity to see if this is a project that can even be something that would be amenable to the city.
So in this grand bargain, they are basically giving UTC. So UTC was given several years ago credit for the Crest Foods, which was an alleviation of their responsibility to develop a certain square footage of the lifestyle center, correct?
It was counted as a credit towards the square footage in exchange for other concessions that Catherine spoke to earlier.
And what were the other concessions? Do you recall?
Well, as I understood her to say, that it was coupled with the need to provide certain sales per square foot. And then I know that development agreement number 5 had lots of give and take between those two entities. I don't know the details. Maybe we could go back to that slide if we need to readdress those.
Would it be possible for you to brief the council on the details of this grand bargain?
I mean, I'm not equipped to do that.
Yeah, there's no bargain that has been made. Those were settlement discussions, exploring ways that the parties might be able to work together to move the project forward. But no, there's been no bargain that's been made, that's been approved by council or anybody else. But yes, as Ms. Pomeroy has mentioned, there certainly have been discussions for quite some time, probably over a year, with both UNP representatives, UTC representatives of the city, to see if there's some way to move forward on this entertainment district arena project.
Well, at the last council meeting, you seemed that UTC had just willingly, out of the good faith, I got the impression from you, released their covenant for retail development north of Rock Creek Road. But I actually have a copy of what's called a grand bargain, and it's got all of these people's names on it, including, a spot for the mayor to sign it. And, it outlines all of these proposals. And it looks to me like they're getting an $8 million, they're not having to do they're getting an $8 million relieved of the obligation to do the lifestyle center, the cultural center, an $8 million penalty, giving the city $2 million worth of, or 2 acres of land, an option on the land. And among other things, that seems like a fairly large consideration for releasing this covenant. Am I wrong there, or?
I think there are a lot of complexities to that discussion. I do think it would be appropriate to hear from UTC about what they thought was in it for them and their particular development. They are here tonight. If the entertainment district were to move forward, I don't know that they were focused so much on the penalty. I think they do believe that if the entertainment district went forward, that it would actually enhance their ability to achieve the regional draw retail component that was in the original project plan. But I don't want to speak for them. They are here to speak for themselves if you have questions of them.
Somebody want to come forward, and you want to?
Are they here?
Where did he get? What is that agreement?
Council, I'm Sally Hassan-Fratz, an attorney with Phillips Murrah and representing UTC. Our purpose here of coming here today was to talk about the support that we have for the existing TIF and talk about the support that we have for University North Park and doing the arena and the entertainment district and the completing the RTKL plan, the master plan. And we were instrumental in supportive of their efforts. So we wanted to share that with you.
So, Councilmember Carter, do you have some
Oh, I'm on?
specific
Oh, okay.
questions?
Yeah, so I know that one of the community, one of the biggest concerns of the community is, I don't think anyone's arguing about cannibalization that exists with this development, but the degree. And would you say that was a concern with your developers, the UTC folks?
Cannibalization from other
From a
retail
development
places.
north, is that why they had a covenant restricting retail development north of Rock Creek Road?
Well, that's been around for some time. I'm not sure of the exact, of the nature of that covenant and why that was there, but it seemed to me that the south part was retail and the north part was to be the business development area. And so, yeah, I think that there's some truth to that.
Yeah, so are you familiar with if the UTC owners, we'll call them owners, I guess, and I quote, feel there was a serious negative consequence that the promotional activities of the city and the UNP in the marketing and proposed entertainment area, arena, and related retail developments have had on UTC's development activities?
Well, I think that anytime there's uncertainty with these developments take a long, long time. And anytime there's uncertainty, just like this process right here, to terminate the TIF, that creates uncertainty for the developers. And I think those sorts of things do undermine their opportunities.
And so are you aware of any major retailers and developers with existing tenants that have canceled meetings and ceased consideration of proposals with respect to the UTC property since this arena idea came out?
Well, I would have to say that those are kind of private in nature, those sorts of things.
So you can't answer yes or no?
I'm not willing to
Just to say that?
say that.
Well, I do feel like it's a big concern of this overall community that this project and moving forward with this project would continue to cannibalize the businesses that exist here in Norman, the owner operated, where people actually own their land and work out of their building, their families done this, where they might lease, and operate a building or a business out of their facility. And it looks like to me that UTC shares these same concerns about this area. Would that be a fair thing?
I don't think I could say that for them. I think that what they would say is that they're very supportive of the university's efforts and they've been investors in the plan, the master plan. And we look forward to continuing with the existing TIF.
Explain to me
that's
what a
what we would
shared
hope.
interest is. What's a shared interest for a horse doctor to know what that means?
A shared interest?
Yeah, what would a 20% shared interest in the north half development represent to someone? What would that be? Would they be like owning 20% of UNP? Is that what that would mean?
I don't know what you're referring to.
I'm referring to this grand bargain where Mr. Hill proposes a 20% shared interest in the UNP for UTC and its other 22 some owners.
Well, sometimes in the scheme of things, people, if the project were to go forward, there might be certain arrangements that would be made. What we're seeing today is that that there is serious opposition to that going forward. So, I doubt that those things would.
But one of the
go into
obstacles, that has been here, I think these guys over here probably thought that this was going to pass. They had 5 votes up here, but there's been a lot of negotiation in what, I mean, you present it as if UTC is just excited about this new development, but they're excited because they've been offered a 20% share interest. Is that true or not true?
There's, I can't speak to that.
So,
I mean, there's a lot to
let's
be
just
done
let's just
to,
say if someone offered to relieve you of $8 million in penalties, the obligation to build an $8 million cultural facility, an $8 million lifestyle facility, plus gave you a 20% shared interest, you might have a fairly strong opinion that that's a good idea.
I'm not sure we should speak in hypotheticals, frankly.
Okay, no more questions.
Part of our coming here was to let the council know that we stand lockstep with the university. We think that the development has been a success. UTC has been here since 2005, and they've devoted substantial time and effort and energy in those development activities. And we're frankly very proud of what's happened here. We think it's been a big success. We think that, that the continuation of that success would be to do the proposal that was on the table, and that involves the master plan. And so we wanted to be here to express that opinion. We wanted to be here to express that when there's uncertainty in the public process and when things are changed significantly, that can undermine the developers' opportunities. And so development is about timing, it's about momentum, and we think that this process would likely have a serious detrimental effect on that. We wanted to also point out that, some people have said that, the development would occur without the TIF. And we just want to clarify that from UTC's standpoint, UTC would not be the developer without this TIF because it has provided substantial infrastructure that would not be funded by UTC. So we think it's been a huge success. We think that there are opportunities for the city of Norman, beyond OU, but for the city to really enhance and take advantages of those. And the opportunity is now to do that. Without those, sometimes I think it all is about momentum and timing. And some of these things are coming together right now with the potential arena that is available. We need to do, the residential and different things like that, all the things that are embraced by the master plan. And so we just wanted to come here to say that the decisions that you guys are making now will have a long-term and very lasting effect. We think there's opportunity to move forward and embrace the things that have been in discussions in the master plan. And so that's our purpose for coming here. We're not trying to renegotiate anything right now or do anything else. That's our purpose.
Mr. Carter, Councilmember Gardner has one more.
While you have said this is not hypothetical. I have the emails right here in front of me, and even though Mr. Bryant says he's never heard of the grand bargain, I've got his email describing the parameters of the grand bargain. So I think these have been fair questions that you haven't answered. Just wanted to leave you with that comment.
Councilmember Castleberry.
I'd like to get back to the topic of the study session. I didn't realize this was a deposition, but I would ask Dr. Carter, if you have information since you've presented it in a public meeting, can you give it to the rest of us?
I think I'm going to hold my cards.
I think it's a public document now.
We'll see.
Mr. Bryant, if you introduce something in a public meeting, is it not a public document? I think the public needs to see it. I know the rest of council members like to see it.
If you could just indicate where you got it, I'm sure they would be glad to share it.
We can talk about it later.
Okay. Nice transparency there. Okay, anyway, so it looks like the next step was, the next slide was next steps. One issue that what didn't get addressed I want to talk about was what's the effect on the county and the ad valorem. Will somebody address Norman Public Schools?
Yes.
I mean, the next slide just says, next direction doesn't say anything about, we're talking about stuff. I'd like to be, if we could make sure, I want to address, because I'm concerned about that. And I don't know who's,
Okay, just let me say that
Okay.
my plan was for us to get through this document, then to allow the taxing jurisdictions that are represented. I think that Dr. Bowen had to leave, so we still have a representative from the county. And I know I talked to Nick today, and I plan to recognize them to also talk. The taxing jurisdictions are the ones.
right, they're affected also. So I think I want to know the ramifications.
Right.
Help me make an informed decision. And I would, again, I'd like to request Dr. Carter, if you have information, please share it with us so we can. I have no idea. You read excerpts from an email and that kind of stuff. I have no idea where it's come from. I mean, from a transparency standpoint, I would just request that you share it with your fellow council members, unless you would like us to do the same going forward. And I don't think anybody's benefited if.
Whatever you got, Robert, get it on.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about
Okay.
withholding information from the, I mean, I would just wish we'd all share information if you've got it.
Okay, gentlemen,
A lot of us wish.
we'll
Okay.
talk about this afterwards, where the information
Information came from.
I've never seen any of the information, so we can,
Okay, I just
Talk
would like
about
to see it also if it's, could be.
let's try to
So-
get through the subject of the meeting. Councilmember Hickman?
I'm not feeling well, so I'm going to have to leave here in just a few minutes. I apologize for that. I've tried to stay as long as I could. But I wanted to say that I do think we should move forward with this discussion, and certainly we should give notice on the bond as Anthony has recommended. I know that that's the thing that is of a time-sensitive nature, and I just wanted to at least say, from my perspective, that if that means a resolution on the next council agenda, whatever that process is, I do think that we should move forward with that. I am deeply concerned and troubled by the things that I've heard tonight. I've sat up here and talked a great deal about this process and the lack of transparency in this process and the role that people have played in this process and my concerns about the process. And tonight, hearing even more concerns about the process. In my younger days, I did a lot of oil and gas work, and I know what a carried interest is. And I'm concerned if the city is, well, I'm just concerned about the things that I've heard and the role that some folks associated with the city may or may not have been involved in that. And I think those are questions that do need to be considered and discussed. I'm not sure I understand how we got to the point that a document was in draft form or in some form that had already been prepared and being circulated. It seems like certainly getting the cart before the horse. And I'm, I hate to be the one that keeps banging the drum about process and transparency and process and transparency. But again, it sounds like that's an issue that we have.
Councilmember Bierman?
So I did want to echo Councilmember Castleberry's request to hear from the taxing jurisdictions. I think that that's part of our due diligence. But I would also like to know from our finance director, it's been stated that UTC has been a huge success. And I would just like to know if, in his professional opinion, this has been a huge success for the city as a whole, and whether or not this is something that we should continue doing. What has the impact been on our city budget? And, is this something that we should consider continuing in this form or in a future form?
University North Park has been a huge success in the standpoint that it has generated the sales and property taxes for the most part that it was programmed to do. If that is the standard by which you judge success, then it has been successful. We, at the outset of the presentation, stated the objectives. Some of them have been met, some of them have not. But the majority of them have. So you could say that from that standpoint, it's been a success. From the standpoint of the impact on the city's general fund and capital fund operations, as soon as we can get to that $54 million, or whatever council decides is the standpoint at which we would stop apportioning sales tax, in my opinion, the city's general fund and capital fund would be better off. So it would really be a decision about what you consider to be success. But on balance, I would say that the University North Park 2006 project plan has been a success, and we have met most of its objectives.
Thanks.
Okay, are we back to Emily? Okay, all right. That was the end of your presentation then. You're done? Okay. I spoke to Dr. Migliorino this morning. He is quite ill and could not come tonight, and he asked that Brenda Burkett, their Chief Financial Officer, come and present for him. He wanted me to relay that he has studied and been a part of this whole process, and that he would like everyone to understand how passionate he feels about this project and the good that it has done for Norman Public Schools, particularly in these times where funding has been so difficult and unpredictable at the state level, and how important it is for the children of our community. So with that, I believe that Brenda has a letter from Dr. Migliorino.
Thank you, Mayor Miller. I am reading the letter that Dr. Nick prepared for me to read for you guys. To Norman City Council and Mayor Miller, I want to start by expressing my regret that, due to an illness, I am not able to be in attendance with you this evening. Even though I am absent in body, this is a critical issue for our district that impacts the students of Norman Public Schools directly, and because of that, I want to be sure I express to you my thoughts on the issue. There has been much discussion about the proposed University North Park Entertainment District and the associated financing mechanism necessary to bring the development project to fruition. As superintendent of Norman Public Schools, I want to make sure that you understand exactly how this issue will affect the kids of Norman. I support this project because of the benefits it will provide to Norman Public Schools, and respectfully ask you to keep the following information in mind as you consider the measure. The initial phase of the North Park development was funded through a TIF that has directly benefited Norman Public Schools. Because of the specific structure of the TIF that was adopted by the City of Norman, the school district has received payments on increased valuation that otherwise would not have been received. As the development has grown, the increment payments have steadily increased. If the TIF ends, the ad valorem taxes paid then become part of the state aid funding formula, which means the local revenue to the school district becomes a reduction in the state aid funding, and the amount of revenue received by the district would significantly decrease. The funds we receive are significant and represent far more than a, quote, rounding error, as some have asserted. Norman is a community with extremely high academic expectations, and because of this, At Norman Public Schools, we must be different. This community expects us to stand out from the crowd. The funds we receive from this project allow us to continue to go above and beyond for our students, raising the bar of academic expectations in Norman. The next phase of the University North Park project, if approved, is projected to help stabilize and eventually increase funding for public schools in Norman. The project also could eventually increase the community's bonding capacity. Bond funds are used to maintain and improve school facilities and purchase many instructional tools, such as textbooks and educational technology. Bond funds are also what have allowed our local school district to open new schools, repair outdated buildings, and implement student technology, as well as add freshman academies and college career centers at the high schools. These funds received through the TIF add a much-needed boost for our district, allowing us to do more for our students than we would otherwise be able to. They allow us to address vital safety and security measures that ensure we provide a safe learning environment for every student. These funds also help provide much-needed stability, increasing our ability to plan for the future, which, as you know, is critical. Proposed housing is also a benefit. Attractive areas to live, work, and play benefit our community by increasing opportunities for young families to acquire affordable housing. When families move to Norman, local schools garner additional state funding to serve these students while working to keep our overhead costs flat. While surrounding cities have seen significant increases in student enrollment in their schools, Norman's enrollment has remained virtually flat the past few years. While enrollment has remained flat, the costs surrounding education continue to rise. Everything from the price of electricity to the cost of supplies grows each year. When we experience flat enrollment, our state aid package remains the same, meaning the amount we have available per student actually decreases. Vibrant, growing communities are critical to the long-term success of any school district. A new arena could also add value to the community. Last year alone, Norman Public Schools paid nearly $70,000 to rent Lloyd Noble Center for just 4 events. The facility has been the district's only option to host graduation ceremonies for both high schools, as well as all city concerts that bring students from across the community together to participate in exceptional fine arts opportunities that aren't available in other school districts. The arena could create additional opportunities for Norman to host these and other regional, youth, academic, and athletic events, which could result in additional revenue for the city. The proposed development and associated TIF is expected to directly and positively impact the students of Norman Public Schools. This project has the potential to boost local schools, increase bonding capacity, improve student enrollment, and create a facility that would benefit Norman students while allowing the school district to reduce our expenditures. It is for these reasons that I support the proposed initiative. We understand that this is a complicated issue with an abundance of financial variables in play. We are open to hearing and exploring new ideas that could allow the TIF to better serve all stakeholders. I'm happy to discuss this with you further. Please do not hesitate to contact me if I can provide additional information. Sincerely, Dr. Millerino.
Thank you. Councilmember Wilson.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And my question is actually going to be directed at Emily about the broader picture. So I appreciate that. I personally moved.
Does anybody else have a question of Brenda?
Well, it is about this topic. I just don't want to direct it at Brenda.
Okay, well, if you'll wait just a minute, then we'll.
I know we had talked about this before, but I want to know what the impact of these kinds of TIFs in general throughout the state of Oklahoma. And I know you probably don't know the dollar amount off the top of your head, but the fact that the larger cities, Stillwater, Tulsa, Oklahoma City, Norman, I don't know who else participates in TIF financing like this, but how that sucking the dollars out of the state aid affects the smaller districts, because I specifically have Noble and Little X. I know you had sent me a couple of figures, so it's not a huge amount, but for the other folks in the area or in the audience or whatever, I would like to know what the impact on the smaller districts are. is.
Sure, I thought that might be a topic of conversation, so I brought my response so I could be as specific as possible. So if we assume that the increment district had developed in exactly the same way and in the same timeline in the absence of the increment district, so this property developed in the same way with the exact same timeline without a tax increment financing district, in the 2017 tax year, the collections from countywide school levy for distribution to Cleveland County school districts could have increased in the aggregate by approximately $11,900.
So that's what could have gone to Norman Public Schools?
No, so that's all Cleveland County school
All Cleveland County,
districts.
sorry.
Yeah. So if one takes into account the 75% offset for distributions in each school district's state aid allocation, the net benefit of such development would be significantly limited, approximately $760 to Little Axe Public Schools, these are the schools you specifically asked me about, and approximately $1,700 to Noble Public Schools. So if you assume a third of the development would have occurred, which is the assumptions that I've made in previous discussions with you, then those amounts decrease to respectively $250 and $570. So the impact is very negligible.
It is, but I guess how many of these are going on throughout the state though?
I don't know that exactly. I know that
Oklahoma City has like 11.
yeah, Oklahoma City has 11 with probably half a dozen more that are authorized but yet to be triggered. Now, there are limitations in the statute for how many TIF districts can be approved within a school district's ad valorem taxing area. So you can't have more than 25% in the school district's area. No more than 25% of the assessed value of the school district's boundaries can be in a TIF district. So that's always examined prior to the adoption of a project plan. So I did have a little information on schools across the state that I thought I'd mention too. So if you, again, assuming that all the development occurred without the increment district, then state aid funding for all other school districts across the state, not just Cleveland County, could increase by approximately $990,000, which is a fraction of the $1.85 billion in state appropriations for state aid for the 2017 fiscal year. So that's, less than 0.05 of 1% of the total state aid budget. And that does not take into account the additional local chargeable income for all other Oklahoma school districts. So again, if you assume that only some of the development would occur, then you would, adjust downward accordingly.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm sorry, Brenda. I didn't mean to sidetrack that conversation.
All right. Now, are these other questions for Brenda? So that, okay. Councilmember Castleberry.
So this is partly for Brenda and partly for Anthony, I guess. So you said it's about $800,000 is which. So if we were to end the TIF, Norman Public Schools, if we did today, would have $800,000 less money.
Yes. And that's because right now we're
Right.
getting the $800,000 that is not
The chargeable.
deducted from the state aid formula. So if and when the TIF ends, that $800,000 would no longer be coming to me as an increment amount of money. It would be coming to me as local dollars, but
Reduce the
it
state
would
part.
be a state reduction.
Okay. So I guess, so this would be a question for Anthony. There's been some discussion that, well, we'll just take this money and make Norman Public Schools whole. Hey, we've got $4 million coming from the TIF. Now it's coming to the general fund. We don't want to hurt public education, so we'll just make Norman Public Schools whole by giving them $800,000 and you get it from us to somewhere else. Can we do that? Can the city of Norman give Cleveland County, Warren Norman Technology Center, Norman Public Schools, Little Axe, Noble, can we just give them some money to make them whole, or are we like separate legal governmental agencies? How's that work?
I first would not confirm or deny the $800,000 figure.
Right, that's true.
But the city of Norman cannot provide direct funds to another jurisdiction without an agreement with that jurisdiction. It would be some sort of a service agreement. We could provide services to the school districts with them paying for them or not. But as far as just a direct payment for them, I don't believe we could do that.
So let me ask you, we've, the public safety sales tax authorized that we would be a cost sharing arrangement with the school districts for the SROs. Could we pick up our half, or could we pick up their half as additional payments?
That's a very good example of one of the services that the city could
Right.
provide at no cost.
Now, that would, since that's authorized by the voters in the PSST, that would come out of the PSST fund,
The PSST fund would basically be picking up that cost. Yes.
not the general fund.
That's correct.
And what's the financial
Now, the
health?
general fund could repay them.
I got you. What's the financial health of the PSST fund?
It is not very healthy either.
So $450 or $1,000 for the other half of the would be, so
Difficult for,
if the PSST fund doesn't have enough money to meet its obligations, what happens?
basically the general fund, there are obligations in the public safety sales tax ordinance for personnel and other
Mhm.
things that would have to be provided then by the general fund,
So this could end up being an obligation of the general fund.
ultimately.
Okay. But we couldn't just take money out of the general fund and go directly to Norman Public Schools or Moore Norman but the other like Moore Norman and the library, and they're not affected in the same way because they get all their ad valorem tax.
That's my
So
understanding.
it's really the Norman Public Schools is the only one we have to worry about because of unique allocations of the state equalization formula.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Hickman.
Hey, Brenda, thank you for reading that. That was very well done. As a patron and sponsor, donor, supporter over the years of Norman Public Schools, this is something I'm cautious and concerned about, and I'm familiar with the state aid funding formula. But I think the reality we have to be aware of is I know you're an excellent chief financial officer and you've been awarded and decorated, that the current TIF, whether we do anything or not, in 3 years is going to be fully funded, I believe, from what I heard in 2021. And the district will have to make budgetary changes or take action. And you may have already started working on that because at that point in time, even if this council does nothing, when it gets fully funded, the TIF ends as a matter of law. Like Ms. Pomeroy said, all we do is pass just a simple ordinance. So have you guys had internal conversations about that possibility and planning for that potential, event in 2021 from the information that I've heard tonight?
Yes, I mean, we're certainly aware that the existing TIF can end and that we've got a plan ahead for that. That's why Dr. Millerino has asked that if the council decides to end the TIF early, that we have that consideration in place that we can plan accordingly.
I mean, I had asked previously, and I can't remember if I got a response to this email or not, so I'm not going to say that I did, and I may very well have, and I think that maybe I did, but not feeling well, so my brain's not hitting on all pistons tonight. A few months back, about one thing that could be done is to change the apportionment to slow down the collection, like so that the city gets more sales tax back, so that the sheltering of these monies could potentially, be, maybe even could be better than the 3-year term that's left for it to be paid, which sounds like might actually be of a benefit to the school district. So there are some things that I think that we can talk about, whether it's giving you guys a reasonable time horizon to plan accordingly if the council chooses to go forward with this discussion. But sounds like you guys are aware of this, at the current time, 2021, it would be paid in full.
The existing TIF, yes, that's our understanding. And so we're prepared for that with what we know right now.
Okay. And the last question I had is on the new RTKL project, the arena part that Dr. Miglerino discussed in his letter. Is it, like us, we're elected officials from the community. There's the school board that are also elected officials. Do you know whether or not the school board is going to take any action to pass a resolution or something in support or not in support or no position on the proposal? I mean, as an elected official, for me, I mean, I've said this to people that would be helpful. I believe two of your board members actually live in my ward, and I've not gone to them and talked to them about it or anything. But you know, it's one thing. Do you know if they're going to take any action?
I do not know for sure. No.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Bierman.
Hi, Brenda.
Hi.
Can you share with us a little bit, like, what is your annual budget for Norman Public Schools? And do you operate on a budget surplus or a budget deficit?
We operate on this year. It looks like we've maintained just a slight decrease into our existing fund balance. The last few years, we've really struggled with the fact that our expenditures are exceeding our revenue due to our reliance on state funding. We are the total general fund budget, which is considered the operating budget, runs just over 100 million. To kind of give you a frame of reference of that 100 million, there are state aid, the state aid formula that gets a lot of the discussion runs about 30, it has been about 36 million. So it's about a little less than a third of the operating budget.
And where does the rest come from?
We have about close to between 56-58% of our budgets from state, with the largest piece of that being the state aid formula. About another 22-23% is local, which is obviously the ad valorem tax and some other local type revenues that we have. Federal runs about 10%, county runs about 2%. Not sure if all that added up, but I think I'm pretty close to 100% number there.
And I know what it's like to have revenues exceeding or expenditures exceeding revenues. And what has been the impact of the state budget cuts over the last few years on Norman Public Schools?
They have been very negative to our school district, much as they have been across the state. We've been very fortunate that we have had bond issues, and we've been able to leverage those bond dollars to help. For example, I'll give you one example. Our expenditures for our software needs, for all the technology and everything that we depend on now for our school instructional programs and just the running of the business of the school. This year's number for software is about 1.9 million, and I'm using bond monies to pay for that. If we didn't have the bond dollars available, only other option would be the general fund, and so we would be not rehiring some of our staff. Our class sizes would be larger. So I think big picture, what I would say to you is that the state reductions have been very detrimental. We've been able to offset some of them with just cinching up the belt, as any of us would do if our funding revenues were coming in less, whether that would be personal or own businesses. So as we've looked at trying to see what expenditures can we legally move to either the building fund or to the bond funds, we talk about the SRO program. We've been utilizing some building fund dollars to help meet that obligation. I can't pay for teacher salaries out of the building fund, but I can pay for security and custodial type expenditures out of the building fund. So it's managing the total that's available, staying legal with how we can spend it, and saying no, and making reductions in many of the discretionary areas that are unfortunate, because that definitely impacts our kiddos.
Right. Do you have, just to kind of give us an idea of like a number value of what the state cuts have meant on an annual basis for the last couple of years?
This last year, we were fortunate. We were only reduced about 400,000 in March. 2 years ago, last year, the year before this one just preceding, we were reduced about 1.5 million, the year before about 1 million. And I think it's important to note that those reductions were not told to us at the beginning of the school year. They hit between January and this last one I said was March, kind of January through April. So as you continue to hear that the state revenue picture is grim, and the legislature saying, you know what, we promised you 36 million, you're going to get 34 million. Sorry. We've already got we're towards the end of the year. That's when our fund balance comes into play. And that's why it's so important to have a strong fund balance. So if you're hit with those kind of things or anything that's unexpected, you're able to not have an impact on students, hopefully, and still not have employees lose their jobs at the end of the year. But as we're looking at our class sizes, as we approach a new year, that funding it drives whether we can have an elementary classroom that has only 21 kids in it, or if we're going to be like some of our peers who are having class sizes at the elementary level that are upwards of 30.
And just to be clear, these are annual, this is year over year. So, you know, you were cut
Absolutely.
in 2015, let's say at 1 million. The next year when you were cut at 1.5 million, that means that cumulatively you're then getting 2.5 million less
Yes.
than you were before the cuts.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any idea what the increase or decrease has been in online charter school enrollment over the last few years?
I know it's increasing. And I think there's a difference between the virtual charters and the brick and mortar charters. But yes, there's an increase there.
But the cumulative effect would certainly have an impact on Norman Public School enrollment.
It does. It has an effect on our enrollment, and it has an effect on our state funding.
Right.
Because state funds are used for those.
Right. So then I have two more questions, and they're not, I guess my question is, do you think that municipal governments should be in the business or the habit of trying to replace state funding or doing what we can to kind of plug that gap? Because I know that this $800,000 is looking like it would increase over the next few years. And I can see that being a really attractive way to try and fix the bleeding from the state level. But, from my perspective, we also have a budget where expenditures are exceeding revenues. And so, that's something I struggle with, is whether or not, local governments, should be in the habit of trying to fix some of these problems. Because while we might be in the lucky position of having some of these options, think that we're lucky in that way.
I'm not sure if I'm going to answer your question. What I will say is that when we speak about this $800,000 that the Norman Public Schools received this last year, it was on property that we were not receiving any money on before. It was not money that was being run through the state aid formula that as a chargeable. None of that was ever, nothing had been or is in the state aid formula. As Emily mentioned, the exponential growth that goes on with this TIF opportunity, when it does get paid off, as was asked earlier, that will be a huge amount of dollars going into the state aid formula that would not have gone in otherwise. Emily spoke to quite literally very small numbers if we had just let it develop, and assuming that it just developed at a quote normal rate or a much a slower pace. So when this local money does become part of our assessed valuation and it does get remitted into the state, it will benefit. That there's no doubt that then it will benefit districts across the state. But at this time, it has not taken anything away from other schools across the state that were getting none of it, just as we were getting none of it before.
Right. Yeah. My focus isn't really on other districts, but the position that we are in to be able to, fix some of that budget gap that you're seeing with these annual cuts from the state level, which I have never supported. I think it's shameful that the state is doing what it's doing to education while we're also, leaving the gross production tax at the level that it is. So I'm certainly not willing to give the legislature a pass. But my question, really is, I guess, more of a hypothetical, is, that 800,000 projected, if we do pass a new TIF, would exponentially grow. But obviously that kind of lessens the sting, so to speak. But I guess that's, again, a rhetorical question, is whether or not local governments like ours, even though we might have the ability to do this, is that or should that be something that we do? And then my last question is, has anyone entertained other ways to support the Norman Public School budget? Other, kind of creative ways. Councilmember Castleberry suggested things like, finding a way to fully fund the SRO program, or, are there other things that we as a community could be doing to support Norman Public Schools other than an instrument like the TIF?
The two big ones that we have right now are partnerships that we have, as mentioned before, the partnership that we have with the city for the SRO program. That's a huge example of working with our local community and trying to put our resources together. Another large one we have is with the Norman Regional Hospital, Norman Regional Foundation. We have RNs and LPNs and health assistants at our schools that we would have never been able to afford on our own. We were meeting them in the middle, if you will, on a 50-50 cost on that program, and they've agreed now with us to keep maintaining the level of funding. So that's another huge example of, not only is it so much, it's not really so much a dollar amount that's coming into our schools. It's for a much needed service, you know, whether you're talking the health services or the safety and the relationships that we're building between those kiddos and those SROs is just phenomenal. We have the Norman Public School Foundation, where many businesses are involved and providing, and that's such an opportunity for our teachers. We have Partners in Education, where even if it's not a dollar that a school, or excuse me, that a business is contributing, that time with those kids, so many of them are just desperate for that human contact and that adult and that mentor type relationship. All of those things are playing into really what makes Norman Public Schools such a successful school district, and one that I'm very proud to work for.
And then I guess my last point would just be, I really do encourage the school board, if they feel strongly about this as an entity, to take a position, to pass a resolution in support. You know, again, as an elected body with an impact, with this having an impact on them, I do think that this is something that they should be taking a stance on as a body, and not just Dr. Nick. So,
I know Dr. Millerino has had many conversations with them, and I will take that back to him.
thanks, Martin. I appreciate it.
I do want to say, as someone that started working in the school system in 1974, I don't ever remember a year where we had any extra money and where it wasn't a struggle. And that's the way it's been in Oklahoma for a long time. We had some things happen in the 80s that really helped out, and we got smaller class sizes, but it's been a struggle all along. And the thing that makes Norman, the only thing that has kept us going, because we are not a rich community, we are full of governmental agencies, and the thing that's made us as good as we are is collaborations. And that's why I think this is so important. Councilmember Scott.
Hi, Brenda. I just have one question. I know you mentioned in the letter that these funds are, being allocated to books and, classroom stuff, right? Last night, the Norman Public School Board passed a policy to drug test students at random. And I believe that was quite a significant number of students that would be tested. So could you give us an idea of what percentage of these funds would be used to purchase and process the drug tests that these students are required to take?
Our plan is, we've got about 4,000 of our 16,000 students that participate in OSSAA activities. So that's everything from athletics to fine arts. So that's why that pool, if you will, is about 4,000 students. And our agreement and our policy states that we will randomly select a 15% number, which equates to about 600 students throughout the year from our two high schools. The cost of those approximately 600 tests is about $30 each. So I've got budgeted about $19,000 for the testing that will take place this next school year. I don't know what percentage that is. I mean, it's a small percentage, obviously, but I can tell you that $19,000 amount. I don't know if I want to get into the whole policy about that here. So that's another topic, I'm sure.
Any other, Councilmember Tasbury.
Thank you. This may be for Brenda or Anthony. The $800,000 that you get, does that come from the city of Norman, or does that come from the state allocation?
We receive those payments from the county treasurer's office.
Okay, so the $800,000 you get has no effect on the city of Norman, our general fund.
That is correct.
Is that right, Anthony? But it would if we in the TIF. Well, if we decide to make them whole. I'm sorry. I was under the assumption if we decide to make them whole. But right now, because of the way we have structured this, not because of how we budgeted, we've structured it through the TIF area like this that allows Norman Public Schools to get extra $800,000 at no expense to the city.
Correct.
Okay. And then I guess my last question is to clarify, because Anthony and I have talked about this today, and we've talked about it in the past also, to follow up on Councilman Hickman's. As long as the TIF is in place, then this revenue stream to you is still there as it grows or whatever it does. So if we were to scale back the TIF In other words, so if it didn't pay off in 2.5 years, if we change the allocation so it paid off in 5 years or 7 years or 10 years, that would still protect your funding
That is my understanding, yes.
because it doesn't go on to the assessed value, doesn't go on to onto your chargeability until
The
it
TIF
rolls off the TIF.
Correct.
Okay, so that would be okay.
Yes.
Want to make sure I had that straight. Thanks.
Other questions? Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much.
Would the county like to make a statement?
Madam Mayor and Council, I'm Carol Price Dillingham, Legal Counsel for Cleveland County. As you all know, we are but one seat on the Statutory Review Committee. Our job is to let you know through our vote what the effect of any proposed project plan is on the coffers of the county. We can't do that because as process people, we don't like to guess. We don't like to get our crystal ball out and try to look down the road. We don't have anything before the Statutory Review Committee yet. We welcome an opportunity to look at this very, very complex problem if and when you all decide to move it forward. But we believe the process is what's important here. And you are at the very beginning of this process. One of the things that I know from having sat in Mr. Hickman's seat throughout the beginning of University North Park through 5 different emendations of the project plan is that at every single stage, there are more questions and there are more answers. And it's not until you get to the night when you finally have done all the negotiation and all of the study and all of the questioning that you finally have all the information. So as counsel for the county, my process is at the front end to help you move through this very complicated project. We welcome an opportunity to look at that project if and when you decide to move it forward. Our job then will be to opine on the effect of the proposed allocation of the ad valorem tax on our ability to govern in the county, and we will, weigh the pros and cons at that appropriate time. Any questions?
Thank you. Any questions? Councilmember Castleberry.
I know this is speculation, but if we were to change the allocation on the TIF, off the top of your head, and right now it's 50-50 would you be supportive of a 60-40 or changing the ad valorem split also?
We are open we're absolutely open to looking at any allocation that will allow the project to fund, and as long as we don't believe all other things, that it will impair our ability to serve the citizens.
Well, what I'm looking at is reducing your allocation to the TIF so you get more
That's
money.
correct. Right.
So it help you get more money up front.
Right.
It would actually stretch out the TIF a little bit longer, but provide more resources to all of us at some time. If that would be something, I know it's conjecture and you've got a board to go to and stuff like that, but it wouldn't be detrimental. From a revenue standpoint, I mean,
understanding that I do not have the vote.
Right,
I represent the
know.
people that vote, but as Ms. Pomeroy and I are kind of in the same business, obviously something that enhances our financial position, I am more likely to recommend that to my client.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions? Thank you. Okay, that concludes the presentation. And we have had one recommendation that we go ahead and pay off the bonds. Councilmember Clark.
Before we dive into that, I just wanted to make a few comments. As to Councilmember Bierman's comment about should we be in the business of supporting our public schools in the absence of adequate state funding? No. But we are, because we are in a state that is very inadequately funding public education. My kids are in those schools. And if we can help, I feel like that we should, and this is an opportunity to do that. Not to mention that Norman has way more state property than most communities, and those massive amounts of properties don't pay property tax, which negatively impacts our public schools. We can't forget that either. I know it's a lot of moving parts, but that's really important, and I think we should take that opportunity seriously. I don't think that they're gaming the system. I think they're doing the best they can in a very poor situation that we have no control over. But we do have control over this. I'm also concerned about how whatever decisions are made going forward that change what was previously agreed upon will affect our relationships with our TIF partners. Please keep in mind that we do have a ad valorem only TIF right now that is benefiting our community at the expense of our TIF partners, that is repairing massively needed infrastructure problems in Core Norman. And I think some people would be happy to wash their hands of the whole TIF arrangement and the relationships that come from it, but it can benefit communities. And if we don't like this one, you know, none of us were on council when it was created. And I get that we're trying to do the best that we can, but we also need to be responsible in how we address this in the future because of the unique situation that Oklahoma municipalities have been placed in, again, by the state government. So I think we should be mindful of that. We've spent a lot of time on this, and I'm proud of the effort that we put into it. I think, as Councilmember Wilson said, we've had a lot of great discussions tonight. But we need to be mindful of how it impacts us in the long run. So if we get rid of all of this and no TIFs, well, that's great for the short run, for the next few years, but what are we doing to grow that, to help our general fund? Where's our economic development policies? I'm very excited for the Market Street report. I know I said that several times, and it's coming soon. Just be mindful.
Councilmember Carter.
I'd like to make a statement in regard to the grand bargain. And one of the troubling things about this whole UNP process has been the lack of transparency. How the out-of-state and local investors in that area have reaped huge profits at the expense of good business owners like those in the back of the room. And how there's been a lack of transparency with the foundation and their insistence that they're somehow separate from OU and don't have to comply with freedom of information notifications or requests. And this culture at City Hall where they feel like they don't have to comply with things like that. And so in that spirit of transparency, I'll bring some copies to Brenda. I'll just drop them off at Brenda's office of the grand bargain and the relevant emails from the foundation and from the City Hall. And they'll be there for city council members and whoever the heck else wants to take a look at them.
Thank you. Councilmember Wilson.
I want to thank everybody for participating in this. I know I kind of asked for it, and thank you, Anthony, for doing this. Yet again, I know we've had many discussions, and I'm just now learning to spell TIF and get it all, lined out. And I really appreciate the partners that came out tonight and helped educate me. I would like to say that the schools are my biggest fear at ending, the funding that goes to the schools. But I also am hearing, and I don't want this to sound argumentative, I just want it to kind of how it's landing in my brain, that to get $800,000 to the schools, we spend $54 million or $107 million or just $4 million, however you want to look at it. I'm concerned about the math there. I'm concerned about our general fund which would get an injection of $4 to $5 million, right? If we ended this, where, then the funding falls off for the school at the $800,000 mark. And I think that's where Councilmember Hickman was trying to go when I think it was him that had sent an email that was asking how we could help make the schools whole. So I would actually like to know what options would be there. We don't have to answer it tonight because I'm tired and I'm hungry, but what options would be there in that, instance? Is it, I think Councilmember Castleberry had suggested like services or something that we can pay. I don't know, but what that looks like, but that is definitely heavy on my mind. I would like to recommend calling the bond. Am I saying that properly? Okay, because I think that's appropriate and good advice from our financial officer.
Councilmember Castleberry.
I think the TIF Oversight Committee, since last year recommended that we pay off the bonds this year. I think this afternoon they reiterated that recommendation. I also believe that there's no reason for us not to pay off the bonds. It'll save us about $1 million of interest over the next 5 years as we do that. So I would like to see a proclamation come back next Tuesday so we can get that forward. Hopefully that won't be controversial. That $1 million of savings basically shortens TIF up also. That's less money that has to go towards those project costs. I would like, if we're going to go down this road, I think I really want to go down the road of changing the allocation around, whether that's between the taxing jurisdictions or and the city as far as to extend the TIF. I think we can get more money into the general fund so we can relieve our problems, and we don't necessarily need to get a bunch of money in that TIF fund. We don't have any pressing obligations. We've got $10 million in there. So whether we're throwing $400,000 a month in there or $100,000 a month or $200,000 a month, it's still growing a little bit, but we need to have money more in the general fund than we do. We've met our obligations. So from a cash flow standpoint, I would like to see us maybe change the allocation along. And I'll finish it up. I'd like to thank Dr. Carter for agreeing to give us the rest of that information. That'd be helpful for us making a decision on these type of things. I haven't seen it, but I'm not real thrilled about these type of things either. So I'm looking forward to I think I'm looking forward to it, but I think it's important that we all know what's going on. And I understand that city staff does negotiate for us. A lot of times, a lot of things get thrown out. A lot of proposals are thrown out and they're shot down. People ask for things, but and we don't normally get it to council till it's kind of been vetted. I understand that's part of staff's job, but on some of these type of things, I look forward to looking at it. And I know there's been a lot of different projects throughout the years I've been on council where somebody's thrown a suggestion out there. Hey, we'd like you to do this. Crest wanted some money. We said no, but they asked and staff said no. I'm not sure that ever made it to council. I know. Okay. Well, we didn't vote on it. We didn't need to because I think staff got direction. So we've had stuff like that where, staff has stepped in beforehand, kind of knowing council's not going to go for that, or, hey, we'll send it to council and let them decide. So I think there are some things where, people throw things out there just in negotiations in general. Hey, we'd like this. You say, well, I'm sure you would like that, but that's not in the best interest of the city. I think that's what Mr. Bryant and Ms. Pomeroy do on some stuff. And, looking out, it's like, yeah, I'm sure you guys would like that, but I'm not going to advise my clients to do that type of thing. So I look forward to this information, and I hope that I think we're only talking about 2.5 years here. And I think it's premature to do this, but if we're going to go down this road, we need to keep in mind the dramatic impact on Norman Public Schools and the unnecessary impact on Norman Public Schools. We don't have to impact Norman Public Schools at all. We can just extend the TIF. So I hope we go down, and we don't have to do any projects. We don't have to do the arena. We don't have to do any more project cost. If that's what council decides they don't want to do, just extending the TIF does not mean that we do any other project cost. Those are all separate decisions and have no bearing on extending the amount of deposits into this particular account. So with that, I'll end.
Well, I want to comment on we're spending $54 million because what has been mentioned before, and we have to continue to mention, is the TIF was created to encourage development. That's what it was for, so that we would all get more money as time went along. It's an investment, just like the investments that I have. So I have a problem cutting off my investments before I have to, and before they have appreciated to the greatest extent they can. That being said, and I really don't want to pull the rug out from under the school system, we should definitely pay the bonds off. And we do have an issue with our general fund. And I would like to look at information about reallocation and see what that would do for us in terms of maybe extending it sometime. I don't think we need to rush into anything, but I would like us to look at those things to see what kind of a difference we can make with our general fund if we maybe extend the TIF past the 21, and how that could help our general fund right now. So I would definitely like that information. All right. Second item on our agenda is a discussion regarding reapportionment of the University North Park Tax Increment Finance District Sales Tax option. And Anthony is into the presentation, and Jeff is here to answer questions.
Good evening, Mayor and members of council. Again, I'm Anthony Francisco, the finance director. The discussion that we're having came out of the August Finance Committee discussion on the topic of reapportioning the sales tax that is going to the University North Park TIF fund. And these are just options for your consideration. First, a little bit of background on our current method of apportioning sales tax that is collected by the businesses in University North Park. And again, those businesses are just collecting their sales tax and remitting it to the state. The apportionment was adopted by the project plan in 2006. By that project plan, 60% of the collected sales taxes in University North Park businesses go to the UNP TIF fund. 40% goes to the city's general fund and capital fund. And I would remind you again that only the general purpose sales tax, the general fund and capital fund, is apportioned. The Norman Forward sales tax and the public safety sales tax is not apportioned. 100% goes to those funds. The 60% is adjusted by transfer adjustments for those businesses that have relocated from someplace else in Norman to University North Park and closed their former location within a year. And it's also adjusted by the average annualized growth rate factor, which basically means that if the city's overall sales tax growth rate does not grow by the historic growth rate, then the amount of apportionment is adjusted on a pro rata basis. After those adjustments, about $4 million in sales tax collections were apportioned to the TIF fund last fiscal year. Since 2006, with all of the things that we have already paid for, after paying off the 2013 TIF notes, there is about $10.7 million that is cash on hand with the TIF trustee. You'll recall that when this presentation was made a few months ago, that was a little below $10 million, but we again are apportioning money each month, about $350,000 per month. So that amount that's gone has gone up a little bit. This is straight out of the presentation that was made to council a couple of months ago, but as you see, of the original total authorization of $54.7 million, we spent about $30 million, and remaining authorization for projects under that 2006 project plan is about $25 million that remains authorized to be spent. And if there's any questions at any time, just stop me. So here's a synopsis of what the Finance Committee discussed in August on this topic. The discussion centered on the impact of the continuation of the sales tax apportionment and its impact on the general fund and the capital fund. We discussed the market feasibility and the desirability, really, of continuing those authorized projects individually and collectively. We talked about the legal commitments that, and the obligations of the city to finish those projects that were authorized in 2006 and what would happen if we decided to not do some of them. And we'll talk about that in some detail later on in this presentation. There was a lot of discussion about if we were to stop the apportionment of property tax, what the impact of that would be on the Norman Public Schools, because as we talked about previously, it's not a dollar for dollar apportionment for them. They get a multiplier effect that actually benefits them from the apportionment of their property tax to the TIF fund. Then we talked about if we were to change the sales tax apportionment method, what might we change it to? Would we change from 60% to some other percentage? Would we change to a fixed amount each year? And just those are options that we'll talk about here. And then given those options, what impact that would have on the remaining life of the University North Park TIF and our ability to pay for those projects that we would choose to do in remaining authorizations. So what we found was that there was, out of that discussion, about 10 options that you could pursue. And while we came up with these 10 options, just understand that you could do combinations of them. So there could be 15 or 20 different things that we might do. But what we hope to do tonight is to give you a basis for your discussion, for you to give us some direction on what you'd like us to, of these options, consider in more detail. First one is to do nothing, just maintain where we are now, and we'll talk about each of these in detail. There was some discussion in August about reducing the apportionment of sales tax to 5% or 10%, or to a fixed dollar amount each year. Then there was a discussion about eliminating some of the authorized projects or changing the amount of the authorization for some of those authorized projects. We could eliminate the two things that were discussed at the Finance Committee in particular were eliminating the authorization for the Lifestyle Center Cost Project and the Cultural Center Cost Project, or both of those. So those are three individual considerations and options that we'll talk about here in a minute. And then there was some discussion of ending the TIF altogether, just stopping where we are now. We have a little over $10 million on hand, and whatever we can pay for with those $10 million is all we're going to do. And how council might want to approach it from that standpoint. There are two other options on the table that were really not discussed in August, but they remain on the table from previous discussions. One is the council's resolution that you passed a few months ago to use the cultural center authorization money to pay for a senior center on the University North Park project area. And then to pursue the Statutory Review Committee's recommendation to add a project to the University North Park TIF authorization for a senior center. And again, we'll talk about each of these 10 options in a little bit of detail. So the first one is the do nothing option. Steady as she goes, we just continue with what we're doing. The current sales tax 60-40 split would remain. The property tax apportionment of 50-50 between the TIF fund and the taxing jurisdictions would remain. All of the authorized projects would remain at their current authorized level. If we were to do that, we would generate about enough money, considering the $10.7 million that we have on hand now, We generate the remaining $8 million or so that we would need in about 2.5 years. And at that point, council could repeal the sales tax and property tax apportionments. We'd have enough money on hand at that point to pay for all of the authorized projects, and we wouldn't have any unmet obligations. So you wouldn't have to consider renegotiating any of the contracts that we have outstanding right now or anything like that. 2.5 years is a soon enough period that we believe that we wouldn't have to issue any more debt to pay for those projects that are authorized. It's going to take some time to build the cultural center or the lifestyle center or whatever else is authorized. And we have enough money on hand to upfront those costs. So we believe that we don't have to issue any more debt to do nothing. You would have the benefit of the developer's obligations under those contracts will remain in place. You remember that within some of the existing development agreements, the developer is on the hook to do some things. And if they don't, they have to pay back some money. They have some clawback provisions, if you will. And if they don't meet their obligations, then some of this money gets paid back to the city.
Councilmember Hickman.
Anthony, in that regard, let's just say that we do option one, do nothing, and we collect the funds for the lifestyle center, whatever it was called, the 8.25 million lifestyle center cost, but we don't ever end up, because I kind of see that not really as a city project, but like a contractual obligation maybe to the developer, that if the developer does something, we have to pay them. And I may be remembering that wrong, and I'm looking at Jeff, but as opposed to the culture facility, which is something that the city has more say over. Yeah, we want to do a culture facility and we're going to spend that money. We only spend the 8.25 million for the lifestyle center if the developer does something. Okay, so I guess my question is,
there are no.
If we do nothing if we do nothing, option one, and we collect that money, and then the developer doesn't end up doing the lifestyle center, so we don't owe him the 8.25 million. How are those funds reapportioned? Like, do they go back proportionally to the ad valorem partners and to the city? What happens to that money that we capture, but we don't end up, or you could say the same for the culture facility, we don't end up doing it, we don't end up spending the money?
It's never been envisioned that money would go back. It's always been envisioned that you would be using them for some authorized project. And if you didn't use it for the lifestyle center, that you use it for some other authorized project, whether it be some other transportation improvements or some enhancements to Legacy Park, but some other authorized project you would envision it would be used for something like that.
Could the money,
but could the money
law allow, could the money be, because to do something else, that would require a change to the project plan, some kind of amendment, I assume, or something. I'm just saying, if we do nothing and we collect these monies and then the lifestyle center deal doesn't happen and we don't have to pay that to the developer, I don't know if there's something in the existing development agreements or project plans or the law that would say, if 70.
What could happen is totally up to council. I'm telling you what has happened in the past is that you'd use it for some other authorized project. But yeah, you could say, let's return it to both the city, general fund, capital fund, and to the property tax and jurisdictions. That's one thing you could do.
Thank you.
Councilmember Kessler.
Just to follow up on his point, so that doesn't happen, that might sit there. If the developer doesn't do the lifestyle center, the clawback provision would come in. So we'd have another $8 million sitting in the account.
Yeah, it's 8.3.
8.3 million. So we'd have another 8.3 million that would come in on top. Then I would assume that would get reapportioned back to us. Most parts, we spent the majority of the sales tax was up front. Or we just, it'd be the same, we have to go through the same calculation with the statutory review committee.
Neither the project plan nor the development agreements
Address
that issue about if we end up not finishing all the projects, what happens with excess money. So it's something we probably are going to have to discuss with our ad valorem taxing partners. But certainly if there's a similar type project that's consistent with what we're trying to achieve out there, there would be a good argument to use it for that. Certainly there would be an equity argument to say it should be returned on a pro rata basis.
Yeah.
So
we would probably need to sit down with ad valorem taxing partners.
So if, because of the fact that it's a contractual agreement and we decide, well, right now, that's too much, you know, we don't want to get into some big legal thing with that. And we leave the 8 million something in there. And then it ends up that they don't ever come up with a project, then we have to decide, unless something comes along that we have not even thought about, wouldn't it be great if we took this money and invested it in something else? We'd have that 8 million plus the clawback money.
Theoretically.
What's theoretical about it? It means that it's going to be a legal negotiation. Is that what's
Oh,
theoretical?
you're right. That money would be available. Our recommendation would be that you go back to the ad valorem taxing jurisdictions and get their input on how you would use that consistent with the project plan amendment. Because if one of the provisions of the project plan was to do a regional draw retail center, and we're saying that's not going to happen, but now we have excess money we've collected, and you would go back to the statutory TIF committee and ask for a recommendation, then it would ultimately come back to council, just like all of these other amendments, and council has the final say. If the recommendation from the ad valorem taxing jurisdictions is acceptable to council, then it can be passed by simple majority. If the recommendation is not what council wants to do, then it requires a supermajority. So it would be that same process.
But from their standpoint, they want to build something so they can collect ad valorem tax on it when it's done. I mean, that was what we agreed to. I mean, I think they're looking at it as we want it built out because we benefit from ad valorem tax.
We don't have a lifestyle center though, that's the difference.
One of this.
But I was just saying.
Yeah, but either building, both of them, they want either a lifestyle center or a cultural facility because they want something generating ad valorem tax as opposed to a piece of land. Whereas we don't want to tie up our sales tax. But once we put it out there, we want the money back so we can do something else. That's why we kind of have different issues in that, but.
Okay, I'm sorry, did somebody else have their hand up that I missed? Okay, then on the cultural, we know that the lifestyle center has all this contractual stuff around it. The cultural center doesn't have that same level.
I don't believe there's any contractual agreements.
But there's no developer, there's no person in there that we've agreed to do something with that money with.
Not to this point.
It was an agreement on the whole project that it would be good, whatever things they brainstormed, it would be good if we had this
It's an
regional
authorization waiting for a
museum
proposal.
or whatever, but there's no developer in the middle of that. Okay.
Option 2 and option 3 is very closely related to this one, but option 2 is to reduce the sales tax apportionment substantially. In this case to 5%. So all of the project authorizations will remain in place. All of the current funding levels will remain in place. But the sales tax apportionment, instead of being based on 60%, would go to 5%. And we would assume that the transfer adjustment and average annualized growth rate adjustments would be done away with at the same time we reduced the apportionment rate. We would assume that the property tax rate would remain the same, 50-50. In that way, the public schools keep their multiplier benefit. If we were to do that, the general fund and the capital fund would increase by about $3.6 million per year based on our apportionment level of last year. Some of the authorized projects would have to be slowed down potentially though, because we may not be collecting enough money fast enough if some projects came forward. So we might have to issue some debt if council wanted to do a project and we didn't have the money on hand, we might have to issue some debt to move it forward.
So suddenly somebody comes up with this amazing idea for the lifestyle center.
Right.
All of a sudden. Yeah.
And they want $8 million. We may not have $8 million in the bank right then to do it.
We got 10 million,
Right now.
11 million after next month.
Yeah. 300,000, Councilmember Wilson.
So what kind of approval process does this take? Just council approval?
No, any of these changes that we're talking about here would have to go through the statutory review process. And as Jeff has said, They make a recommendation on whatever their proposal is to them, and then council by a simple majority vote can approve their recommendation, or by a supermajority vote can override their recommendation.
But it does not change their distribution.
It would not change their distribution.
Councilmember Scott.
So on the option one, it was a 2.5 year period that we would have paid it off for. Well, yeah. So if the developer doesn't do the lifestyle project within that 2.5 year period, we get that $8 million back. If we were to reapportion, this is till 2028.
Yeah, we're
So would they
estimating
have that long to build or would it still be within that 2.5
the
years?
obligations that are outstanding right now would remain in place. So I think they have until 2023 right now before the clawback provisions go into place.
This could be extended to 2026 if the design is walkable. So that's just a contractual.
Would that be something that's included in, if we were to choose option 2, is that something that we would send to the statutory review committee? Is say we want to extend this timeline until 2020?
Walkable design?
Yeah.
No, I don't think that would have to go to
The walkable design is already in one of the development agreements, the development agreement 5A, the amendment to development agreement number 5. And so that provides for the developer, if they have a lifestyle center proposal, they have until 2023 to bring it forward and to complete it, actually.
To complete it. And if they don't, then we get the clawback.
That's right.
$8 million.
That's right. But if their design is walkable, they get an extra 3 years, up to 2026.
And that's already been agreed upon?
Right, so that's already in place.
But they have to have something. And right now they don't have anything. So, I mean, they would have to have a master plan saying, this is what we are going to do. And it's going to be done within this period of time. That would be the only reason you would approve extending it at all. Councilmember Wilson.
So if we were to reduce this sales tax down to 5% or 10%, whichever one of these two options, and a viable lifestyle center came about, we would have to issue debt. Does that debt where does that debt fall?
It would probably be under the Norman TIF authority.
Oh, it's under the Norman TIF.
It would be very similar to the 2013 notes that were just paid off.
It's just obligating those revenues to
Yes.
pay. Okay.
Councilmember Gates.
You want to say something?
Yeah, I just want to say on the debt issuance, it really depends on the timing of the projects. You know, if you had a lifestyle center that came on, or actually someone that met the regional draw retail criteria that came on, say, in the next 6 months. I will tell you, I had breakfast with the site selector about a month ago, that there's a major retailer, regional draw retailer, that is looking at some sites in the metro area. 2 of the top 3 are in Norman. So if that moved that quickly, then that money may need to be available fairly quickly. If you move forward with reallocating the cultural facility money for another use, and that moved forward quickly, then we only have about 11 million in the bank now, so it's all a timing issue. You know, if those things were spread out longer, and then as you continue to accumulate at 3 or 4 million a year, then you still may not have to have a net issuance. So it's really a timing thing.
So you're saying that a retail center could be a lifestyle center? Is that what I'm hearing?
It was always envisioned that the
It
lifestyle
would be a
center would be
retail? Okay.
The idea was kind of, and I think that I've finally gotten this, because it's been really hard for me to envision a lifestyle center. I mean, I thought that it was going to be workout, yoga. I really wasn't sure what it was going to be, but I kind of envision it like Scottsdale, Arizona, where you have all these little very nice, they're not strip malls, they're small malls that are walkable, and they have plazas, and they have fountains, and they have really nice little coffee shops, and so it's a very pleasant area to be in. So when they were talking about walkable, they weren't talking about necessarily walkable the whole area of the south part of the UNP, they were talking about a shopping area that would be very attractive and walkable. And in a number of larger cities, you have that kind of thing. They're not being built as much now as they were 10 years ago or 15 years ago.
In 2006, the example that was being discussed was Utica Square in Tulsa, for example. But there's one in Frisco, Texas. There's one in South Lake, Texas. I mean, there's several examples of.
Are those paradigms shifting with
And
the retail
I think that's the
changes?
issue that the developer has faced, yeah.
Fancy mall.
Yeah.
So basically.
Small
Outdoor
outdoor
malls.
malls, yeah.
Running back on it, so basically that was, after all stuff, this would extend it if you use the 5%, about 10 years.
Yes.
Instead of 2.5 base. So,
Yeah.
and that would allow Norman Public Schools 10 years of additional financing.
And just understand that that was at the heart of the discussion of the Finance Committee, or at least some members of the Finance Committee. But just to extend the life while you're reducing the sales tax apportionment, but allowing the property tax to continue.
Or
Would you
you
like a
could take some
trifecta?
things out and pay it off sooner.
I'm gonna be a man about this. Can you do like a trifecta where you reduce to 5%, and I'm just throwing this out there because I'm a creative thinker. You eliminate the lifestyle center and you make a senior center, a cultural center. I love it. Let's do it.
Number 2.
All three.
Yeah, I think you could add a cultural.
That's option 4 or 5.
That's
I
10.
think that's option 8.
Sorry, I didn't do my homework.
Councilmember Scott.
When it says Norman Public Schools loses the multiplier benefit, can you just explain that a little bit?
If we do 2 or not if we continue the TIF, they get the
I think she
same
wants to
effect.
explanation what the benefit is.
Yeah, it says Norman Public Schools lose multiplier benefit when property tax apportionment ends. Oh, okay, so if we do option 2 or 3, they don't lose anything immediately.
If we continue the TIF on for whatever period of time it is.
During the
that
period of TIF, as long as there's a TIF out there, whether that's 2.5 years, option 1, or 10 years, then Norman Public Schools gets the benefit of the
Okay,
multiplier effect.
that's confusing to me, that language, that's all.
But is it clear to you now?
Yeah, I'm on board.
Okay,
Loses
Councilmember
that
Dick.
at the end of the period.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that's.
So on these options 2, 3, and 4 that are for the restructuring the sales tax piece of this and would result in more funds going to the city's general fund and capital fund, what has been the discussion about what those funds would be spent on? What would be our budgetary plan for the use of those funds? I mean, I'm just cautious to, I don't even know if the statutory committee would support numbers 2, 3, and 4 to do the reapportionment. But looking down the barrel of an upcoming utility vote on stormwater and knowing that one issue that we've heard last go around was that this is, going to be a slush fund for the general fund, or is this something that's really needed? I have concerns that taking action on this in the short term could have a negative impact on the stormwater utility vote, because if we just put $3.6 million into the general fund, seems to me a logical question is going to come up in the community is, why do we need a stormwater utility now? Now,
That was
I mean, I'm not
discussed
saying that may or may
previously.
not be a good thing. I'm just putting that out there as I think it's something we need to be aware of.
That's a very valid
And we
point.
need to have a plan for what we're going to do with that money. And if we don't have a plan, then maybe it goes to the stormwater and we don't have a utility. I don't know.
Yeah, that was discussed previously. And
Yeah,
I can't
may not
speak to
just
what
serve the
someone may
general, right?
think, but I would just draw council's attention back to those mega trends that we talked about. And remember that the general fund does not have a slush fund. The general fund is spending more money than it's taking in each year right now. So I would suggest that the first thing that this new money would do is to get the general fund back to square zero, basically, where you're not drawing down fund balance. You're paying for things that you're currently doing.
I guess my comment, I'm sorry, go ahead, Anthony.
Now, if you wanted to add some things, yes, you could. But again, in the long term, where the general fund is right now is that it's declining. on an annual basis, and this slows that rate of decline. I would also remind council about the mega trend of the public safety sales tax expenses coming into the general fund. The problem that the general fund has now is going to be worse in the future when the general fund takes over the expenses of the public safety sales tax, which does not cover its expenses. We need to improve the status of the general fund, and this is one step towards doing that. We've talked about this before, but I would just remind council those things.
And I understand everything you're saying, Anthony. I'm just saying to the average voter, it needs to be, we need to have this coupled, if we do options 2, 3, or 4, in my opinion, coupled with the executive memo, the talking points, whatever it is, because if the article and the transcript is council reapportions an influx of $3.6 million in the general fund, and then we ask the public next fall or next spring for $4 million for a utility, we need to be out in front of that message, and we need to have be prepared to answer the question of what the $3.6 million is going to be spent on, what it's going to be used for, and therefore delay the foundation for why we still need a stormwater utility. Or I think that we're not helping ourselves necessarily, and I think we all agree that the stormwater utility is important.
Let me say something first to that, because that is our job as city council. That is our job, to make sure that we are educating the public about our financial status. And the fact that, and that's why almost every meeting that I go to, I say to people, we can't do one or the other. We have to do both of these things. We either have to change the TIF, end the TIF, expand the TIF. We have to do something with the TIF, and we have to do something with stormwater. It's been that way ever since I've been on council. We have not done our job of educating folks, the residents. This is not rocket science. The fact is, if you look at what our general fund balance is doing every single year, we're not keeping up with inflation. We cannot add one single more person to our staff. And we all know we need more people on our staff. We cannot add one more person, and our personnel costs are going to go up 15%, 20%.
That's the problem with the public safety sales tax.
And that's the problem with the public safety sales tax, because almost all of our big expenses are employees. And so we need to do something with this, and we need to do the stormwater, because stormwater costs are also going up. I remember Mac asking this question in one of the meetings we had about stormwater before we started the open houses. And I just think that that's what our job is, to get out there and explain. And you're absolutely right. We need good talking points. Councilmember Wilson, I'm sorry.
I think that it's important that we are good stewards of the funds that are being given to us. And right now, apportioning the amount that we are currently apportioning is not being good stewards. I think it is also very difficult for us to go talk to people in the community about, hey, we're going to build a lifestyle or a cultural center, but we haven't taken care of our crumbling infrastructure in 100 years. So I think that beyond educating the public, I think we need to actually make good, sound financial decisions. I think that if it were up to me all by myself, I would end the TIF. My hesitation is with the school system. I would hate to pull that rug out from underneath them, but I have a hard time talking to my voters, my constituents, about how we need a stormwater and how you need to pay for this. And then we have the sales tax going over here into this fund that so I actually would like, my thought would be to end it, but I was part of the finance committee that sat and said, well, we don't want to do that, so here's some other options.
Councilmember Castleberry, and then Scott.
Before we made when we went into our original budget, vote, the original budget presented to us was $2.6 million in whole. We cut $600,000 in spending to get down to our $2 million current deficit. That's our $2 million. We're $2 million, not 2.6. We're $2 million. We got $600,000. We're $1.4 million now. So $2 million of that is just to get us back to doing the things that we wanted to do, but nothing new. That was, we cut some positions out. So we easily have $2 or $3 million that we can spend to just maintain our level of service. And so that's one of the reasons why we want to. There's no point in putting all this money to keep putting into the TIF if we're not going to do additional projects other than what we'll have this in 2.5 years. So, and then Norman Public Schools loses about $600,000 a year. We can, now you can say, well, it's fine. We'll just take this extra money that we have and we'll give it to them. Okay. But that's another $600,000 we don't have. So why would we take $600,000 out of our funds when we can get a multiplier effect from the state? This is no different than why we go 80-20 with the feds on roads. Why would we pay for the entire road when we can leverage this funding? This allows us to leverage the ad valorem tax that comes to Norman Public Schools, but also allows us to balance our budget and get a little more time in there. So I think people understand that, we're providing services. We've got our budget in place. We're not putting a whole bunch of money into the TIF, but we're meeting our obligations that we've got out there, and we're protecting Norman Public Schools. Now, I don't know that the taxing authority, are going to see it the same way. I mean, they have of course, Norman Public Schools is going to support this, but the county, whether they're going to say 50-50, that's another discussion I think we have to have. But even ending the TIF, I don't think is, I'm against the end of the TIF because I personally am not going to cast a vote that cuts any money from Norman Public Schools. You can say that it's a rounding error. It's only $600,000 on $100 million, only 1%. $600,000 for $800,000 is $600,000. That's the SRO program. That's 15 positions. That is a real cut. That is not, we'll cut back on office supplies. I mean, those are huge cuts. And I'm personally, I'm not going to sit there and have my little picture says I support teachers and then personally make a vote that cuts that money from Norman Public Schools. We can make all the fun we want to of the legislators up there for doing it, but when it comes to us doing it, I'm not doing it. When I have an option, I don't have to do that. I can keep them whole. I can meet my current general fund obligations, and we can put some more money in there. So that's why, whether it's 5 or 10%, I think we can't keep, there's no point in putting the current level we're in there. We don't need to put $4 million a year in there. And so whatever level we're going to cut back here, I think is this is what we talked about in Finance Committee, why we want to do this. It allows us to meet our obligations. If it does come back in, when it ends, we'll get the money back. We'll get a portion of it. I mean, we're not going to get 100% of it back, but the ad valorem aren't going to get 100% of it either. So there's going to be some type of portion in there. We're not losing this money. We're deferring it. If it doesn't happen, I mean, I hate to say this, but the greatest thing in the world would be if the Lifestyle Center didn't happen. Because you know what? Now we're going to get $8 million from the developer. You keep us alive, you got a potential to get $8 million that we never had. I suppose if you end it, you have no chance of getting it if you end it. You do have a chance of getting a lawsuit. Or we have to come up with a general fund to pay for it, and we'd have to come up with somewhere else. I mean, just because if we don't have the TIF, we still have a contractual obligation to do the Lifestyle Center. We just have to come up with a capital fund or general fund. They don't say, we don't care what fund it comes from. You guys agreed to this. We brought a plan forward, so you need to come up with money. The TIF does it segregates that money out there so we don't spend on something else. Or I'd also look at one of the next option we talked about is adding a project. I've got no problem whatsoever adding the senior center on here and using that. But I know this one was options to come down here, but that's an additional project. So, but that was the emphasis between.
That would take more years.
Those are the boxes we were trying to check. Balance the general fund, check. Protect Norman Public Schools, check. Meet our legal obligations, check. Don't lose that callback. Hold the developer responsible for what to do, check.
Councilmember Scott.
I think just to kind of back up to what Bill said about the stormwater utility and people, the perception being that if we reapportion or even if we were to end the TIF, all of this money is going to go back into the general fund. And I think it still has that's how it would work.
Yes.
And so, so we'd still have that same perception that we could just one-off, pay for the stormwater utility. But I think that, no matter what the transcript writes or how it's done, how it's apportioned, there needs to be made a clear difference between, this is a one-time thing versus an ongoing maintenance and utility. And it's like you said, it's our responsibility to educate. So I think that is really at the core of that argument, for public perception, whatever we choose to do, even though this money is going into the general fund, that's not what it's for. The stormwater utility should be completely separate because of the ongoing implications year after year after year.
Yeah, and Councilmember Castleberry made some really good points about, it's not like we've got extra money right now. We've got extra obligations and we've cut things. So I don't think it would take too long to sit down and say, here's what this money, and we've been concerned about our reserves. And so we could make our reserves a little better, bigger. So, all right, Councilmember Hickman.
I don't want to belabor this point, but it's kind of like the Stormwater Committee is going through a lot in detail of what the money that is going to be raised is going to be spent on. And Sean and his team have come up with what those dollars are going to represent, because we learned from that vote that people wanted to know. I just think that if we're going to do options 2, 3, or 4, which is going to put more money back into the general fund through reallocation of some sort, we need to be prepared to say, what are we going to do with those extra dollars? Right now, if we do the reserve policy change that the Finance Committee also talked about and changes those percentages, it's only about $750,000, 700,000 or so that the budget is technically upside down, but that's only really in part because those are monies that are pre-authorized for the manager to spend. In the event of emergencies, they're not things that we need money. We're not technically drawing down on the fund balance unless we go over budget or we have an emergency. So, in theory, $3.6 million is, one could say, new dollars to spend on new services or expanding services or hiring personnel that maybe need to be hired. My point is that the people in this room know a lot more than the average person that goes out there and vote. And us 9 members of council who are volunteers and elected can't educate the thousands of people who vote in the community. I mean, that's not realistic in my opinion. And so, I think that it needs to be whatever, if we do 2, 3, or 4, we need to have, and I'd like to have a list. We've got 14 unfunded positions. I think last time I asked the city manager, maybe that was from last fiscal year, and those were about $1 million a year to fund those positions. Not saying that's what we should do, but I think we need to look at it from that perspective. If we're going to do something like this, $3.6 million goes back to that. I've made the comment to people, something I think is worth looking at is maybe we allocate a percentage of those funds that go to a Norman Economic Development Authority so that we can have an entity that we can then utilize to do economic development things across our community and try to bring quality jobs here. I just worry that if all that money gets dumped into the general fund, it A, affects stormwater utility, and B, it gets lost in the general fund and, versus if there are things that, and the transportation issue.
I agreed with you initially.
Well, that's just my concern about going forward 2, 3, or 4 right now.
Right.
Is we don't have a plan.
I know, but we have a number of things we know that we need. All I said was, I believe that it wouldn't take us that long to sit down and list line by line by line by line exactly what we need to do. And we need to have that discussion in Finance Committee. We need to have it with the whole council. What things, if we free up $3.6 million, what are the things you absolutely want to see in there? Is that part of our solution to the $164,000 for card access? No, I don't know, but I agree. Yes.
One thing I would point out is if you'll pull up the finance committee meeting from last August, agenda item number 1, there's a list in there of $2.4 million of cuts that are proposed to balance this year's budget. You want to know where the money's going to go? You do not cut these things. We have a list right there. This is what we would not do.
We don't have $2.4 million of things need to cut though.
That's the things that would be recommended to cut in order to meet this year's budget. Just for $2.4 million in the hole.
How are we $2.4 million in the hole?
We budgeted 2.1 million loss.
Well, 1.8 million of that, 1.4 million of that was the emergency funds that would be necessary only if there's an emergency.
Councilman, I'm telling you, these are the estimated reductions of, you wanted a list, the manager's given us a list of, these are the potential areas that we could cut.
Well, those are potential things that might be cut. That doesn't mean that that's where we're going to spend money on. The budget.
You asked for a list of items.
Councilmember Scott.
Okay, so we're only on option 2, and I'm just wondering when, if we make a decision, when the changes would begin to take place.
If we made a decision that we were going to change the allocation, if we made that decision, or we were going to change the allocation and take out the cultural center money or whatever, we could make those decisions fairly quickly. And then it would require me reconvening the statutory review committee and saying, here's what our council has proposed that we do. It will not change your status. It will lengthen the time. If we do all of the projects, it will lengthen the time that it takes to pay them all off. So that could all happen fairly soon.
Well, what I'm wondering is,
and it would be real helpful if we could get that money into the general.
That's what I'm asking,
Yes.
is when the money would go back into the general fund. Like, what is an ETA? Like, you know, we decide which option we want to go with tonight, and then it goes to statutory review committee, and then we vote on it again during a council meeting to approve it, and then at what point does the money begin to go back into the general fund?
Let's ask
The project plan is an ordinance. So if at the time council has said, here's the option we want to propose to the statutory review committee, you do that as a resolution at any council meeting, goes to the statutory review committee, and the mayor, she says, has to convene them. Let's say that it takes them a month to do their meetings and come back with their recommendation to the council. So a month after that, then the council is going to have a first reading on whatever ordinance the council wants to do to make the changes. Next meeting, there'd be the final consideration of that ordinance. 30 days later, it will go into effect. So the minimum amount of time would be about 90 days. And as soon as the ordinance goes into effect, if you have voted to change the apportionment rate, that new apportionment rate would be in effect.
Then, like, boom, December, we see this money going back into the general fund. Okay, thank you.
Ideal, perfect world.
Right.
So option 3 is very similar to option 2, so I won't go into much detail except to say that the apportionment rate change would be from 60% to 10% instead of 5%. And the money going to the general fund would increase by about 3.2 million instead of 3.6 million. And it will be about 2027 when all of the authorized projects that would have been remaining in place would be fully funded. Part of the Finance Committee's discussion was that instead of having this percentage, why don't we just apportion a fixed amount to the TIF fund each year out of the capital fund and the general fund? And that's one thing you could do. And again, it's totally up to council what that amount is. Is it $4 million per year? Is it something less than that? If so, is it $1 million? Is it 500,000? Whatever it may be. And then based on that amount, we'd be able to calculate how long it would be before all of the remaining authorized projects are fully funded. So again, this is, for you to discuss and determine if this is the way you want to go. And if so, what that fixed dollar amount might be.
And so the purpose of that would just be to keep us, we would be able to count on how much money, and it wouldn't fluctuate if there was a real dip in sales tax collection or a real.
And by the, just understand that you would assume that business in University North Park is going to continue to grow. So if you have any apportionment rate that's based on a percentage, it's going to go up over time. Whereas if you did it this way, it's a fixed amount.
And all the growth would stay in the general fund.
And all the growth would stay in the general fund.
Okay, yeah, so it
In other words, if I
continues
said,
and
we're gonna put
everything.
$400,000 a year in there, that's it. Then we say, we got $4 million to collect, it's gonna take us 10 months or whatever. I mean, it'd be simple math as opposed to, well, it's $400,000 a year, plus it's gonna grow at 2.5%, so that's $410,000 next year. So, I mean, we would know exactly what it is, it would make budgeting a little bit easier. And we would know, you will make sure that you have to assume that if you say $3 million and the TIF only generates $2.9 million, then you have to come up with $100,000 for the TIF. So it's got to be a very doable number. That's why it's going to be that 5 to 10%. You know, we say we're going to put $400,000 or $500,000 there, and we know we're going to do $400,000 or $500,000. We're doing $4 million now.
Or percentage.
Yeah. So I mean, if we fell from $4 million a year to $500,000 a year to TIF, we'd have much bigger problems to worry about than this allocation.
That means some major University North Park businesses have gone out of business.
That means the city's probably out of business, because I mean, unless, it could be just that area, yes. But if you have that big a drop in sales tax, it's probably a citywide issue.
Something bad has
Something
happened.
really
Like a
bad happened.
recession.
Like a serious recession.
We haven't seen.
We entered a
Like
recession,
2008.
we still didn't have
But
that
yeah,
much drop.
even in 2008, the TIF kept growing.
Right.
So it'd be very, very unlikely. I mean, very, very likely. You had a very low percentage, closer to that 5 or 10%.
Ready.
Okay, so options 5 through 8 are proposing to eliminate some projects. And before we embark on that discussion, there's just some things that in any of these proposals to keep in mind. You've had a lot of discussion about those contractual obligations that exist, particularly for the Lifestyle Center cost project. But just know that if you eliminate projects, then there's going to have to be some renegotiation of some existing development agreements. And once you've chosen which of these things you might want to do, then we'll get into it and see what needs to be renegotiated and how we want to do it. The economic development authorization. Remember, is what's supposed to be happening is that University North Park TIF and the NEDC has invested in buying this land in University North Park for the University North Park Cultural Center. And they are going to resell that land that they have purchased and installed the infrastructure. And as those resales happen, that money comes back to the NEDC for other future projects and developments in the University North Park area. So it was always envisioned that revolving fund, for lack of a better term, would outlive the TIF, that they'd be selling that land and they'd have that money on hand, and just have that in your mind, that process would still be in place. The bid,
And
the
the
business.
money for the economic development has already been paid out. The majority, it was 4 million.
The majority of the land purchase has been done. The infrastructure has been done. There is some existing NEDC debt to pay for that land purchase. And so it was always envisioned that they'd sell enough of that land off to pay that debt.
That's what allowed us to get Emmy out there. Was
Anthony,
that land.
could you clarify, when we talk about ending the TIF, once the TIF has got its money, it doesn't necessarily end, it just stops collecting money.
Stops apportioning
So
sales tax.
whatever money
and
is still in
property taxes.
there goes towards project plans.
Yeah. The
So-
example that I would give is the Campus Corner TIF. Okay, the Campus Corner TIF, through its sales tax apportionment, and it was only $1.25 million, but it generated that $1.25 million in about 4 years. But it took about 9 years for all of the projects to be completed. So yeah, ending the TIF to me is stopping the apportionment of property tax and sales tax. But the life of the projects is the life of the projects. I can, Sean is, there was this like $23,000 sitting out there, and I was like, Sean, come up with the project, spend the money, but it was years before we actually closed out that TIF fund. The business improvement district would continue. We are, you'll recall that we just approved the assessment role for next year for the business improvement district. That would continue. Assuming that it was reestablished at the end of its 10-year life, that could outlive the University North Park TIF fund. The funding for the Robinson and I-35 West Frontage Road project is in the budget now. That project, if you ended the TIF today, we would assume that those funds would stay set aside to complete that project. And that's something the council has identified as a very important.
Yes, they would. Anyone that lives
Right
west of
I don't know, the rest of us, we might have to, what are you gonna give us?
I'll give you a trendy.
Start with me.
Okay, so let's talk about what the finance committee talked about of eliminating some projects. One of them was eliminating the lifestyle center project that you've talked about here. It's $8.25 million. All of the other projects will remain in place under this option. The sales tax and property tax apportionments would remain the same. Instead of having $25 or so million left to be generated, we'd have about $16.8 million left to be generated. Based on our current rate of apportionment, it would take us about a year to generate that money. If you eliminated this particular project, we'd have all of the money in place to fund all of the remaining authorized projects in about a year. There would still be, there would need to be some renegotiation of outstanding, I see some quizzical looks on people's faces.
Well, if you're doing $4 million a year in a TIF and you got 11 million, that's 15 million. So that's not about a year. That's 17 million after a year and a half or so.
Well, remember, it's a year from now.
It's growing.
Yeah. The Norman Public Schools multiplier benefit would end when the property tax apportionment ends, so that'll be about a year and a half from now. Any questions on that one?
We've kind of discussed that.
Yeah, we've kind of discussed that.
As we've been discussing all the rest of them. We've talked about what the issues would be with the lifestyle center because of the contractual obligations and that kind of thing. So we kind of have discussed that as part of our earlier discussion, Councilmember Bierman.
So Anthony, this estimate of give or take a year would be at the same apportionment level, however. So if we were to, let's say, eliminate the lifestyle center and also drop the apportionment down to 5% or to some fixed number, that would
It would extend it out. Yeah.
extend that time. Okay. Do you have any idea if we dropped it to 5% what that would?
Okay. Once council has chosen an option, then we get to work on, okay, based on that chosen option, where are we? How long is it going to take to generate the funds to pay for all of the remaining authorized projects that you've now changed? But no, we didn't try to mess around with.
You didn't bundle options for me? Come on.
I would draw your attention to this part of the discussion here, because if you have eliminated the lifestyle center project, just remember that there may still be some developer that comes forward with a great idea for a regional draw retail project. And we just wouldn't have this money setting aside to do it. So there would be some other ways to do it though. You could take money out of the capital fund to build infrastructure to support their proposed development. You could enter into a contractual agreement with that new developer for a sales tax rebate of the sales taxes generated by their project. There's other ways to skin the cat than just University North Park TIF. So just understand that.
But we would lose that as an
You would lose this as an option.
And I'm assuming
Who gets to
we don't have.
I gotta have a better, if I can't skin a cat, what's a better way to say it?
I don't know it either.
I don't
but-
like the metaphor,
And
but
if we don't have the incentive out there, then we really can't hold the developer
The clawback.
The clawback would go away too. I mean,
That's
we're not
one of
gonna,
the things
we're not gonna
we
do
have-
our end, we can't own their end, right?
That's one of the things
So
would
we
have to
get
be
up $8 million of
renegotiated.
potential callback. That's the trade-off. I
That's
guess.
only if we eliminate the lifestyle center though, not the cultural center, because the cultural center is the
Probably.
one that
Yeah,
doesn't
they're-
have
Yeah, the clawback agreements are not related to the cultural center,
only to the lifestyle
to the
center.
lifestyle center.
We spent the money on Legacy Park to attract the lifestyle center. That was gonna be part of it. So we'll spend the money on park to give you an area to put your lifestyle center in. But if you don't do your lifestyle center, we want our money back. We're a cultural center. We haven't done anything.
Who determines,
Councilmember Wilson.
who determines if that lifestyle center is a great idea? If somebody comes to us with an idea,
Council.
we determine that?
Yeah, there are some things that the proposal has to meet,
Okay.
sales per square foot and that sort of thing. But as far as if it is a good enough project, yeah, that's council's call.
Okay, but Mr. Bryant, you want to weigh in on this?
Kind of mixing a couple of things. I just want to make sure we have some clarity here. There's really two parts of that development agreement. There was a carrot part and a stick part. The carrot part was the 8.25 million, which is the incentive money. So if you come and do the lifestyle center and you meet the approval of council on how this lifestyle center is going to come forward, and yes, it's council's call on that, then they could potentially get that 8.25 million as a carrot. The stick part, though, is the penalties. So they have to do a certain level of retail to avoid paying those penalties. And those penalties were tied to two things. One was the frontage road extension that was about 2.4 million cost. And the other was the Legacy Park construction. It's about 5.9 million. So that was all defined in the development agreement, that those numbers together, that's how you get the 8.3, that's the penalty. Okay, and they only have to pay the penalty if they don't achieve at least 250,000 square feet of retail space in that lifestyle center area before the TIF's over.
What's the definition of retail?
Right. It's a good question. It used to be a lot lower. It was like $175 per square foot for a certain size store, and I think it was maybe $150 for another size store. In one of the more recent development agreements, we increased those performance criteria. So it was like $300 per square foot for a certain size store, and I think, help me out with that, Catherine, maybe $400 for maybe the smaller size. So we increased that.
Any excluded categories of retail? Or what defines retail?
Sales tax generated.
Did not exclude.
How much money it makes per square foot?
Could
We could
not-
change it.
Could not be within, well, it used to be within a 21-mile radius, couldn't be within a 21-mile radius, couldn't be a store that relocated from Norman to qualify. And we modified that. So when we approved, the council modified that, and they approved the amendment development agreement. So it has to be a regional draw type store. It can't be within 21-mile radius of Norman, or it can't have been in Norman. And when council modified that before, they were looking at what was happening in Moore. And they said, okay, that's more than 21 miles. But if we have a store that might help stop some of the leakage from Norman, as long as they weren't already in Norman, they still might qualify if they meet the criteria. So that was just the progression of how council has modified that.
Councilmember Holman.
Just to clarify, if we just really badly wanted the lifestyle center to be built right now, we could lower the threshold for what we consider high-end retail, lower the percentage for or square foot retail. If we wanted to say, we just want to allow anything to go in, we just want it built, we don't even care. We could do that?
It would require an amendment to the development agreement because all that criteria is in the development
I mean, it wouldn't
agreement.
meet the spirit of what it was about anyway.
Probably wouldn't meet the spirit of it. I'm sure the retailer, the developer would not object because
Sure.
it'd be easier for them.
Yeah, they could get anybody
to accomplish it. Now, on the 250,000 square feet, remember when Crest came in, there was the developer asked for some credit for Crest because it met that sales criteria. And so they got credit for about 104,000, I believe is what it is, of retail space off that 250. So the amount that they have to finish is about 145,000 square feet, somewhere in that range. And once they finish that, then they're not subject to the clawback provision. And so I mentioned that because what I mentioned earlier, that there is a potential regional draw retailer that will meet that criteria that is looking for a location in the south part of Oklahoma City. And of the top 3 sites, 2 of those are in Norman, 1 of those is in the TIF area. So that may accomplish that. They may go to another site. As far as Norman is concerned, we don't care if they go to the TIF or somewhere else, just so they go in Norman, because we want the sales tax. So, so stay tuned. You may get some more information about that soon.
Yeah, so
Councilmember Scott.
Sorry. So it couldn't be one of those like super neat shipping container shopping centers, shipping container. Have you seen those?
If it made that much, if it made $400 a square foot.
Yeah.
Container
I mean,
store?
they do. No, not the container store. No.
There's some architectural review board design criteria for everything that's built out there.
Okay.
So to meet that design criteria, it's not likely that.
Okay.
That's where
Unless we made a development amendment.
We'd have to do that.
Okay. Those are cool. Just saying.
One of those is downtown.
Okay.
Next.
Option 6 is the elimination of the cultural center project. Again, it assumes that all of the apportionment rates remain the same. This project is $8.75 million authorization. And again, when we say authorization, just remember that that doesn't mean you have to spend $8.75 million. You could spend $5 million of that and keep $3,750,000 available. If we were to do this one, we would then have about $16.3 million of remaining authorization. We'd have the downside of having more difficulty. If you want to have a regional draw cultural center, we wouldn't have that money set aside to incentivize it. Norman Public Schools would lose their multiplier benefit in a little less than a year, about the end of this fiscal year. And then the money would go back to the general funds, capital fund, and to the property taxing jurisdictions. I would point out that this would also sacrifice the ability for council to do option 9. Option 7 is the combination of the Lifestyle Center and Cultural Center projects, and this was specifically discussed again at the Finance Committee meeting. This will reduce the authorization by $17 million in total, 8.75 plus 8.25 million. The sales and property tax apportionments could then be repealed because we would have enough money on hand right now to pay for all of the projects that were remaining authorized. This, however, will reduce our ability to attract that regional draw retailer, and it will reduce our ability to pay for the cultural facility or to do option 9, which is using the cultural center money to pay for a senior center in the University North Park area. It would require some renegotiation of those contracts, and Norman Public Schools would lose the multiplier benefit right away. So option 8 is just, council could do some combinations of all of those things. This is what Councilmember Wilson was talking about earlier. And we're totally, just open book to what you might choose to do. And once you have chosen what you want to do, we'll get to work on all of these things that would be involved in that.
Councilmember.
So what if instead of reducing the sales tax to 5 or 10% or whatever, what if we just reduce the sales tax to 0, but the property just remained the same? If Norman Public Schools in the county and PLS wanted to remain in there, I mean, I would think if they want to remain in the TIF, I don't think we should end it for them. If we don't want to take ourselves out, we can.
That's an option. They would never go for that.
Well, I'm just saying. Yeah, I agree.
I think they're-
Why would they want to? Yeah.
Right, I mean, I think. I'm speaking
But
for
Norm
them,
Public
I think
Schools would keep
they're
their
talking about,
thing.
we had a deal,
Sure.
and we want to do the deal.
But I mean,
If you
like,
guys are pulling
yeah.
out, then we're pulling out.
Then Norm Public Schools would argue that we want to stay in because we want to keep getting that money, right?
I can't see the Moore Norman or county saying, listen, if you guys are pulling out, we're pulling out. In fact, we may even pull out of Center City TIF if you guys are gonna do that stuff to us.
Right.
I mean, they would have that option of,
I'm not sure how they would be able to pull out Center City, but anyway.
they could just stop paying for it. I mean, they could.
Well, I mean, you could get yourself, we could get ourselves into some kind of lawsuit. I'm sure that's always possible, but,
I don't know how changing it from whatever it is now to 10% or 0% is any different if it's talking about changing the deal. I mean, that's why.
It is, but
You're the one,
but going to zero is totally different. Not putting anything in.
Well, it's still changing the deal.
They
You're not changing the deal, is leaving it as is, option one, and letting it fully fund in 2.5 years, and then the Norman Public Schools multiplier protection thing goes away. I mean, so you're talking about protecting the schools, you're really talking about 2.5 years till December 2020. I mean, if we're going to do a reapportionment, I'm certainly not opposed to making it zero, because in part, to me, we would be doing that for the benefit of the taxing partners as opposed to ending it early. Because, I think that the community would prefer to see us end the TIF early.
I just don't want to make the decision for those other taxing jurisdictions. If they want to remain in that TIF, then their elected bodies should make a decision or not. But if we
I'm not
decide we
sure
want to get
that-
out,
I'm
then-
not sure they can. do
well,
that.
they could say, okay, our board decided, council, we want you to take us out. That type of thing. But if they wanted to stay in,
We recommend, I mean, we know from the
we want you to stay in.
Yeah, we know from the resolution we sent them about the culture facility on the senior center, they can send back to us whatever recommendation they want. I mean, they've done in the past.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter really what we saying and what we send to them, they're gonna send back to us whatever they want. Because that's, at least my experience, the time I've been on council. So in a way, we've spent a lot of time talking about these 10 options, and I'm not sure how much it totally matters what we end up saying and sending to them, because they're gonna send back to us whatever they choose to send back to us. And
we can override what they do. But the idea is to try to work together with them to get something that is appealing. I mean, I've had loose discussions with them conceptually about this, 5, 10, 50%, just the idea of if we cut back our sales tax portion, what do you think about that? Of course, Norman Public Schools is, we need some time. Don't pull the rug out from under us in a year. If you're going to do this, give us 2 or 3 years. Give us a runway so we can budget. Ideally, they'd like a little more time to come in there. Of course, they're about like, well, we want to see the area developed. We went from 0 property taxes on raw land. We want to see it developed. That's why we got into it in the first place, was to see it fully developed. If it's not going to fully develop, then we'd like to see it develop as much as possible to get maybe some of these bigger deals done. I mean, that's what they're looking at is, the ad valorem part of it too.
There are some real advantages in the sense that we could go ahead and do something to help our general fund in the next few months. That is a real advantage. There's the advantage, like Councilmember Caspary has said, about the school system. It helps the school system. There is an advantage in not getting into a protracted contractual discussion with the developers on the lifestyle center. Not that we couldn't work on that, because we could, but that will take some time. So it seems like the advantages, we can still make a decision about the cultural center money. It seems like the advantages of us at least keeping the TIF open for a few more years, there's quite a few advantages to that and not a whole lot of disadvantages to it. Because at any time we could say, okay, these guys, we're never going to get a lifestyle. That's never going to happen. So let's. end it. And we may want to be having those discussions with them. But I just see there's some advantages to this.
Option 9, you've already discussed. This is basically using the cultural center project authorization for the senior center in the UNP project area. Now, remember, option 9 and option 10 were not actually discussed at the finance committee, but these are options that remain on the table because there's things that you've already talked about. You've already passed a resolution related to this one. You passed a resolution. This was council's recommendation. The statutory review committee came back with their recommendation. They didn't like what council said, but you could still do it, okay? You could vote to override what the statutory review committee recommended. You basically be using that $8.75 million for a senior center in the project area and everything else remaining in place, which is not a given. That's what's assumed here. Everything else remaining in place, we'd be back to about 2.5 years to fully fund all the authorized projects. Don't believe we'd have to issue any debt because with the money that we have on hand and the apportionment rate that we have right now, it's going to take some time to build that senior center. So we'd be collecting enough money to do it on a pay-as-you-go basis.
So could we lower the tax and do the senior center?
That's one thing you could do. Basically, that would be you'd be combining option 2 through 4 with option 9.
You're asking more from the tax
It would extend the
jurisdiction
life
when
of
you
the
do that because they're losing the capability of using that money for something that would be an investment that would grow the amount of taxes.
Well,
that
they'd
they
still
would-
have the revenue to borrow. They'd still be able to
Are you talking about the
issue
multiplier
debt, right? Like if they needed a lifestyle center came along after we lowered the
Under this
taxes,
proposal, the lifestyle center project would still be in place.
so they could still, even though it's a slower rate of revenue, they could still borrow money. We still borrow money to build this fabulous lifestyle
So
center.
keep in mind, if
And
there's
homes,
a cultural facility, something like that, that will be something that pays, if it's in the increment area, it will be paying ad valorem tax. If it's in the project area, it will not.
So they're not getting
So
anything from it.
they don't have any desire to build anything that's not in the increment area. So I mean.
I understand that, but I think it behooves us all as
but senior
Cleveland
center-
County and as City of Norman to have a robust senior center.
But we
So
could do a senior, like it's option 10, we could do a senior center instead of a lifestyle center and still keep the lifestyle center or take the lifestyle center out and put the senior center in there.
As long as it's in
Cultural?
As long as it's in the project area.
on 24th Avenue.
And what they said is they don't think a senior center qualifies as a cultural center. And I have to agree, there's nothing that's going to generate outside tech for senior center. So let's not call the senior center a cultural facility. Let's just call it a senior center and add a project. In fact, their recommendation was add a project. They didn't have any problem with adding a project.
I know, and then they said, let's go put a thing over on the fairgrounds. It didn't make any sense.
That was part of the original arena TIF deal. So that's off the table. So now we're
Also
kinda
not
back
in
to-
the increment area.
That was just thrown out there by one person on the statutory committee.
No, they-
No
It's what it came back to us.
They asked the council to look at it, to consider.
Come on, Mac, you're giving
Yeah,
it too
don't you want
early.
to see what we choose to do?
Come on.
All right.
You've got no staying power, no staying power.
Okay.
You got Newport at home something?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
We called away.
Yeah. The weather is getting bad, so let's try to wind this up. Councilmember Hickman and then Holman.
I guess I go back to, I'm not sure why this is something we need to, it's early September and this is on our agenda, there are still a lot of issues to me that need to be figured out. I've already talked about what we do with the 3.6 million number, do an allocation. And I'll just say that these options here involving the senior center are very important to me, but I'm still holding my breath and praying that we get the Griffin Park lease done and we get the thing worked out with the Department of Mental Health,
Agreed.
and we can use those funds to build the senior center.
Agreed.
If that happens, then my opinion about some of these options might change because I may be more willing to say, let's take the cultural center out as a project and let the thing fully fund itself in a year and work with the Norman Public Schools to give them a little more of a runway. Because I think if you want to talk about the schools and protecting the schools, there are things we could do that provide the school with more flexibility financially than they have right now with the TIF funds. Because my understanding is the TIF funds are like building funds, land funds that they're not allowed to pay teachers, but they can't use those funds to pay payroll salaries. Versus if we did things like, excuse me?
No, I
that's not
don't think that's right.
Oh, that's what they've told me.
Dr. Migliorino said that pays for their SRO program.
Well, but that's not a teacher. I said they can't use the funds to pay for teachers, staffing costs.
Well,
Now, maybe they use it for the SRO, I don't know. My point just is there are other things that we could do as a city, which I'm sure Ken's gonna love hearing this idea, but I assume they pay for water and maybe other city services. There are things, for example, that we could do to not charge them maybe for those kinds of services that would be relieved to their general fund, like our general fund, which could then be funds spent on salaries. Or I'm just saying there are other things that we could do to give them a runway and give them some financial protection so that we aren't giving them quota budget cut in the 2.5 years that are left for this thing to fully fund. So I didn't mean, so I would kind of like maybe to revisit this conversation in, 60 days or something to see what happens with the Department of Mental Health, to see what happens with this site selection person. Because what I also hear Jeff saying is if these people come to town and say, yeah, they want to do this, then we may be getting a call from the developer saying, I need my $8 million. At the same time, I know we have that, Robert, but we don't have the other $8 million that if, for example, the Department of Mental Health says, nope, we're not doing that lease deal, then I think the majority of us on council say we want to tap that $8.75 million and build a senior center. We don't have those sets of funds. And if we've already then sent the reapportionment discussion on to the statutory committee, we've the boat's left the dock, and now we're looking at ourselves saying, gosh, I wish you would, maybe we don't want to cut that money because maybe now we want to get the 8.75 million and we need the 8 million and we need that money now or more quickly. And maybe we can finance it. I don't know. Maybe it's just going to cost us more money. And so there's still some things up in the air that in my mind relate to what I would feel more comfortable doing. And I guess I'm just unsure of if we're not going to end it, which is I think what a lot of people in the community want, why this is urgent to move forward with today.
I think it was part of our discussion for finance because of one, the change in the reserve policy that added some money back into our bottom line. And this was a second part of here's something else we could do almost immediately to help our general fund through this year and next year when we really need that help. So
and all the signs said in the TIF, balance the budget. Balance the budget. This balances the budget.
It does it in the TIF though. I mean, there are two important parts of that.
I think one is no arena in the TIF. So no arena. There is no arena. The TIF is basically frozen. You're going to meet your current obligations. So you're ending it by the apportionment is going in. You got a plan to end it. And so that's why
we are in.
Well, if we don't do something, then we do option one, which is do nothing.
Right now we're doing option one. That's our current path right now.
So instead, I think we should move forward with a different option.
There's $300,000 a month going into this fund that's not going to the general fund.
That we could be
the 250 or
using
200.
I think Councilmember Coleman has been waiting.
I mean, I agree about maybe coming back to this because I think we'll know a whole lot more about some stuff in just a month or less or two. We'll know more about the land at the North Base area. Know about the Griffin land, and so I think we have a lot more better idea about what we want to do if we come back in just a month or two even. So
I mean, could we still do that?
I would agree with the month. But
could we still, potentially move forward today with another option and then also revisit the cultural center / senior center when we know more about Griffin? We need
a proposal to take to the statutory review committee.
Okay.
But we can't bring multiple ones to them. Ideally we would like to take one for them to consider and talk about and then get back to us. Whenever we do go to the statutory review, that could be.
I think that we'll know some, I'm hoping that we're going to know some things within the next month and about land. And so I do think there may be some things that we could be looking at now. Maybe not. Maybe that's the next step that we have to have, is to send it on to the statutory review committee. But if we wait a few more weeks, we may know by the end of September and can bring it back.
And we also have the OU Regents consideration of the land swap bill. So I mean, in addition to the mental health thing, yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
I'm
Yeah,
saying
that's what I
in
was saying.
September, we
We'll know
have the
all
possibilities of
If
several
they say no,
different
then we.
dominoes falling that will help us know more what our
This idea was
options
to have
are.
that
I
discussion
prefer the option
in
that you
preparation.
talked about, which was the Norman.
So I'm for not adding more and ending it in
Land lease.
2.5 years.
Can we ask Jeff, do we have any idea of whoever's handling it, the Department of Mental Health lease discussions? Do we have any idea of kind of where you think that stands and when we might know if that's gonna happen?
The mayor probably knows more. I think she had a more recent
I
discussion.
talked, I had a conference call with Terry Rand just absolutely today. So I need to go back and talk to Catherine. I did send a memo about that. So I need to go talk to Catherine, but I'm hoping that it was very positive conversation. So
Do we think in
let me find out
next
a
30
little bit
days that
more.
we
I'm
may-
hoping
Okay.
this month. I hate to say that in public, and I'm glad Mac's gone and everybody's
Nobody's favorite.
Yeah, there's nobody here that would tell anything.
So we don't want to jinx anything here. Anyway, so.
Finally, option 10 is what you just talked about.
Oh, we're still got options.
Yeah. Which is what came back from the statutory review committee, which was to expand the TIF from 54.7 million to about 63.5 million. Now the life of the TIF, everything else being equal, will be extended to about 4 more years. And that's really all we need to discuss on this proposal. So that's really all I have, and tell us what you want to do.
All projects would be funded within 4 years, even if we added and kept the other projects. Okay.
Last comment I have is a lot of the feedback that I got on the cultural facility issue was, we don't even know what it is. Why are we collecting the money to fund it? And I think for some of us, the senior center process, kind of validated that, why collect $8 million if we really don't have control over it? I guess in a way we do. We can override the statutory committee, but then that's stepping on people's toes. I guess the other comment that I would make would be, if we can take 30 or 60 days and revisit this, maybe during that window of time, what I think would be helpful would be, I think this was even discussed with the statutory committee, but I don't remember that for sure. If we could talk to, like, I see Scott at the chamber, or visit Norman, or other community partners, and let's have a town hall, or let's have some kind of a discussion about, if the culture facility is not the senior center, let's assume those other chips fall into place, what do we think that money would be used for, so that as we're making a decision about, because if we slow down the collection of the funds, that may or may not impact how quickly we could build whatever this culture facility is, or whether or not we want to keep it as a project or take it out as a project. And it's just, I struggle with the idea of what could that be realistically. I mean, I heard the rumors, and I know that in, I think, 2012 there were minutes from a public meeting, and now it's 6 years later. Maybe it's time to have kind of a follow-up discussion of what could that look like, and maybe get the county, get some of those folks involved. And if we push this off for 30, 60 days, maybe that's a window of time to have that conversation. I think that would be helpful to me, as opposed to just saying we're going to keep the project in place, even though the statutory committee rejected it as a senior center, but we have no idea what it's going to be. I mean, some of the feedback I've heard from the committees that they have concerns
Yeah,
about that.
and I absolutely understand that. We've gone a long time. It's the same thing for the lifestyle center. If we don't know what it is now, then when are we gonna know what it is?
Well,
So
that's pretty well defined though in
We
the
got
agreements. We know what that is, the
We know
qualifications
what
for
lifestyle
that.
center is too. It's in the development agreement. We've already outlined what it is.
We
We haven't had a proposal.
We
come forward.
have, but we still don't have a proposal for it. And we know that the original thing that was proposed, they're not developing those much anymore.
Oh, no, I understand.
That's all I'm saying. It's the same thing.
Just
And I
remember that
understand
when we
that-
started collecting these funds in 2006, we didn't know what any of these things would be. And council authorized all of these projects without the blanks having been filled in. We didn't know what Legacy Park would be. We didn't know what the configuration of the I-35 and Robinson interchange would be. We didn't know any of these things. So there was no contemplation.
Well, that was changed in the middle of the stream, so.
Best thing
Okay.
about the whole thing.
Suggestion.
All right. Any final comments? Because I'm gonna close this meeting out. Mr. Bryan.
I just want to make one comment on the cultural facility and the land donation. The development agreement actually does have a deadline in that. It's 2026.
Right.
So, if it's something you want to work on to get that defined, just have that in the back of your head that 2026 is the deadline.
Yes.
Botanical
garden.
Yes.
So do I hear
Look
basically
exactly like
the council's direction right now is option one for now? Do nothing for now?
For a little bit.
So option one.
For now.
We're not ready to
It
make a
ends in
decision on
2.5
the other
years on
options
option
yet.
one. Right.
So
We're ending
yeah,
it.
that is correct.
But
By doing nothing.
we'll revisit it in 60 days.
There's some good options in there.
Within a 60-day
Day
period,
You guys
so
remember
it
that?
could be sooner.
Yes.
If we have other information, we will, but within 60 days, we'll revisit it. So,
No.
all right, thank you all
Debating
very
about
much.
going
Do
to
I have a motion to
Othello's
adjourn?
or-
To adjourn.
Second.
Because like I'm pretty sure that all the
So I
smells.
couldn't-
I'd like to call the meeting to order. We are on air. This is the City Council study session of Tuesday, November 6, 2018. We have one item on the agenda, continued discussion regarding the reapportionment of University North Park Tax Increment Finance District sales tax options. And I think we have presentations from our finance director and our city attorney.
Okay, we presented everything at a previous meeting. And you saw the options and we were just really here to respond to questions that you had about them. Or I know we've had some individual council members who have asked some questions, but I didn't know that was be presented publicly.
So primarily following this information. Everybody have a copy of this?
Yep.
Okay. Jeff prepared that. Yes. These are what happens if we do each of these things.
Yeah, the first question really was, what would be the steps that you would take to terminate the TIF, number 2? And so those are the bullet points. I think we had put those together actually this past summer. So this is kind of a regurgitation of what we looked at before. But under the Local Development Act, the project plan is a document of the city. It was enacted by ordinance. It's clearly a legislative act under the statute. So the city may repeal, modify, or amend by its normal legislative process, in which we adopt ordinances. So first, second reading, that type of thing. No ordinances, we talked about this last summer, TIF ordinances can be repealed or modified as long as there's debt outstanding, but that debt has been paid off, I think, in September. So that barrier has been removed. And then once it's terminated or modified, then the county assessor, as far as providing the incremental revenues from ad valorem, that would cease. So none of the ad valorem revenues would then flow to the city under the project plan. Question came up about the statutory review committee, whether that is implicated in this process. The section of the statute that deals with that is in Title 62, Section 858, Subpart D. And it says that the governing body may, an amendment is considered a minor amendment if such amendment does not change the character or purpose of the plan, does not add more than 5% to the district's area, does not add more than 5% to the public costs of the plan to be financed by apportioned tax revenues. All amendments made pursuant to this provision, this subsection shall be considered on a cumulative basis. So like we talked about last summer, if there was a question about maybe adding project costs, that would be a major amendment. So you'd have to go back to the statutory review committee. It's a gray area if you're not adding any project costs. There's really has been no cases that we're aware of where this has been litigated. It goes back to the language that talks about whether it's changing the character or the purpose of the plan. And so the way Norman has dealt with this in the past, we had a similar question that came up when John Q. Hammonds came forward and said, instead of taking the 15 million for the conference center, he would like to forego that 15 million and allow about half of that to go to the Rock Creek overpass, and the other half was set aside for cultural facilities. We checked with the Center for Economic Development Law back then, whether that was a major or a minor amendment. And it was actually their advice that since they were not adding any additional cost to the plan, and that the project plan itself had projects that were similar in character, that it was not a major amendment, and that the council could have modified the plan back in 2008 without going back to the statutory TIF committee. However, council chose not to do that in 2008, and part of their reasoning was started doing this in partnership with our ad valorem taxing jurisdictions, and they wanted to make sure that they got their feedback. And so they opted to go back to the statutory review committee and get their feedback, and got that. And once they got that, then they proceeded to go through amending the project plan ordinance back in 2008.
So let me interrupt you here. I had, before I read through all this again, I had the idea that if we change the allocation amount, which wouldn't affect how much they're getting, and it wouldn't affect how much they're paying in, it would only change the allocation amount to us. It would lengthen the TIF. But reading through this, I don't see that requires us to go back to the statutory review committee.
The argument would come back to the language of whether that changes the character and purpose of the plan. Because if we reduce the amount of allocation, incremental allocation to the project plan, then that's going to lengthen the time before all of the incremental revenues are accumulated to pay for all the authorized project costs. So that would have a detrimental impact on the ad valorem taxing jurisdictions, because they would be in the project plan longer. They would make additional
not longer than the
incremental-
25 years.
No, but longer than the 2.5 years that are currently being projected that it would take to accumulate all 54 point.
And I'm not suggesting that we
million.
not do that. I'm just saying that when I read through this, I didn't see that it really stipulated that we do that. But
So if we opted not to go back to them and we got an objection, that's probably where the objection would be focused on, whether or not asking for their advice was a step that would be changing the character and purpose of the plan. It would be in violation of this section of the statute. So my advice would be that you do go back and ask them, just like we did in 2008, just like we did when this past spring, when we were considering whether to reallocate $8.75 million back to the senior center. That avoids potential litigation on that issue, and it gives your ad valorem taxing partners an opportunity to weigh in.
Councilmember Wilson.
So I'm just going to preface this with I haven't had any sleep, so sorry. If we send this to statutory review committee, can they then send back a different proposition to us?
Yes. Yes, we can't restrict what they look at. I mean, it has to be pertinent to this plan, but just like we went through with the suggestion about the senior center recommendation. They get to look at all of that and they get to make their recommendation. Now, the statute protects the city in the sense that whatever recommendation they make, then if council does not want to follow that, then they can override that recommendation with the 6-vote supermajority. If they follow the recommendation, it's a simple majority. But the final say is still with the city council.
Would you talk a little bit about the impact this would have, or well, I guess this wouldn't have that impact. I was thinking ending it, how that would impact all of these road projects that we haven't had done. If we just reallocate and we keep the money in the TIF and we're still adding money to the TIF, then we have the money to finish out all the road projects. And weren't there some other road projects that we've talked about, like on Tecumseh and that flood intersection?
Based on
here?
the traffic impact analysis for University North Park, there are some more projects that need to be done. But as far as the amount of money that the TIF is obligated or authorized to pay for transportation projects, you've pretty much met that. There's about $700,000 of remaining authorization for road and traffic improvements.
But wasn't there some obligation of the developers?
Yes.
So to get those road projects on Tecumseh and that flood intersection with Tecumseh, the developers would need to pitch in money, right? And we
Yes,
were
the
going
way-
to match with federal.
Exactly.
Wasn't that the idea? So where would that money come from?
Yeah, the way development agreement number 1 was structured, there was a cap that the city was required to contribute, and it was 11.55 million. Any traffic and roadway costs that were identified in that development agreement that go over that amount would have to be at the expense of the developer. So Anthony is correct. We have just about spent close to the 11.55 if you consider what is already being set aside for the Robinson Crossroads area that's just on the west side of I-35. There's a little bit left, but not a whole lot left. Some of that we might have actually spent when we did the Garver study up there at Tecumseh and 24th.
Isn't there another million in the TIF for the Robinson Street?
53.
Well, I'm accounting for that. When I say we spent about 11.55, less about 600,000 or so. I'm already accounting for the $1 million that we set aside for the Robinson west of I-35.
That's in that 10 million.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Councilmember Castleberry.
Okay, so just to be clear, no matter what we do, the money for the Robinson Street Crossroads intersection is already set aside, earmarked. It's not going anywhere.
Unless council took an action to withdraw the previous action of setting it aside. It's in the budget now. If you look at your budget document, you'll see that there's a funded project actually in fiscal year 17
In the
for that.
capital project, capital fund?
In the TIF fund.
And so if we shut the whole thing down, so there is no TIF fund anymore, we liquidate it, so to speak, would that money still be in the capital fund? I know it's appropriated.
Yeah, now what do you, when you say liquidate,
I'm saying
that's what I am saying when I say unless council took an action to withdraw your previous action, you have appropriated and allocated that money to that project already.
So where's the money going to come from?
From the TIF fund, from the $10 million, if you will.
So if one of the ideas was shut the thing down, give 75% back to us, 25% back to the ad valorem, do away with all the projects. There's no reason to keep money in there. We're just gonna refund everybody their money. So if we went that route, which
for the Robinson Street, this is my worst case scenario, okay? There is no money in the TIF fund anymore. We have,
You would have withdrawn the previous allocation that you did, yes, you could do that.
So part of that is what bank account you're taking it out of? Okay, what Anthony's talking about, it's already appropriated in the fund. So if you kill the TIF and take the $10 million balance and you spend it on something else, then that's still appropriated, but you're gonna have to get it out of a different account to pay for it.
so say all
Or
that,
you have to cancel the
say
project.
all that money went to the 75%, let's just say $7.5 million, went to the general fund. And the capital, however that
The
breaks
rest
out.
went to the capital fund.
Would that money still be set aside for that project, or is it just all in the entire checking account?
That would be our recommendation, that if that money flows back partially to the capital fund, partially to the general fund, that we would make sure that based on this adopted budget, that 1.6 million remains set aside for that project, unless council changed their mind and didn't want to do the project.
So that would be-
Otherwise, our recommendation is you make sure you set aside that.
That's an action we have to take
Yes, you would have to withdraw that appropriation that you've already made.
and re-appropriate it. No, we don't have to re-appropriate it.
You don't have to reappropriate.
It's already marked.
But that's my question. If we do, I think Councilman Scott's not concerned, we want to make sure that money set aside. It doesn't, hold on, I'm not speaking for you, but that it doesn't just go into this general, from the TIF slush fund, for what people like to call it, to the general fund slush fund, that now it goes to the senior center, sidewalks, animal shelter, whatever. We will make sure that that money is earmarked for that project to meet that contractual obligation.
Yes, and
We have to
unless
do anything.
you would not have to do anything to make sure that that happens.
So we take an action of council to undo that.
Undo it, that's correct, yeah, that's the best way to think of
Okay,
it.
we've got two more here, Councilmember Holman and then Councilmember Scott.
Okay, two things, but just following up on that, merely ending the TIF doesn't change that. That's still there unless we decide to spend it on something else.
Correct. You'd have to take action to get rid of that project.
But just ending the TIF doesn't automatically
And see, I
unravel
want to
everything.
make sure that I'm making a distinction in my mind, at least, between ending the tax apportionment and ending the TIF. That's two different things.
Yes.
You can end the tax apportionment and the authorized projects that you've decided to have in force are still in force until that money gets spent. Or you could reduce the number of projects that you have and just unwind everything. Yes, you could do either thing, but there's two different discussions to be had.
Okay. And the authorized projects in agreement number 1, I think so. And those didn't include flood and Tecumseh interchange and all that, did it? Because back then it probably wasn't thought of.
No,
maybe?
it did include improvements at Tecumseh and 24th and Tecumseh Flood.
Okay, so I was thinking just 24th and the West Robinson thing were the only two, but.
West Robinson was
Right,
was included.
right. But I thought.
The Rock Creek overpass was not.
Okay. So, it says here we've just got almost $500,000 left over remaining authorization on traffic and roadway stuff. And we've met those obligations, or we're about to. Okay. I mean, I just want to, like, they're not in my area, but.
Obligations for our contribution level.
Right.
So to follow up, I think where you're headed with this on those Tecumseh and 24th Avenue improvements. If we manage to not get the federal funding, and that project, Sean, is about 4 million, 6 million?
7 million. About 4.5 in federal funds.
4.5 in federal funds, so there's a 2.5 match from the city from somewhere. We've got about 600,000 to 800,000 left of TIF funds, but the rest of it under development agreement number 1 is a developer obligation.
As long as there's a TIF.
As long as there's a TIF, as long as we don't back out on our obligation under the agreement.
Okay, so that's what I'm gonna clarify. So if development agreement is not in place, then that obligation is no longer the developers and it would become the cities, just like any other road project.
Or we don't do it at all.
What I would argue on behalf of the city is we fulfilled every obligation under development agreement number one of the cities, which was to make available 11.55 million for these defined roadway costs. Now it's your turn to fulfill your obligation. So I would argue whether there's a TIF or not, under this contractual agreement, you're still bound to cover that cost.
So that contractual agreement is still in place, even if there's no TIF in place. If there's no TIF mechanism,
So
financing.
that particular development agreement,
That development
I
agreement,
believe we've met all of the obligations that were required.
so they would still be responsible.
They would have to meet their obligations under that development agreement.
But they would make the argument that our commitment to do that was under development agreement number one. Development agreement number one was part of the TIF. There is no TIF, therefore that contract is void. And
I
you
would
would,
anticipate they would argue.
Right,
that.
you would
I think
argue.
we have the stronger
You have-
argument,
you have-
but yeah, it would be something we'd let.
I guess that's my question, is those development agreements outlast the TIF? The TIF's more of a financing vehicle as opposed to a contractual obligation.
That is correct.
I just don't want to let them off the hook
Councilmember Scott.
and put it on us.
I just want to make sure I'm totally clear on the Robinson deal. And to come to the flood, I guess, I didn't realize this was a authorized project, but, so we end the TIF, we end the apportionment, then the project, stays. But if we end it all entirely or remove projects, it would take the whole council removing, or the majority of council removing Robinson.
Correct.
So does it, if we say we want to remove the lifestyle center and the cultural center out of the agreement, that doesn't change anything?
That's a change to the project plan, and that's
Okay.
the difference, okay? A change to the project plan probably has to go back before the statutory review committee process, has to have public hearings and all of that. It's an ordinance. In order to decide that you're not going to do the Robinson project, that's a city action. That's not a change to the ordinance. Now, council can decide whether you want to do that or not, but the process for those two things is different.
Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like there's an appetite for losing that project. So I think there's also an argument, even under development agreement number one, if you eliminate that project, and that's one of the projects that were originally identified as a traffic and roadway improvement, I would not recommend you go down that path. It doesn't sound like we're going down that path anyway. But I would be real careful about changing any obligation in any of the development agreements.
Okay.
I support your project.
Thank you.
So if we do the reallocation,
Please go ahead.
if we do the reallocation, for example, the one that was discussed the most at Finance Committee, the 5%, the option two that puts a good portion of the TIF money back into the general fund to the tune of about $300,000 a month. That still has to go to, it still would go before the Oversight Committee, the TIF it's already gone before the TIF Oversight Committee.
Yeah, they recommend 20%.
They represent, yeah.
They were talking about all the options, but that was what their recommendation was.
So if we went for that, they'd still have to go back to them for more review.
If council came forward with a specific proposal, yes, the Oversight Committee would have review of that proposal and could make a different recommendation.
Okay, and then it would have to go to the Statutory Committee after that.
Before or after. It could, I mean, it has so happened that usually, because it takes a long
Because
time to convene the Statutory Review Committee. it
And the
usually goes
Oversight
before.
Committee meets on a regular basis. That's what's happened before. Okay,
They meet about every month, don't they?
Yeah, they're scheduled to meet every month.
okay. Yes, Councilmember Holman?
So what would be the impact if we decide that we want to end the tax apportionment, take it to zero, go ahead and not do the cultural facility or the lifestyle center? What's the impact, or what if we just did those three things? I mean, that's effectively ending, that is ending
That's ending the tax apportionment.
The general
Yes.
fund is getting everything, but it would still keep in place
And the property
those
tax
other
jurisdiction.
agreements with developer transportation costs, whatever.
Yes, because you would have enough money on hand to do all of the other authorized projects. Now, as we talked about, if you take away the authorization for the lifestyle center, there are some contractual obligations related to that would have to be renegotiated. And that's not to say don't do it, but just understand there's some strings attached to doing
Just
it.
I just more so the overall feelings we don't know exactly what that's going to be. Maybe we don't even want to do that anymore, and maybe that property will be more beneficial as being privately developed as something else.
What about
Costco or something? I don't know, but that's kind of where those seem to be the real sticking points: the tax apportionment and those two projects. Just going ahead and we're not going to do them, cut them out in the entire tax apportionment.
Councilmember Carter and then Wilson?
So I'm just trying to get a grasp on the sequential process and so if I interpret what you've said is, and this, I'm just going to, I guess, state what I am interested in seeing a resolution that I think would be worthy of a vote of council. And I believe that this resolution would want to change the character and the purpose of the plan. Okay. So that means it needs to be a resolution, if I'm correct, to direct the Statutory Review Committee to review what we might propose, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Well, what I would like to see proposed is have the Statutory Review Committee examine ending the TIF, simply, without getting into the details of that today, because there's obviously a lot of nuances to that. And so I would welcome their opinion on what that might be. And then in addition to that, I am personally interested in seeing the property tax apportionment end as well. And I understand that there's a detrimental side effect to the funding of the Norman Public School System. And so to mitigate that damage for the length of time that this agreement was set to run anyway, which is a few more years, correct, Anthony?
We estimate that there would be about 2.5 years
2.5 more years.
until
there
would have been enough funds
depending
to
on
pay
sales
for
tax
all-
revenue and all the variables. So the same length of time that then we would, I got a list of the different recommendations that we could do. And I think there's a lot of support for the idea of funding the SROs at the public school system. And that would offset and maybe even add to that, again, looking at the numbers. And then we could have the Statutory Review Committee come back to us with their proposal for what we're describing here. And then we could vote to accept that, or we could modify it with a 2/3 majority. And I think the citizens of this committee, of this city, would get the opportunity to have council basically have a thumbs up on the TIF, yes or no. And I think that's what our constituents are asking for. And I think that's what they deserve.
Councilmember Wilson and then Clark.
I think I'm agreeing with everybody, and also I've had no sleep. But I like the way Stephen put it, Councilmember Holman, that we're hearing that the appetite isn't really there for those big major projects. I would like to be cautious make sure we do what is needed to save the Crossroads Robinson interchange, because I think that is a necessary project. I think that still fits with how a TIF was meant to be used in the greater scheme of TIFs. I don't think the two big projects, I don't think the voters want them. It's been apparent to me that the citizens don't want to pay for that stuff. And I like Dr. Carter's idea of the SRO program, so that the school system has a buffer, even though, it's a 2-year. I don't want to pull the rug out from underneath the school system. So that's my very delirious jet lagged.
Councilmember Clark.
I also do not want to pull the rug out from underneath Norman Public Schools, but I would be curious to know how much they would actually be netting, if you will, over the next 2.5 years. And then if we make a long-term commitment to the SRO program, is that feasible, or should it be just something to help with the 2.5 years? So that's something I would like to know, because we will be getting money back into the general fund, but we're also lacking in a variety of areas and have a whole bunch of positions we're trying to fund, and perhaps a bus system we need to fund now. So throwing that out there. So I'd love to know that. And I would also, when it gets sent back to the statutory review committee, I don't know if I haven't had a lot of residents give me feedback saying I don't want those projects. I think it's no one knows what they are anymore. And I'm to the point where I need to know what your vision is if you want us to continue supporting this. So I would love to get their input on that as well, because if it's just sitting there, I need more than that. I need more than that for my residents. And so I'm all for sending it back to the statutory review committee to talk about reallocating the amount so we can get some immediate relief, which I think no one can argue with the fact that we need, as well as some throw me a bone here with these projects. So, but I'd love to know more about how much are they netting Norman Public Schools with the TIF? How much is the SRO program costing us? And if we make the kind of commitment that's been discussed, how will that impact us?
Somewhere between $700,000 and $900,000 a year.
Well, it's less than that as a net. Remember that.
The 200,000.
Yeah.
Yeah. Councilmember.
Can Anthony answer her question?
Yeah.
Oh,
so
okay.
I think everybody wants to know that answer.
I thought she was talking about the statutory review committee, but you want I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And I can't give you a fixed number because I don't know, but I can give you estimates. Remember that the Norman Public Schools is contributing their property tax money to the TIF. And if the property tax apportionment goes away, then they would get that money back instead of contributing it to the TIF. They would also lose some additional money that they're getting from the state equalization formula. So that's why Councilmember Clark is talking about this concept of a net. What is the net loss? And we estimate, and it's just that, it's an estimate, isn't it? But somewhere around $250,000, $300,000 is the net amount that they would be worse off if the property tax apportionment went away.
That doesn't sound like the earlier.
That memo, I remember this memo was written back in the summer, and that's not a net figure,
This
that's a
says
gross figure.
2017, approximately 900,000 to NPS with state aid school formula. That drops to approximately 200,000. That would be a net 700,000.
But again, that doesn't account for the amount of money that they are getting back from what they are apportioning to the TIF.
I don't think. I see what you're saying. All right. Councilmember Scott.
Well, hold on. There was another part to that question.
Oh,
Sorry.
and Councilmember Holman had his hand up too.
How much, the SRO cost?
Yeah, the SRO cost is more than that. This year, the Norman Public Schools is paying about $750,000 for their half of the SRO program. So yeah, we would want to be clear the council's direction is not to
fully fund it. It's to fund the gap.
To fund the gap. That's a good way to put it.
Hey, jet lag did me
So
good.
that'd be 750 or 750 minus the increment.
Minus the increment, yeah.
So if you're saying that increment's 250.
If the increment is 300,000 and they're paying, we would reduce the amount that they're paying by 300,000 by some method. We could reduce the cost share from 50% to 30% or something like that. Again, based on what council's direction is.
It's going to be a $300,000 cost to us.
Additional,
However we figure
correct.
it. Whether we pay it, they pay it, whatever, because we have to pay the officers 100% of the salary.
Correct.
Okay, Councilmember Holman,
So-
and then Scott.
I'd be okay on a temporary basis doing that, but I have always had reservations about the SROs. Ours have been very good. It's worked out really good. Our officers are really great and the kids love them. But it hasn't been great nationwide where police are in schools. And I don't really like the idea of the city completely paying for public school system security force.
Yeah, now my understanding is that the council's direction would be just for the gap period, for the time that the two and a half or so years from the time that the TIF would have been fully funded, if we didn't make any change to the apportionment calculations. Is that right?
That's what I.
And this would have to come out of general fund because the PSST obviously doesn't have any room to pick that up.
Well, whether we like the SRO program or not, it was voted on by the voters.
Right, I agree. But the voters also voted on it under the premise that NPS was paying for half of it. You know, so, and it's their system. I want them to have, their as much control over that as possible, since the officers are in their schools, things like that. So I wouldn't want the city to be taken over or anything like that. But on a temporary basis, I would definitely support it, paying for it.
Do you still have one? And then Councilmember Bierman.
Can you tell me just a little bit about the bid, the business improvement district, and within the TIF as part of the development agreement?
Sure, that's one that we would recommend that we would make sure we honor that particular provision in the development agreement. What that came out of in development agreement number 3, there was an idea of funding an endowment that would be used to maintain Legacy Park once it was built. And the city was going to contribute to $900,000 to that endowment, and then the developer was supposed to contribute a matching amount. As that progressed, the endowment idea using TIF increment money came a little bit under concern whether that was a valid expenditure or not. And so in development agreement number 5, we came up with the idea of leveraging that $900,000 by setting up the business improvement district, where the businesses through self-assessment would pay a portion into that maintenance fund. And the maintenance fund then was set up for a 10-year time period, $200,000 a year, so a total of $2 million that would be going into that maintenance fund. The city, using their $900,000, was paying $200,000 the first year, and the bid district paid $0. That gave additional time for additional businesses to actually open up in the district that would lessen the cost on any one district. Then the very next year, the city's contribution was reduced by $25,000, so we were doing $175,000, and then the $25,000 then was assessed to the businesses within the district. And then the next year, we kept reducing $25,000, $25,000, $25,000, and they would increase by $25,000. And so we're at the point now, I think, Anthony, correct me if I'm wrong, I think our contribution this fiscal year is $75,000.
Yes.
And $125,000 is being assessed to the businesses.
Okay. And that's all going to maintain.
And it continued to lower. So next fiscal year, we'll pay $50, and we'll assess $175. Then the next fiscal year, we'll pay $25. Actually, I said that backwards.
I gotcha.
And then the last 2 years, they pay $100. They assess $200 each year.
Okay, and
to round that out.
Does the bid discontinue after that?
Bids are normally 10 years under statute. So once that time frame runs, we anticipate in the 9th year going back to that the board that's been set up out there and ask them, how's this working out for you guys? Is this working okay? Do you want to continue? And hopefully they'll say, yeah, there's value to us as businesses to have that park maintained adequately. And there's been enough development in the area that it's not a burden on any one business. That's the idea. And so they would come back and say, let's go another 10 years.
Great.
But that would be something they would again come back and petition council about, and the council would have to adopt an ordinance that would create that next bid district. Hopefully it would be no contribution by the city, because they'll have had 2 years of the 200,000 assessment. And then whatever assessment those businesses felt like would be appropriate to maintain the park in the way that benefited their businesses. Now, whether that'll be 200, whether it be 150, or whether it be 250, we'll know closer in time when it gets closer to that time to make that decision. But that's the concept.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Bierman and then Holman.
So I am definitely keen on putting together a resolution to the Statutory Review Committee to, I guess, in essence, end the TIF while maintaining commitments like the Robinson and Crossroads project. One reason for that is, we talk a lot about Norman Public Schools, the impact this would have on them, but bringing our sales tax apportionment down to 0 still has an impact on the other taxing jurisdictions that are losing property tax money to the TIF. And so I would much rather see it ended. I am somewhat agnostic as to how we replace that money to Norman Public Schools, whether it's the SRO program or waiving their contribution to a stormwater utility, whatever we come up with. I'm also not entirely thrilled with SRO programs as a concept, although I agree with Councilmember Holman that it's worked out fairly well for Norman. I certainly wouldn't oppose that being the way we do it if that's the will of council. But I'm certainly willing to consider other methods. But I am concerned about just bringing our sales tax apportionment down to 0 and in effect extending the life of the TIF even further, especially because of the impact on the other taxing jurisdictions. So I'd like to see what the Statutory Review Committee says about that kind of a proposal, and then we can kind of go from there. I mean, they have certainly proven themselves more than capable of coming up with creative alternatives to what we send to them. So I am hesitant to kind of develop too much of a plan right now because they certainly have their own minds. So, but I would like to move forward with ending it as opposed to simply extending its life by reducing the sales tax increment.
I'm lost where I am. Yes.
Okay.
Councilmember, I think Clark, or Carter. I think you came before, he came before you before. What? He came before you. I called on him before I called on you.
Go ahead. Oh, okay. I agree. I would like to see us just in the sales tax apportionment, of course. But I would like to know what do the other taxing jurisdictions think about? Do they want to stay in it or not? I assume they wouldn't if we're not in it, because then it puts more of a burden on them, of course. But I definitely would support us getting ours out for sure. The park issue, if the bid isn't continued, the maintenance of Legacy Park just gets pulled into the Parks and Rec budget.
It'd be a city park, so it'd be city responsibility.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Thanks.
Good question. Councilmember Carter.
Okay, I think I know the answers to these questions, but I'm going to ask you for the benefit of the public. Well, first of all, just a statement that in my random conversations with school board people, I think what they're really craving is some planning time, So I think I agree with Stephen on the whole SRO philosophy thing. And so I'm kind of with Kate, not married to this whole idea, but if that seems like what the public schools desire, as long as we give them an exit strategy, I think that's what we're trying to accomplish there. And then when we in the property tax apportionment or property tax, can you tell me remind me of the other taxing jurisdictions that are part of that?
It's
the library,
the health department, the county, the Moore Norman Technical Center.
Yeah. And so just like Councilman Bierman said, if that ends, that apportionment ends, they're going to see an increased revenue, correct?
Yes.
Each one of those areas.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Castleberry.
As long as, I don't care whether we end the TIF or not, as long as these are kind of things that I want to see. The Robinson Street Crossroads is protected, and that the school district is made whole. Now, I've got some concerns there, how we do that legally. Now, the SRO program was, when the PSST2, it was a vote of the people. It was not council action, it was a vote of the people to have an SRO program. I don't think we can do away with it. And it was a cost sharing deal. And prior to that vote, it was pretty clear that it was a 50-50 cost sharing deal. That's what we told everybody. That's what people voted on, not a, well, we're going to cost share 99%, 1%. So I want to get comfortable with the fact that our cost sharing still does that. If that is $500,000 net, does the PSST have that money? I think you've said we don't. So that means the general fund would have to supplement that.
That's correct.
Okay. So and we would only do that for like 3 years, or the rest of it.
That's what I hear.
I'm going to round it off to 3 years. I know it's 2.5, but I'm going to round it off 3 years just to make it. Hopefully, we'll go 3 years. So that'll give us a chance if our sales tax was down and the increment was down too.
That's what I hear the discussion to be.
Okay. How do we get? I mean, we could pay for the SRO programs, but how do we get the rest of them? If we talk about, well, we'll give them credits on stormwater. I think the stormwater committee and I think council's been pretty clear that we're not giving credits to anybody. If we give credits to Norman Public Schools, are we going to give credits to Warner Technology? Are we going to give it to OU? Are we going to give it to All Saints or any other school around? So I think that sets a. I want to get comfortable with how.
I did not hear a consensus of council about that. I just heard that.
Well, there's an idea thrown out there, but I mean, if we go.
And just understand that Councilmember Castleberry is right, that you have to take off your council member hat there and put on your sewer, water, and sanitation utility trustee hat. And you don't want to give away customers because now you're,
PS is one of the biggest contributors to the stormwater problem. Just say
Yeah, so that would also, that would come out of the utility fund, not the general fund. Right, I mean, if we get credit, that'd be less money they'd be paying.
Yeah, and I don't think that's something you would want to do as trustees of the utility authority. Now, the general fund could pay the bills for those customers, but just understand that places additional burden on the general fund. Of the alternative ways of making the school district whole that have been talked about, I think the covering the cost of the SRO program is the best way to do it.
But does that get us, then my question would be, does that get us there?
Yes, because again, the school district is paying a lot more than the net of the cost that they would.
That's my only concern, is that as long as we make them whole, that we don't hurt the school system. And I realize we're taking money away, but they're also getting money, so that's why we got to get more comfortable with that, with what that net is. And if we can cover that net through the SRO program.
Through a different cost share.
A different cost share, not 100% on us, then I think we're still being consistent with that ballot language of cost share and stuff like that. So I'm fine with kind of exploring that.
Councilmember Carter.
Mr. Bryant, was the 50-50 cost share, do you recall, part of the ballot language that the people voted on?
No, it's not in the ballot language. The ballot language just says cost share. But that certainly was the discussion and the material. So from a legal perspective, probably not enforceable, but certainly from a good faith to the voters, what did we tell them when we asked them to vote for it? I would be very cautious about backing up on that.
And what has the cost share been so far?
It's been 50-50. That's the way we've negotiated the MOUs. That's the way it's been from year to year.
That's salaries only, right? That's not benefits.
We've talked about vehicles, but we haven't gotten an agreement on that. So we're funding the vehicles, but salaries only is 50-50.
That's not.
So one other question then, in asking you to have a resolution for us to review and vote on? Is that possible by the next meeting?
Sure, especially the way you've talked about it, where it's a little bit more general that would say, here's our ideas. We want you guys as the statutory review committee to sort through that and bring us a recommendation. May or may not agree with it, but we want you guys to take the first whack at it. That's what I'm understanding you saying.
I would be interested in seeing that the next meeting if possible, and would thank you for doing that.
We'll do our best.
Yes.
So on the SRO program, we're still 4 short as far as being fully, as far as 4 officers short, as far as being fully. So I would like to take that in consideration. Is we're supposed to be, the SROs, according to the ballot language, the implementation plan, they're already supposed to be there. But we have it because we can't afford it, they can't afford it.
Correct.
And so whatever that adjusted timetable is, I think we need to look at what those costs are and take that into our consideration.
Yeah, and you're correct. And just understand that that increases their cost as well. And where their cost share of, instead of it being 50%, let's say it was 25%, their cost share of 25% just went up. So yeah, that would have to be considered as well.
Okay, then my follow-up is legal obligations. We've got this $8.25 million sitting out there for the Lifestyle Center. Okay. Whether we want it or not, we've got a contractual obligation that if the developer comes to us with a lifestyle center that meets the criteria of lifestyle center, I know that we have to consider it. We don't necessarily have to do it, but we have to consider it. But I would think if they brought forward a proposal that meet all of our requirements, it would be pretty hard for us to, kind of arbitrary capricious for us to not do it. So if that came through, we would still be on the hook for that 8.25 million, right? We just wouldn't have it set aside in the TIF. We'd have to find another source, the general fund, capital fund, bond, borrow it, or.
Yeah, it'd be a contractual obligation. So whether it came out of and again, the TIF is just a revenue.
It's just
a funding source. So whether it came out of that funding source or some other funding source, if it's an obligation, then yeah, we would have to figure out how to do it.
So
or litigate it with them.
Right. So the reverse side of that is, what about the clawback? We get to the 2023, they don't do the lifestyle center, and we come in and say, "Hey, you guys didn't do what you're supposed to do. We want our money back." And they would say, "Hey, you guys ended the agreement, so we're not." Or is the agreement still in place, and that we would still have a good claim that they would have to pay it back.
Yeah, I would recommend that we take the position that the agreements are still in place. And so as long as we meet our obligations under the agreement, that they would need to meet their obligations under the agreement. So even if we decide we don't want to utilize the TIF funding source, if we're stick to our obligation that if they meet those requirements within that time frame, then we will make available to them what we said we would make available under the agreement from whatever source. Then I think we're okay. If if they don't perform their obligations under the agreement, then they have an obligation to reimburse us the cost of the frontage road extension and the construction cost up to 5.9 million of Legacy Park.
Now, is that an automatic deal, or would it take an action of council to enforce that clawback?
Well, I would hope we could call them and they'd send us a check.
Well, they're not going to. I mean, it's
probably
going to be litigated.
Enforcement action.
I mean, it's going to be litigated or negotiated or something. They're not going to. Nobody's going to voluntarily do that.
So the answer is, it is conceivable that they can come back on us for $8 million, even if the TIF is ended.
Yeah, the current agreement requires us to make that available through a certain time frame, and it also requires them to perform at a certain level within the same time frame, or to pay us back the penalty.
Which is a risk we take.
Okay, Councilmember Wilson.
Okay. What was the time frame on that?
I think it's 2023, unless the design is walkable, and then it can be extended another 3 years to 2026.
We get to decide what that is.
We decide walkable.
We decide if it's walkable?
Yes.
Okay. It seems like there's a lot of gray area too as to what that lifestyle center, there's like no parameters. Am I correct?
It's supposed to look like
There's some performance criteria that remember we raised when we did the development agreement. When we started, it was $175 a square foot at a certain level. But then I'm sorry, I didn't bring it with me. But when we did the amendment to development agreement number 5, that raised that pretty significantly to, I think, $300 and $400, depending on the size of the per square foot, depending on the size of the retail outlet.
So it had more to do.
Councilmember Carter had his hand up first.
Is it true that if we end the TIF now and our contractual agreement stands in place and in 2023 they miraculously decide to build a lifestyle center and we need to come up with 8.25 million, we could literally just create a new TIF at that time to fund it?
Good question.
Well, somebody's already answered that at a previous meeting because I wrote it down, that we could do that, so.
But they already have an
If
agreement.
there was no development on that, if it was undeveloped land, it's a lot easier because your base, is set a lot lower. I mean, that's the way the TIFs work. You have to have the base first, and then from the date that you create the TIF, it's any additional increase in ad valorem tax or sales
Increment.
tax, if you use that, above what that base is. And so right now, the base is set at what it was in 2006, which was very, very low. So the risk that you have there is if you stop it at this point and later come back and try to recreate it, your base might be significantly higher, and so the increment would be generated at significantly a lower rate. But yes, it could be done. But you'd have to look through those things and make sure it makes sense to do that.
Councilmember Castleberry.
So on the lifestyle center, it's more financially performance based than it looks like this. As opposed to the 2020, I understand the walkability part of it is, but the criteria for that incentive is you will produce stores that generate this much sales per square foot or sales tax. I mean, that was the idea. We're trying to generate a lot of sales tax. It needs to be something. So it's more performance based than it is as far as what it looks like.
Yeah, there are two pieces to it. One was we would refer to it as the carrot and the stick approach. One part, the incentives were really based more on a store that's not already in Norman. There was a certain range that it had to come from, and then the performance criteria, $300 or $400 a square foot, depending on the size of the store. So you'd have to meet that criteria to be able to be eligible for the incentive. The stick part was that you have to at least have at least 250,000 square feet in the lifestyle center area built out within those particular timeframes. I have to go back and look. I'm not sure those were tied to those performance levels. I think it was just a shell completion of retail space in that area.
So they just build a shell then.
So they could go and build something that would meet that criteria of retail shell space. I think we nibbled away on that a little bit. I'll have to go back and look on development agreement number 5 and the amendment to try to strengthen that criteria a little bit, even for the penalty provision.
Councilmember Wilson.
Is it fair to say, though, that this is a pretty, I think, a safe gamble, in my opinion, with the shift in shopping structures and the way that people are doing things? The big box, there's just not probably going to be this holy grail of lifestyle center the way it might have been envisioned in 2008 or whatever we did this. They would, I mean, it's like a unicorn, I think, that we're hunting for this lifestyle center, that we're probably going to be safe. And with I had completely forgotten the fact that if we get pinched for $8.5 million or whatever it is, that we have some options at that point between now and 2023 that we could get creative and fund it. This unicorn actually appears. Everybody agrees. Our constituents seem to also want to participate in this, that I just feel safe doing it. I don't think it's, of course, I'm going on record to say that, so.
Councilmember Castleberry.
Okay, so to follow up with that, if we're making an $8 million bet that this unicorn is not going to happen, and the other side of that is if this doesn't happen, we'll get $8 million back in the clawback.
Two different criterias because the two different approaches.
Right.
Okay, so let's focus a little bit on that clawback. Okay. So it had to be 250,000 square feet of retail space to shell completion within the lifestyle center area. When council approved development agreement number, one of them, okay, that's when the Crest was coming online. Council made a decision that they were going to give them credit for that Crest square footage against the penalty, not for the incentive part, but just against the penalty. So that Crest ended up being about 106,000 square feet. I think it was estimated 109 when we did the agreement, but the actual build out ended up being around 106. So 250 minus the 106, that's what's left. About 144,000 square feet that they have to build of retail space within the lifestyle area to shell completion by 2026. There was some discussion when we were doing the amendment to development agreement number 5. We were ratcheting up the performance criteria a little bit. There was some discussion that that the developers felt like they could probably come in and go ahead and build that square footage, 144,000 square feet of retail space to shell completion, because to avoid the penalty, they're not required to fill it, they're just required to build it. And so they were weighing out themselves what would be the cost of building that versus the cost of what the penalty might be. So I'm only saying that because I think realistically, I think if it gets right down there to the almost to ring the bell to say it's time to pay, don't be surprised if they don't go out there and build 144,000 square feet of retail space to shell completion, so that they don't have to pay that. It's just a business decision.
That was the reason that's the reason that we held our nose and voted on it the last time, and that's the truth. I mean, I don't think any of us were really hot to extend that.
We don't get property tax anyway, but
we get half.
Or, well,
right now.
The ad valorem would benefit from that.
The ad valorem, yeah.
Councilmember Bierman.
So I have two questions. One, hopefully, is a quick one. We being council as a body, not us individually, voted to extend that deadline for the clawback and the incentives. If we can move that deadline out, can we move it back?
Sure, anything's negotiable with them. I mean, it takes two sides to
They have to agree to it.
But, you know, one reason that we got to that point of extending it through the negotiation process is kind of what we're talking about here. Do we really want them just to go build 144,000 square feet of retail space at shell completion that you have empty storefronts out there?
It looks like a double.
Yeah, we'll get some property tax, but you know, it's not really what we were trying to accomplish with the project plan, which is we're trying to have some unique retailers that would end up being more of a draw to our community, so that we'd have shoppers in our community that would generate sales tax from us. And that was very specific to the question about not hurting existing retailers. That we wanted newer things that were unique, things that weren't already in Norman, so that there would be some balancing and not hurting our existing retailers, which is also what the transfer adjustment provision was about, to make sure we don't hurt existing retailers, which is also what the average annualized growth rate provision was about, is to make sure we maintain that 4.5% growth rate over the period of the TIF, so that we're not cannibalizing our existing businesses. So there were protections in there. But again, when we were negotiating this last agreement, and extended the deadline, it was the choice, do we push the developer into this building retail space that's at shell completion, or do we take a breath and say, how can we work together to try to achieve what we're trying to achieve in the project plan? And we may be to a point where we just don't think we can achieve it, which is kind of what we're hearing here. And that sounds like what you're hearing from your constituents.
Well, and that's part of my concern is that, you know, we might still end up coming to 2023 and they're still going to do just that. They're just going to build
But
the
at
building.
2023, do we have the opportunity just to say, that's it?
Right, but they could come in at the last minute and still just build a husk of a building to collect
To avoid the
or
penalty.
to avoid the penalty at
When
minimum.
does-
So-
when does it
Collect
end?
The carrot part, but they could probably avoid the penalty part. You're right.
So, you know, that's my
In
concern with that.
2023?
Yes.
Yeah.
But if we do nothing, the TIF's already done. It's already fully funded by 2023.
Before that.
If we did nothing,
right,
the TIF would be fully funded in 2.5 years. So
Right.
that's 21, 22. So the TIF would be fully funded. It'd be done. I mean, we still have.
Right, we would have all the money in the
We'd have
bank
all
to
the money.
cover all of those project costs. Still hanging out there would be the penalty rebate, because, you know, they have till 2023, although I thought it was 2026. I'll double check that time.
Well, it's 2023 unless it's walkable.
Yeah.
And we decide whether or not it's walkable.
And it's not.
Sounds like the only thing we get to decide on in terms of.
Is that on the
Page 3.
or the other one? I think that I have heard the consensus in here about taking doing a resolution and going to the statutory committee. I am still not convinced that ending it right now is the best thing to do. I think financially, the city would be better off if we did the reallocation and then looked at ending it in the next few years, or letting it run out, because of some of these complications and roadblocks, and because I think we could get the money into the general fund faster. So
we're talking about reallocation or total end?
no, they're talking about totally ending it. That's what I've heard, totally ending it. So what we're going to take to the statutory review committee is, and I agree with taking it to the statutory review committee. I agree that if it does end, we need to do something for the school system. I agree with all of that. I just don't know that this is the wisest thing long-term from the city, especially knowing that there are some things in the works right now that could make a difference and make the TIF even better. So, yes,
So we'd like to
Councilmember
ask-
Castleberry.
We'd like to ask Anthony to kind of come up with a plan for us on the best way to make the school system whole, keeping in mind that we have annual budgets and that the next council can say, the heck with that, we're not going to make the school system whole. And we want that money in the general fund. So if there's some way we can make this a 3-year commitment.
Yeah, so again, I want to make sure that that's the direction from council, is that it is just that interim period between ending the TIF now and when it would have naturally ended.
I would say,
And-
let's round it off 3 years.
Yeah.
To make it easy calculation, and sales tax being down, you know, just.
And the second thing I want to be clear on is if you're giving direction to the statutory review committee about how the TIF is ended. If it is by reducing projects to the amount that we have enough money on hand to fund the remaining projects, or if it is just end all the projects, because that's
One of the concerns is if you take out and if you take out the cultural center and you take out the lifestyle center, which is the part that bothers me the most, is the lifestyle center and the contractual agreements surrounding that. That really worries me. If you take those out, do we actually have enough money to do all those other fundings, the $1.5 million for the art? Do we have that money? Do we have the money? We have the money for the Robinson Street. That's $1 million. Within the money we have right now, do we have enough money to do all that? I don't think we do.
Pretty close.
well,
Huh?
It's close.
yeah, we'd be close. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the chart Anthony
Yeah,
gave,
there's
if
the
you had
answer
a
right
chance
there.
to look at this, is pretty good, really. I mean, it does kind of line out there a little bit. And also we had that on point 4 here.
Yeah.
That we've got about 25 million of project costs. We've got a little over almost 11 million, 10.7 million in cash. So we've got about 14.342 to accrue if we did all of the projects. Okay. So if you cut out either 8.25 or 8.75, then you will have enough accrued to do everything else except for the lifestyle center and the cultural facility if that's what you're cutting. Also, what was good, what Anthony showed here is, and this was rounded because it all depends on how sales tax come in and the assessment and so forth. But there's about 4 million a year of sales tax that's coming in now and about 2 million a year of property tax. So that's kind of the ratio. So I think you're smart with your suggestion about sending this to the ad valorem committee to let them wrestle with this themselves a little bit, because the school may have a better idea than what we can think of about what is the best way to protect them. And I would like to hear that. I mean, it's their budget they're working with. That's their costs. So I think that'd be real helpful to hear that. And then you guys get the final say. So I think that's a good move.
Cool. Okay, so we're clear on what needs to be done next. All right, meeting adjourned.
See you later.
Us to item 34, which is a resolution requesting a recommendation from the Statutory Review Committee of how to end the University North Park financing project cost funding mechanism utilizing sales tax increment as soon as possible without damaging what benefit the Norman Public Schools might be receiving in state school funding by virtue of the UNP TIF district. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the resolution.
So moved.
Second.
At this time, I will recognize Jeff Bryant to make a few comments.
Thank you, Mayor. This item was our November 6th study session regarding the UNP TIF. Council expressed some concern regarding the health of the city's general fund, has expressed a lack of confidence that a lifestyle center project would meet the criteria for the UNP TIF incentives, expressed a lack of confidence that would ever materialize. In addition, council has expressed some concern that a cultural facility project in UNP TIF would not materialize. Council also has expressed concern regarding possible actions, whatever possible action they take would not negatively impact the Norman Public Schools. So this resolution, after that study session, it may be another example where everybody's in the same room but walks away with a different idea of what we walked out with. But the resolution seeks a recommendation of the Statutory TIF Committee on how to best end the TIF and end that apportionment without damaging what benefit the Norman Public Schools might be receiving by virtue of this UNP TIF district. Now, when we drafted this, it was believed that the resolution that's in your packet was consistent with the direction given by City Council on November 6th. The city manager thought that, I thought that, and our finance director certainly thought that. So the draft language was sent out to council members late Thursday afternoon. And while the city manager did hear from some council members regarding the resolution language, there did not appear to be a consensus of the modifications to the resolution. So what you have in your packet tonight is what staff had prepared, but we do understand that this is council's resolution and that there may be some modifications that would need to be made to the resolution prior to it being passed. And so with that, we'll just turn it over to council to shape the resolution as you feel like is best appropriate for what you're intending to accomplish.
Okay. At this time, I would like to recognize Councilmember Hickman, who has some amendments.
Thank you, Mayor. I have three amendments, and I've been advised that I have to propose them as three separate amendments and three groupings. For those of you who are here, I think there were some copies made available. And those of you at home, I'm sorry, just try to follow along with me. The first amendment will be to address sections 30 and 31. And I will read to you how the paragraph will now read as proposed to be amended. Whereas City Council desires to end the University North Park Tax Increment Financing, UNP TIF, project cost funding mechanism in total, both sales tax increment and ad valorem increment immediately, but without unduly harming Norman Public Schools by ending the TIF earlier than it would have if allowed to continue as it is presently, as further discussed in section 33 herein, and amending section 31 to read as follows. Whereas the City Council would like to receive a recommendation from the statutory TIF committee as soon as possible, but not later than 30 days after the passage of this resolution regarding how the UNP project plan can be restructured, ended, or otherwise modified, such as removing projects and, if necessary, refunding revenue accumulated in the UNP TIF to the taxing jurisdictions to accomplish the intent of City Council has set out in section 30 above, which was the paragraph I have just read. So that would be amendment number one. Just in a summary fashion, I would just say the intent of those changes are to make it clear, at least from perspective of the folks that I represent, at least in Ward 4 and the feedback I've heard from the community. It's clear from my constituents and the small business owners that I represent that they want the TIF ended, and that means ended in total, not just has to the sales tax increment portion, and that the project costs, the projects, I should say, that remain are not considered to be priority projects in the community, such that further investment, whether sales tax or ad valorem dollars, are something that like I said, the folks that I represent have indicated that they want to continue to support. And so that's the underlying purpose of sections 30 and 31. And to be clear, without this amendment, the original resolution actually extends the term of the lease, extends the term of the TIF, as opposed to this proposed resolution would actually end the TIF or start that process.
I need a second to his amendment.
Second.
Council comment? Councilmember Castleberry.
I would like a clarification from Councilman Hickman on his statement that as written, it would extend the TIF, because I missed that part. But because I think if we take those two projects out, it ends the TIF. So just needs a little further explanation on that. But I would like to offer a friendly amendment in that on section 30, it says, and ad valorem increment, take that part out. That's not our money. And so if the ad valorems want to contribute to the TIF, that should be up to them. We have the Center City TIF, which is ad valorem only, and I've heard numerous times, particularly from some of the people that you represent, that the Center City TIF is fine. It's an ad valorem only tax TIF, so it's fine. We don't care about that. It's ad valorem only, therefore it's a good TIF. Well, if we're going to, sounds like we're kind of changing this to an ad valorem only TIF. And so I think that should be consistent with the Center City TIF that we passed unanimously as a council for that. So I would just offer that we take that out. I think it still accomplishes the goal of ending the TIF from the city standpoint as far as any sales tax being appropriated to that. It takes those funds out. And I just think it's kind of presumptuous of us to tell the taxing authorities whether they should or should not participate. I understand it's going to go to statutory review committee and they can come back and do what they want to do, but I would like to send something to them that is hopefully not amended so that we can all get on the same page and wrap this up. So I would offer that amendment to basically just remove the two words and ad valorem increment immediately.
Okay. Okay. Um, Are you asking for Councilmember Hickman to change his amendment?
I believe
Or are you,
I believe I have to, 'cause it's a friendly amendment.
okay, you're not making a motion to make an amendment of his amendment? Okay, all right.
With all due respect to Councilmember Castleberry, I'm not agreeable to that friendly amendment. And I guess want to clarify that if you look at paragraph 29, those of you who have a copy in your hand out there, and you subtract $25 million in change in outstanding project costs, or subtract from $25 million in outstanding project costs, the $10.7 million of cash in the UNP account, that leaves about $14 million. The ad valorem portion of the increment alone, which is $2 million, the sales tax portion is about $4 million. So right now, the UNP TIF is putting $6 million a year in. So 14 million divided by 6 is a little over 2 years. If nothing changed, the TIF would end as a matter of law because the project costs would be fully funded. What we're debating tonight is whether or not to end it before that 2-year term of it fully funding itself if we do nothing. And if you take out the sales tax increment, the $4 million, but you don't take out any project costs, 14 million divided by 2 is 7 years. So the resolution has initially presented causes the TIF going from fully funding if nothing is done in a little over 2 years to not being fully funded and therefore ending in about 7 years. And so that's why fundamentally I'm not agreeable to the resolution as presented or to Councilmember Castleberry's friendly amendment, because it does extend the life of the TIF almost 5 years if we only include the sales tax portion and not the ad valorem portion as well.
But in the item right below that, which is the companion item, we are asking them to consider modifying or restructuring the TIF, and such as removing projects, which would be one or the other of the projects. And if necessary, I would not have put this in here, refunding revenue accumulated in the UNP TIF to the taxing jurisdictions. I mean, so to me, we're not finished with this process yet. You're just sending it to the Statutory Review Committee. And also, when we struck the majority of City Council, I think that is necessary to put in there. I don't think every single City Council person in that meeting agreed to this language. So I think in terms of what was said in the meeting, that majority needs to stay in there. So I'm saying I can't vote for it like that. Councilmember Wilson.
Wow, a couple of things. I believe that what we talked about, what I asked for in our study session, was to end the TIF, to remove the projects, and end apportionment, which in my opinion, that's all the tax dollars, ad valorem, all the money going into it. So I agree with this amendment that Councilmember Hickman is proposing. And I don't think, I'm curious, it's just this is a thought that occurred to me, Jeff, maybe you can speak to it. Can the counties create their own TIF at all? That's not a thing. So we created this TIF. So the answer to my question is no, the county cannot create their own TIF. We as a city instituted this TIF. We asked our taxing jurisdictions to participate in a set of projects that we thought as a city back in 2008 were good, wonderful projects, and a lot of them are finished. We have 2 projects that my constituents are telling me they have no further wish for constituents across the city are telling me they do not desire these projects to happen. And I think to continue to take the county's money, not put our money in, is actually kind of a shady way to do things. It's not really a really good partner.
That's what we did in the Center City TIF.
They participated in that discussion. Right now, we're just saying, no, we just want to take our money out of it. Like, I understand that we had a whole discussion for infrastructure projects in Center City. It was a whole different scenario where we all sat down and talked about the same thing at the same time. Now we're talking about pulling projects, taking, like, I think it'd be crazy to just kind of come in and say, well, we just want to take these out and take our money and you guys can sit down and finish that out. Also, that money belongs to our constituents. That money, that's the landowners in our city that are putting money into that ad valorem, even though those are county dollars. Those are our constituents, and they're asking us to do this. So I support this amendment.
Councilmember Bierman.
So I think, first of all, it's important to keep in mind that we're simply asking the statutory committee for a recommendation. We are not telling them that projects will be removed. We're asking them for a recommendation and asking them if they would like projects to be removed. So if we are stating our desire to end the TIF, because if we pass this resolution, we're passing it as a council body. And so I do think that it needs to say whereas council versus whereas a majority of council, because once this is passed, if it passes, then we are speaking as one body. That we do need to leave in the sales tax and ad valorem increment, because if the statutory committee comes back and says we don't want to remove projects, then we are stuck in the situation that Councilmember Hickman suggests, that we will be trying to remove our sales tax increment and extending the life of that TIF. And I'm not going to support any half measures that prolong the life of the TIF in any way. If a future council wants to pass a new TIF with a sales tax baseline at some future level, they are more than welcome to do so. But I do not want to see this TIF with the 2006 sales tax baseline be extended any longer than it needs to be. So I am going to be supporting the amendment as written, removing both sales tax increment and ad valorem increment, because end means end, not just the city's end. No half measures. I support this ending, and eliminating the sales tax increment and ad valorem increment, in my opinion, is the way to do that.
Okay, before I call on Councilmember Hickman, just to make clear, my understanding is in the TIF, the ad valorem money is not being paid by our homeowners. The ad valorem money is being paid by the businesses in the TIF. It's their property taxes that they're paying.
But those people don't live in Norman?
They're the business owners. They have their businesses in the TIF.
I understand. Okay.
They choose to be there because of its advantages. Okay, Councilmember Hickman.
I guess I have a question real quick for Anthony before I make my other comment. Anthony, I don't know if you remember last month, I sent you an email and asked about, when the conversation was going on in the community about, what does it mean to end the TIF and were those options presented? And you sent me back a response. And I just would like for you to summarize or to tell us when people talk about ending the TIF, what does that mean?
Well, as we discussed at the November the 4th meeting, at least as I understand it, ending the TIF can have two different connotations. One connotation is ending the tax apportionment. And if you consider the TIF to be ended when tax apportionment ends, then your amendment would end the TIF effectively. But remember that if the tax apportionment ends, but the cash that is currently on hand is still on hand to pay for authorized projects, the TIF hasn't effectively ended because you still have money and you still have projects to be completed, whatever projects the council decides to remain authorized. So I think the definition of ending the TIF has to be established first. Are you going to cut out all the projects, or are you going to cut out enough projects such that you have enough funds on hand that you don't have to apportion taxes anymore?
So, and I think that's what you said in your email. So essentially there's kind of, I'll say, two options to get to the point that we, as a matter of law, in the TIF. One option is we have $10.7 million in the account now, and we have $25 million in projects. We could either lower down the projects to $10.7 million, prioritize the projects that are in there, that we're going to spend the cash we've collected on projects, and then that's it. And that's something, for example, the Statutory Review Committee could advise council on. You want to end it? Well, we think these are the most important projects left that we say, if we're going to prioritize spending the $10.7 million that we have, these are the ones that we think that should be done.
Yes, sir.
Or they could say, you guys want out? Well, let's take out every project and refund the $10.7 million on some basis to all of the taxing jurisdictions. That'd be the other extreme, right?
That's correct.
And about what percentage of sales tax dollars relative to ad valorem or to the total has the city put in so far into the TIF? If we were to, let's say hypothetically, do a refund based on the percentages that of sales tax in versus ad valorem.
To date, about 76% of the funds have come from sales tax apportionments.
Okay. And would you agree with my comment earlier that if we just took out sales tax and didn't change any project costs, that would actually extend the life of the TIF?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Anthony. The only other comment I wanted to...
Anthony, how much? You've said this in several meetings. How long? If we just do
if you don't change any of the project authorizations and you eliminate the sales tax apportionment and just make it a property tax, then yes, 7 years is not, it's close. You know, I might say 6.5, but it's something like 7 years.
And then if we took out a project, then it would be less than that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That's
one thing I would point out. Remember that the property taxes are almost like a lump sum. It's the collection of property taxes comes in, you know, December and March. Mm-hmm. And if we continue the property tax apportionment at least until next month, then we're going to get another lump sum of about $2 million come April. So just keep that in mind. And, you know, property tax money coming in is a good thing. I don't, you know.
Okay, that's good to know, that $1 million. That's helpful. All right, Councilmember Scott.
A question that has nothing to do with the language of the amendment. I think it might be a Jeff question or an Anthony question. It's about the bid. Does this effectively in the bid as well for maintenance on Legacy Park? I just want to confirm that. Like, right? Legacy Park. We talked about this a little bit on Tuesday.
Yeah, there's enough money, cash on hand, to cover the remaining commitment of the bid costs. I think there's what, Anthony, about another 150,000.
After this fiscal year, which we've already spent, it's about $75,000.
Okay, and then they can always extend that to continue maintenance, correct?
Yeah, the bids normally statutorily go for a 10-year time period. And so we set this up. So at the end of the 10 years, the property owners could decide whether they wanted to do another bid themselves without assistance.
Without the city's assistance.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Great. Oh, and I just want to, again, express my gratitude for my fellow council people who have expressed that they would like to protect Robinson. And that's all.
We will not forget Robinson.
Thank you.
Under no circumstances are we going
made that
to
very
forget
clear.
The Robinson interchange, yes. Councilmember Castleberry.
Okay, just to follow up on that. Anthony. I was looking back there. You blended in with the seats, man. The sweater there, I couldn't see you. So, worst case scenario, the Statutory Review Committee comes back and says, we're doing away with all the projects. And his example of, we're just going to refund all the money. We're not going to do any of that stuff. Is the Robinson Street project still, those funds are still available because we have already allocated them, they're already budgeted in a separate part?
That would be up to council's discretion.
So to be clear, it would take an act of council to not do the Robinson Street project.
Yes, sir. You would have to reduce
The affirmative action by council to not do that project, because that money's already been appropriated
that money's already been
in the budget
appropriated.
process.
Yes, sir.
So as long as nobody on council does away with Robinson Street funding, no matter what happens with the TIF, we're still protected.
Yes,
Let's
sir.
do a resolution.
Well, I actually would like to have that because council changes every year, and this is a multi-year project, and I think it's a very important, it's one of the worst traffic areas in town. And I've heard several people commit to it, and you may not be here to fulfill that commitment.
Yeah, whatever council decides to do is going to be an amendment to the project plan. And in that amendment, one of the things that you might say is we're maintaining the appropriation that we made for the Robinson project.
Do we need to do that in this?
You wouldn't necessarily.
In this resolution, or should we do that separately? I don't want to junkie this up.
The project plan amendment would be a separate thing coming out of the recommendation from the statutory review committee.
So we can address it then?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Everybody's good with that? Thank you.
Okay, where are we? We're ready for any more council comments? All right, we're ready for public comments. This is about the amendment. The amendments to number 30 and 31. Final council comments. The motion on the floor is to amend items 30 and 31 of the resolution. Council members, you can cast your votes.
And the motion passes by a vote of 8-1, voting against Mayor Miller.
Okay, is this your next amendment?
Sorry. Amendment number 2 is the inclusion or the addition of section. And it reads, the city manager and staff are hereby directed to prepare proposals using revenues that will be added to the city's general fund from the sales tax that would have been in the UNP TIF increment to fund some or all of the Norman Public Schools' current expenditures on the PSST2 School Resource Officer Program, consistent with the ballot measure approved by the voters of the city of Norman and consistent with the city council's objectives as set out in section 30 above, and provide this proposal to city council and the Norman University North Park Project Plan Statutory TIF Review Committee in furtherance of the city council's intent to end the UNP TIF now. And I guess I need a second. And this section 33 is referenced in section 30. And I think on my behalf, and other council members can chime in, I think we're all sensitive to the fact that if we end the TIF early meaning quicker than the 2 or so years that the TIF would fully fund on its own if we did nothing, which seems to be probably the baseline. And based on my discussions with representatives of the school district, they simply want a runway to know for planning purposes of any changes we made to the TIF so that they can properly plan and budget accordingly, because my understanding is that there is a potential reduction in overall revenue to the school district by us ending the TIF early versus letting it stay as is and continue for the remaining 2 or so years, 2 to 3 years that it would take for it to fully fund and end as a matter of law. And so the concept here is that the school resource officer program is something that's already been passed by the citizens, something that we already have a memorandum of agreement with the school district, and something which we're already cost sharing the costs associated with that program. and that if the city needs to pick up a little bit more of the share of those costs to keep the school district whole, then I support that, and that's the intent of this amendment. And I would just say on top of that, that if we do receive funds back into the general fund, I would hope that we could also begin to have the discussion about fully funding the PSST program as approved by the voters, because it's my understanding, and I think Anthony could talk about this if we wanted to ask him, that there are some, at least positions that have not been hired yet and put in place because of budgetary constraints, that be something that we focus on, is to ensure that we deliver on the promises to the voters and fulfill that public safety request.
Councilmember Holman.
I would maybe offer a friendly amendment about specifying a time period for which we would pay for this. Like we talked about, maybe 2 years, but making sure that it's in here so we don't get stuck paying for this forever.
Are you saying that?
He wants a time frame in it.
We talked about
How-
funding the SRO program at Norman Public Schools, picking up the tab for the money they may be losing by us ending the TIF. But we had talked about having a time limit on that as well, of perhaps 2 years. We'll fund that program for 2 years so that Norman Public Schools so that we can lessen the blow to them of us ending the TIF. I think was.
I guess my only pause, Councilmember Holman, is that I don't know the exact timeline, and I'm looking at the language in section 30 that specifically says, without unduly harming the Norman Public Schools by ending the UNP TIF earlier than it would have if allowed to continue as it is presently, as further discussed in section 33. I think in my mind, at least, the idea was to communicate to the Statutory Review Committee that we want to hold them harmless, if you will, for the period of time of the differential of ending this early by making this change and ending the TIF earlier than letting it play out. And that referencing to section 33, that this is kind of a proposed idea, and let staff prepare the detailed plan that says, okay, here's the net differential. Because I don't even know the net differential of like how much money is Norman Public Schools losing. And this is something I think that even in the Statutory Review Committee, with the school district being a part of this, is why I try not to get into the weeds too much. Okay. But I understand what you're saying, and I don't disagree that, we don't want to get to where I don't think we can afford to pay for the school resource officers in total. And I don't think that's what the ballot measure intended either. Right. I think it reads like there'll be some joint payment as well. But at the same time, not knowing all the numbers and all the details was to kind of provide them with a roadmap so that when the Statutory Review Committee convenes, Brenda Burkett from the school district and Anthony can work together and say, okay, here's the net differential, here's kind of what's left, and here's what we pay in our SRO dollars as the school district, and come up with a plan that says, okay, and then coupled with that will probably maybe have to be an amendment to that memorandum of agreement to kind of maybe more memorialize that. So that's in my mind kind of what I was thinking, and that's a lot to put in this change, but I'm happy to consider any language that you.
I would just want to make sure that we're not committing ourselves by approving this amendment. We're not committing ourselves to fully funding the school resource officer program indefinitely.
No, I certainly don't think that's the case. I mean, especially considering this is a resolution to the Statutory Review Committee to then provide a recommendation back to us. I was merely trying to provide guidance to them that we are sensitive to the fact that this could lead to a reduction in funding to Norman Public Schools. And here is a way where we want to not unduly harm them by ending it early, and how can we pay for part of their expenditures that they're already expending.
Okay,
but
I think I could be satisfied with that. If there's other comments, we'll see. Thanks.
Councilmember Clark. Councilmember Castleberry, or Bierman, I'm sorry.
It's a weird one to get confused. I know. On your best day, maybe. I will say I do agree with Councilmember Holman that this is something that, at least in the final ordinance or resolution, however the final recommendation comes back to us, I think that that's something we need to make sure that we're not overly committing ourselves to this. As I said in the study session where we talked about this, I'm fairly agnostic about the SRO program being the source of how we not unduly burden Norman Public Schools. If this is the best way to do it, that's fine with me. If this is the way Norman Public Schools would have it, that's fine with me. But I will be supporting this amendment. I just wanted to express my meh feeling about doing this via the SRO program. I think that it's done perfectly fine here in Norman, but as Councilmember Holman said in the study session, it has not been so great nationwide. So if that's the way we choose to do it, that's fine with me. I'll support this amendment because it gets us one step closer to the goal. But I do think we need to make sure when it comes back to us that whatever final form this takes, that we make sure that we're very clear about how long we're going to be doing this.
Councilmember Castleberry.
I'm not going to second your, your amendment's dead. Okay. So anyway, I appreciate your concerns, and I think I think Section 30 addresses those concerns as far as that time frame goes through. I think in the PSST ballot language, it says it's a cost sharing arrangement. Now, keep in mind that PSST is a permanent tax. So we will be permanently funding the SROs. This is not just a 3-year deal. I mean, it may drop back to 50-50. It may ramp up a little bit during what would have been there, but I don't want people to be under an illusion that we're only going to fund the SROs for 3 years. So we want to drop back to our original 50-50 arrangement that we told the voters that we were going to do. Then I think we need to understand that. But the PSST is a permanent tax, and those officers are paid out of that fund. Now they will go back to the general fund. I get that, but the tax collections will go back through there once those capital projects are done. I do fully support the SRO programs. I don't know if people know this or not, but Norman North is has the third highest incidence of instances in school shootings or use of SROs in the state. So it is a real concern as far as school safety goes in our local area. So I want to make sure that we don't do anything to provide that. I understand the school thought that the school should provide their own public safety, not the police, but I'm very comfortable with our SRO program. I think we monitor it well. They do a great job, and I think we need to step this up, fully funding. And so I am going to support this amendment because this checks the main box that I said as far as ending the TIF. As long as the school system was made whole, I was fine with it. I think this does that. So I am going to support this amendment.
Councilmember Wilson.
I think my concerns were addressed, but I'll just say I support the amendment. And I had a little bit of concern about the time frame, but I feel like I've been satisfied with this. So thank you.
Councilmember Hickman.
I appreciate the comments and the potential or the maybe awkward crafting of the amendment. And I hope I could clarify that with my comments. I did want to say, just so it's clear for everybody, that I know there are some that have reservations, let's say, about the school resource officer program, that it was put to a vote of the people. It did pass. It includes 13 school resource officers to be placed in schools across Norman Public Schools. As somebody who has spoken up here about community trust and trust in your local government, I think it's important that we deliver on the things that you vote on. And some of you that were here early heard my questions about Norman Ford and my concerns about us delivering on those promises. And so that was part of the idea of why the school resource officer was proposed as a way to hold them harmless. I see the chief back there, and I know in my conversations with the school district reps that they want the other 4 positions that are not currently hired to be hired and put in place. And so you're already paying for 9 school resource officers through PSST. So that's already happening, and that will, like Councilmember Castleberry said, continue. The concept here is that whatever amount of money the school district loses, once our finance people and the school's finance people get together and figure out what that dollar amount is, the concept here is that the city would pick up that cost for that period of time of shortening the TIF life, so that the school district has a runway, a lead time to make planning and budget changes necessary and to ensure the continuity of that school resource officer program as it is right now. It would be my hope that long-term, or the next step would be, as we get funds back into the general fund, that this council make sure that we take some of those dollars, because some people have said, well, what are y'all going to do with that money? And I just wanted to make it clear that I do think it's important that we fulfill the promise to what you voted on the bond, on the PSST, and that we get those other officers hired and in the schools to fully implement the PSST programs that the voters did approve. And so that would be kind of a second step. And it's not, you've already voted on it, and the sales tax is already in place. And so it's just a matter at this point of fulfilling our promises to the voters from my perspective.
Councilmember Scott.
So I'm going to support this amendment. Just have a quick comment about, since we're making steps about fiscal responsibility and making the school whole. I believe it was said last Tuesday that the net loss to the NPS was going to be around 200,000, but that's, I'm pretty sure, what they agreed to spend on drug testing students. So just a comment. 20,000?
This brings us to public comments. Any public comments? Final council comments. Well, I certainly wouldn't be against anything that is an effort to protect the school system. I will point out that by doing this, we wouldn't be needing to do this if we let the ad valorem in place, because the school system was investing and they were getting their own money back, and that's how they were funding this program. So by doing what we're doing, we are replacing money that they would have been getting if we didn't do this with money from our general fund. I do understand we will have more money because we would be getting the money back from the TIF. If there are no other comments, council members, you may cast your vote on the amendment. We're still on the amendment.
All votes have been cast, and the motion to amend the resolution to add section 33 regarding the school resource officers in Norman Public School passes unanimously.
Okay, now you have this as if we're just going to go ahead and do the vote. Oh, I'm sorry. Councilmember Hickman.
Okay, amendment number 3, I need to clarify that the 3 paragraphs following the one we just did, amendment number 2, added in section 33, and the 3 remaining paragraphs should be renumbered 34, 35, and 36. In the new paragraph number 36, there's a blank in there currently that was on the agenda, and so the amendment is to insert 30 days thereafter in that blank, so that the time provision in the new paragraph 36 would correspond to the time provision in section 31. So that's the amendment number 3. Is there a second?
Second. Any council comments? Public comments? Seeing no comments, council, you may vote on this final amendment.
The motion on the floor is to require the statutory review committee to report back no later than 30 days hereafter, and that motion passes unanimously.
Okay, but don't we have to go back to a discussion? Because we haven't had a discussion. Okay, the motion on the floor is to adopt the resolution as amended. Are there any comments the resolution as amended. Comments from the audience? Public comments?
Mayor, could the resolution be read? I don't have copies unless it's too long, or summarize, please.
Yeah. It's 7 pages long. You want to read through it? Would you
Read from 30 on would be enough.
read from
30 on might be enough.
30 on?
Yeah.
Okay. Item 30 will now read, whereas City Council desires to end the University North Park tax increment financing project cost funding mechanism in total, both sales tax increment and ad valorem increment immediately, without unduly damaging Norman Public Schools by ending the UNP TIF earlier than it would have if allowed to continue as it is presently. There's a word missing there.
Further discussed.
As further discussed in 33 herein, and whereas City Council would like to receive a recommendation from the statutory TIF committee as soon as possible, but not later than 30 days after the passage of this resolution regarding how the UNP project plan can be restructured, ended, or otherwise modified, such as removing projects and, if necessary, refunding revenue accumulated in the UNP TIF to the taxing jurisdictions to accomplish the intent of City Council as set out in number 30 above. Item 32 is that the city manager and the staff are hereby directed to forward to the Norman University North Park Project Plan Statutory TIF Review Committee for consideration this resolution. And 33, this is the amendment, that the city manager and the staff are hereby directed to prepare a proposal or proposals using revenues that will be added to the city's general fund from sales tax that would have been in the UNP TIF increment to fund some or all of the Norman Public Schools' current expenditures on the PSST 2 School Resource Officer Program, consistent with the ballot measure approved by the voters of the City of Norman and consistent with the City Council's objectives as set out in item 30 above, and provide this proposal to City Council and the Norman University North Park Project Plan Statutory TIF Review Committee in furtherance of the City Council's intent to end the UNP TIF now, and that the Norman University North Park Project Plan Statutory TIF Review Committee is hereby requested to convene for the purpose of considering the council's objectives as set out in number 30 above, and that the mayor, as the chair of Norman University North Park Project Plan Statutory TIF Review Committee, is hereby authorized to contact the ad valorem taxing jurisdictions to convene the committee as required by the Local Development Act. That the Norman University North Park Project Plan Statutory TIF Review Committee shall make a recommendation to the City Council of the City of Norman as soon as possible, but no later than 30 days hereafter, unless otherwise requested by the committee for good cause, in relation to the goals and objectives of the Norman University North Park Project Plan. Other questions? Was that helpful? Okay. I'm thinking about what I'm going to say. Well, I was going to make some comments at the end. I am concerned about what we're doing. I don't have any problem at all sending it to the Statutory Review Committee. I think that they have an opportunity. We're making a huge decision here, a huge economic decision, and it's one that I'm not sure that is the right one for us to be making for the community. And I understand this is hard for me because I have lots of friends sitting out there. I know that think this is the right thing to do, and I've heard that a lot. But the purpose of a TIF that's structured like this is as a long-term investment. And that's not what we're doing here. That's not what we're doing for us, and it's not what we're doing for the taxing jurisdictions. And I think that there may be some real legal entanglements. I think that the wiser thing to do would have been to do, and I guess we could still talk about it after the statutory review committee, but I think the wiser thing to do would be to do a reallocation of the TIF sales tax money, because it would put $300,000 more a month into the city coffers, and that would kind of bring us back to even. That kind of fills the hole that right now we're filling with our savings account, pretty much. This isn't giving us a lot of extra money to spend. So it takes away our opportunity to get the $8 million claw back. I think it makes it more difficult for us to get the developers to play the role that they should play in helping in terms of improving Tecumseh and Flood Street. And it allows the school system, if we just reallocate, to get their source of the money from ad valorem. And there are other things as well. But this concerns me a lot. I think it has implications for our relationships with the other taxing jurisdictions and businesses. But I see where the council is. I feel a little like, was it Kevin Costner in Tin Cup? I feel like I'm tried to hit the ball a lot of times and it's not going anywhere. So I certainly am in favor of going ahead and sending it to the taxing jurisdictions for their consideration. So the motion on the floor is to adopt the resolution as amended. Council members, you may cast your vote.
All votes have been cast, and the motion to adopt the resolution as amended passes unanimously.
Item 28 is a resolution requesting that the Norman University North Park Project Plan Statutory Tax Increment Finance District Review Committee consider a proposal to declare a multi-generation recreational complex located in the project area eligible as a cultural facility cost. I need a motion to approve or reject the consent document.
Motion to approve.
Second. My question is about the Generation Square. I believe it's item number 28. And I just want to make sure, I want to be really clear that this isn't going to prevent us from ending any sales tax increment in the near future or ad valorem. And I guess that's for you, Anthony.
So, well, I'll call on you next.
Or Catherine.
Yeah.
So sorry.
The proposal before council this evening has to do with using the cultural facility, only money that is authorized to reimburse the expenditure of Norman Forward funds to purchase the land for the multi-generational recreational facility. To the extent that even if the entire $8.75 million were used towards that purchase and towards the development of those facilities, there would still be enough money in the bank right now to do that if we didn't do any other TIF projects. So this proposal in and of itself would not necessitate or counteract the proposal to stop the sales tax apportionment.
Okay, so it doesn't It's not doing anything. It's just saying that this is what we want to do with this money that's sitting
Correct.
here.
Already authorized
It's already
funds,
authorized.
and this is just defining what you want.
And
to
we're
do
just
with it.
calling it a cultural facility or center.
Yes, ma'am.
That's what we're labeling it as. Okay. Fabulous. Thank you.
Yeah, we're just asking the statutory committee. We've done this once before, but now we're talking about a larger project. We're talking about the multi-sport center, the aquatic center, and the senior citizens center. So we're going to go back to them and ask them, but it's money that has already been not appropriated. It's already been what's authorized. Yeah, it's one of the A words, authorized. Okay.
Can I do a quick
and
follow-up?
I think Catherine wants to make some comments about it because she's the one that's working on that.
Sure. Do I need to press my button? Okay. The reason the resolution is going back to the statutory review committee is because when the project plan was amended in 2008, it required any expenditure of those cultural facility funds to be reviewed and approved by the review committee. And so it's going back not as an addition to the project plan, but as Anthony said, as an expenditure of an existing project cost. It's that elusive cultural facility. We hadn't quite figured out, what it is yet.
Yeah, thank you for clearing that up. Just wanted to make sure because I know there was some concern. And then my last thing, since we brought up the senior center, I've said it already once, but LEED certified and storm shelters would be great. Thank you.
Councilmember Holman.
I agree with that. I'm pretty excited about that item as well. I think my personal preference for the senior center would have been for it to be in a more central location in this area. But I think with this property, we have a very, I think, good opportunity in front of us for these three facilities to work together, and having senior citizens and members of youth sports occupying facilities that are right near each other, and the opportunity for commingling and things like that. I think we've got a real opportunity, and especially in this location, it's very prominent as people drive into Norman from the north along Flood Avenue or Highway 77. They'll be coming into Norman, and this will be one of the first things they see as they are coming into Norman. So if all this works out with the Regents, and I think we've got a very good opportunity with this, and I'm excited that we've finally been able to get this on here. I want to echo